All right, good morning, everyone. I am going to call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, September 20th, 2022. We'll start off the morning with our invocation with Pastor David Cook of the Cold Springs Community Church, who's here in person. I love that we're back in person again. And then Supervisor Novacell will lead us in the pledge after that. So thank you.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Feels like I need to bring everybody a coffee in here right now. I don't know. It's a little quiet, or calisthenics or something like that, but I can only bring prayer. So let me pray for us this morning. Thank you so much. Heavenly Father, thank you for what a beautiful morning. What a beautiful day. Thank you for the grace of rain over these last 3 days that have extinguished fires, have reduced fire risk, have just refreshed our spirits and the earth. And we are so grateful for something that was unexpected and weather forecasters say doesn't happen in September. Heavenly Father, as the leaders here in this room and throughout the county face challenges and difficulties where there don't seem to be answers and things are not expected to be resolved, I pray that we would all remember that through your wisdom and through your grace, amazing things can happen. I pray for wisdom and discernment, for courage today, for our leaders, that you would lead them and guide them through the decisions that need to be made, and that the decisions would be best for our county, best for our residents, best for our safety and for our health. And Heavenly Father, I pray for the men and women who have been protecting us so well in law enforcement and fire and emergency responders who have placed themselves in the face of danger and worked overtime, their families sacrificing in order for them to serve us and protect us. Lord, I pray that you would bless them, that you would encourage them, that you would remind them of how grateful we are for them and for their families, that you would strengthen them as well. We pray for our administrators and our teachers, for our parents and our students as they are back in school and learning again. Heavenly Father, that you would give strength and perseverance to our administrators and teachers, that you would give wisdom to our parents to guide their kids so that they would grow up strong. And Lord, we pray for our military throughout the world. Heavenly Father, we pray for peace, particularly in Europe. We pray for the women and men who are serving us, training here in the US and serving us throughout the world. Lord, that you would protect them. And Lord, that you would bring them home safely to those who love them. Heavenly Father, help us to see places and people where we can be a blessing and can serve others today, and that we would be blessed in having those outward eyes to the needs around us. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. And yes, ever so thankful for that rain.
Yes,
Everyone, thank you.
Please join me and rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I need coffee.
You asking for
Who's taking them coffee orders? Oh my God, that's so good.
No worries.
Espresso.
Yeah.
I
Jolt
mean,
Cola.
one of those days. Okay, that's a different kind of day. All right, so we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I'm going to start off with the CAO for any changes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm requesting that item number 4 be continued off calendar. This was a contract I signed a week and a half ago in response to security for the shelters. We put it on the agenda in the event the fire lasted longer and the dollar amount would have exceeded my authority. But since the shelters are being closed effective tomorrow morning, it's no longer needed, and the contractor has been issued the 7-day termination notice.
Fabulous. That is music to my ears. Thank you.
Good news.
All right, with that, let's see. District 2, any changes?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes. I'd just like to comment and thank Sandy North for being willing to serve again on the Assessment Appeals Board. Really appreciate that.
Very good. District 1?
No changes.
District 5?
No changes, but I will also thank Jason Drew for again serving as our TRP representative.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I'm going to register a no vote on item number 22 on the hemp item. With that, Kim, public comment?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board Supervisors. Don Ashley.
Morning.
Tim Cordero, Fire Chief for El Dorado County Fire, and we do have one item on the consent calendar, item number 3, which is some additional funding that we're going to need for our ladder truck. This board had previously approved our request of $600,000 from our development impact fees. And of course, with the way things are going, once you finally sign that contract, the price has gone up with the cost of things. But the funding for that will allow us to prepay the piece of apparatus, which when we prepay our apparatus, it saves our taxpayers about $51,000+ on this piece of equipment.
Oh, very
So
good.
it is important for us. That's kind of our standard. We try to prepay just to save the taxpayers. Paying cash up front for it also saves for the any financing fees, anything like that nature. So appreciate your support for our firefighters. This is a valuable piece of equipment that they truly need. So thank you all very much. Have a
Thank you,
good day.
Chief.
Thank you. We appreciate your partnership on this. Any other comment in the room?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. Somebody brought me attention to number 8, which is the procurement policy. And doing so, I started looking through the rest of the agenda, which I've kind of stopped doing, after doing this for decades, because it's so depressing after a while that it's just the same routine over and over. But this procurement is concerning to me. There's just so many exemptions in the open bidding process and it's so broad that you can excuse nearly every contract involving crony friends, connections, or favored contractors that wish to slide through the process. And I used to work for facilities. It's been like this for a long time, but it's becoming so much less transparent and harder to challenge. Trying to find some of those. So it's just kind of depressing to see that so much, it's historical throughout the process of the county to serve certain connections rather than the public. And I just feel like this is just a continuation of that. And when I go through the rest of the consent calendar, there are so many grants that the county's going after that are not beneficial to the community because of the strings attached to those contracts that the county has decided to go after. And the county's also using all of these emergency ordinances to continue with the board's agenda for procuring properties, buildings, all kinds of things that are benefits to those that they sometimes have worked with. And so it's just a broad general statement looking over all of these issues. And I think that when you're agreeing to go out for a grant, the strings that are being put upon society should also be attached to the agenda. I brought this up 10 years ago on a school program. If they wanted food, they had to agree to teach children certain things. And people wonder why we're at where we are is because the government keeps going after grants that do cause a change in our society. So I'm just frustrated watching the urgency ordinances being used to feather agendas of individual board members and not going to those that have suffered from the disasters that we have had in our county. And I don't know how to persuade for a change, but this is just basically my observations. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I want to agree with everything Sue just said. I would request that you guys pull item 8. It needs further discussion, and I would request a no vote on that. On item 6, I guess I need coffee too, guys. On item 6, I would like to know why we need an on-call environmental consultant. That seems a little weird. Why do we need that? And number 7, why, what's the interest and what's the plans for the building at 3883 Ponderosa Road for the purchase of that building? I'd like some details on that, please. And that's all I've got for the consent.
Thank you, Tracy. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, bringing it back. CEO, can you kind of respond to Tracy's questions really quick on, I think it was 6 and 7, if I remember right? Let's see. So I wrote them down. 6. Oh yeah, why do we need environmental on call? Yeah. You have caffeine now, Sue, to help me. And then and then number 7, why are we purchasing the Carlton building?
So thank you, Madam Chair, Don Ashton, your CAO. Item 7 first.
Sure.
We always look for buildings to accommodate the space needs of the county. We currently have county staff in this building. And if the landlord is interested in selling, we want to explore that and see if it would be a benefit to us. And that's where we're at right now to just start those conversations. And there's a corresponding closed session discussion to talk about those potential terms from the board. So that's number 7. Number 6, we do have a lot of on-call service contracts for a lot of different things. And that's what they're on call for when they're needed. And depending on projects, we need to have contracts in place so we can get those services done expeditiously and efficiently, which I believe saves us money in the long run. And that's why it's on there.
All right, very good. And just generally speaking on item 8, we heard that in open session. Was it last meeting?
Last
Oh yeah, it
meeting.
continued from 9:13
Yes.
when we did discuss that. So this is for the final passage, second reading. Okay, just for clarity on that. Okay, Kim, you want to read what we're approving today?
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Continue item 4 off calendar, and Supervisor Parlin will register a no vote on item number 22.
With that, I'll move approval of the consent calendar as read.
1 second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Approves unanimously. I know. It started yesterday. Yesterday we had a water. Yes, I'm gonna work on talking. So anyway, so we'll move on to our 9 o'clock item number 30. Kim.
Item number 30 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board receive a presentation from the executive director from the governing board of the state's county medical services program, a program that provides healthcare grants and healthcare workforce development for 35 of California's small to medium-sized county, including El Dorado County.
Good morning, board. Nancy Williams, Public Health Officer. I'm here to introduce our first 2 speakers, Carrie Brownstein, an Executive Director, and Megan Forrest, Director of Administration and Finance of the County Medical Services Program, otherwise known as CMSP. Since state law changed in 1983, CMSP has been serving smaller counties, including ours, to relieve the undue burdens on us for having to provide indigent healthcare services. And I'll turn it over to Carrie and Megan for more information.
Good morning, and thank you for having us today. We have a PowerPoint presentation, and we'll try to make it really quick. I know you have a lot of business today to attend to. My name is Carrie Brownstein. I'm the Executive Director at CMSP, and this is Megan Forrest, Director of Finance and Administration. Next slide. Just quickly, we want to give you a background to let you know what our counties are, governing board members, what our benefit programs are, grant programs, how we're financed, and some resources. Next slide. All right, CMSP background. We just went over it a little bit. We were created in 1983 when the medically indigent adults went to the responsibility of the counties under WIC section 17,000. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I have a nice table. I won't go over all this because it's big and long and you can read it later. But this is a pooled risk healthcare program with the 35 counties. If your county was 300,000 or less, In 1980, you could join CMSP. In 1995, our governing board was established, and they have the overall policy and fiscal responsibility for CMSP, and they're made up of 10 county officials. We changed drastically after ACA. So after ACA, you all know those under 138% of the federal poverty level went over to Medi-Cal, but we are still the safety net for our 35 counties, and we provide health care to those over 138% of the federal poverty limit, and we have a lot of other grants. All right. Let's go back to background. Yeah, keep it on here for just a second. So we're administered through our office, and we have a third-party administrator that does our healthcare benefits. We have a pharmacy benefit management, and we work with the DHCS for eligibility on our counties, and consultants and contractors provide various services. All right, let's look at our counties. Sorry, I'm trying to talk really fast, get through this for you guys. Next slide. You can see our counties. We have 35 out of the 58 counties in California, mostly north and east, and then we have Imperial in the south. Next slide. All right, governing board members, who's on our board? So we're, again, 10 county officials, so we have 10 counties. Next slide. Here we have, so Brad Wagon Connect's been on our board since 2005 or 2006. He's our chair right now. He's out of Napa County. We also have Richard Forrester, supervisor out of Amador. Oscar Villegas out of Yolo County is our other supervisor. We're also made up of CAOs out of Lassen, Humboldt, and Marin County. We also have healthcare and welfare directors out of Colusa, Madera, Yuba, and Glenn. We also have a non-voting ex officio, Kimberly Chen from the California Health and Human Service Agency with the state. Next slide. All right, we also have committees. Executive committee gets together here and there if there's something special to study, planning and benefits, and our eligibility committee. Executive committee is made up of board members. Planning and benefits committee is a board member or two, and county officials, and also provider beneficiary advocates. Same thing for our eligibility committee. Next slide. Quickly go over our benefit programs. Next slide. This is a great chart. We have 3 programs now. Started off with CMSP only. And that's to get onto CMSP, it's through your county social services departments. You have to be deemed ineligible for Medi-Cal, and then you might qualify for CMSP. Here's the age, the income, how to enroll, and some of the coverages for CMSP. And then there's also Path to Health and Connect to Care, which are primary care benefits only. And you enroll for those 2 programs at your clinics. Next slide. And this goes into more detail about CMSP. Something to show here at the bottom there, who are your contracted providers in your county? So in El Dorado County, you have Barton Memorial, Marshall Medical, El Dorado Community Health Center clinics in Cameron Park and Placerville, as well as Western Sierra. This is our smallest program now because of the ACA. We're under 1,000 members with CMSP. Next slide. This slide shows in kind of the yellowish orange where you can enroll in Path to Health, because some clinics enroll members into Path to Health and other clinics have decided not to do that. But you're lucky here in El Dorado County, you have 1 community health center with 4 locations that can enroll folks into Path to Health. This is our biggest program right now. It was over 15,000 until May 1st, when Medi-Cal took the 50 plus from that group. And now we're over 12,000 in Path to Health. Next slide. And then Connect to Care. So it's very similar to Path to Health, same services, just a different eligibility group. Here you have, some clinics do Path to Health and some do Path to Health and Connect to Care. Connect to Care has here in your county 2 community health centers with 5 locations to enroll. And this program is newer and growing every week, same as Path to Health, but currently about 1,200 members. Next slide. This is just a quick, here are enrollment clinics for both Path to Health and Connect to Care. Again, some do Connect to Care, some Path to Health, some both. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Megan to start with grants.
All right, I will briefly be going over our grant programs. Thanks for having us today. Next slide, please. Our first grant program is the Local Indigent Care Needs Grant. It is the Lichen. CMSP Board has allocated $50 million to be released for the Lichen grants. And there are planning grants and implementation grants. The primary focus areas are local level care management, continuity of care, and enabling services and disease management. El Dorado Community Health Centers was recently awarded an implementation grant for $1.2 million, and that began July 1st of this year. Funds will be used to purchase and manage a mobile medical unit that will deliver primary care and provide diabetes and addiction medicine education to the uninsured or homeless that have chronic health or behavioral health conditions. Next slide. Next, we have our COVID-19 Emergency Response Grant, or CERG. When the pandemic hit, the CMSP Governing Board released a CERG grant and awarded $9.6 million to 31 of our 35 CMSP counties. The primary focus included aid in providing PPE, supportive quarantine services, and to engage service providers needed for emergency response. The County of El Dorado Health and Human Services received a CERG grant totaling $522,000, and funds were used to expand staffing of the county's COVID-19 homeless community response team. Funds provided meals, hotel placement, healthcare, referral services, and aid in vaccine distribution. Next slide. Next, we have our Health Systems Development Grant Program, or HSG. Focus areas for this grant include expanding access to care, integrating health and behavioral health care services. And to date, 23 county or nonprofit organizations have been awarded $6.8 million. Next slide. Next, we have our Specialty Care Access Grant. This grant provided funds to Operation Access to expand specialty care access for low-income uninsured adults by arranging elective outpatient procedures through donated care. This grant is a 5-year grant totaling $5.7 million, and it partners with community clinics, specialist hospitals, and medical societies. Operation Access is anticipating demand for services in additional CMSP counties to include El Dorado County. Next slide. And the last one, we have Healthcare Workforce Development. Under this, we have 2 programs, the CMSP Loan Repayment Program and the Allied Healthcare Loan Repayment Program. These programs work to expand and support the healthcare workforce by providing educational debt relief in exchange for services at CMSP provider locations. To date, 8 providers in El Dorado County have received awards totaling $150,000, and awarded professionals include psychiatrists, physician assistant, medical assistant, and community health worker. And so this concludes my quick overview of our programs. In total, El Dorado County has been awarded approximately $1.9 million of these programs, and we hope to help you in the future as opportunities come up. Thank you.
All right, next slide. Just quickly, you're wondering how are we financed? Next slide. So there's pre-ACA and post-ACA. Pre-ACA, we received county realignment. We had our own realignment and county participation fees. Post Affordable Care Act, county realignment is directed to the state, and it's capped at the pre-ACA CMSP amount established in 1983. So we were significantly reduced in our realignment through 2018-19, and our realignment has been postponed and starting in 2019-20 until our reserves are reduced down to 2 years of operating costs. County participation fees have been waived every year post-ACA. Next slide. And next slide, just a couple of resources for you. The staff, myself, there's a bigger staff, but just if you need to reach out to somebody, have some quick questions, myself, Megan, and also Allison Kellen, our program director. And you can see a little poster over there. You might see some of these in your community. Next slide. We also have 3 websites. Our main website, CMSP Counties, also a My Path to Health and My Connect to Care. And if you want just a quick overview of our programs, you can go to karenreach.org for quick access and a nice little table to show you who in your county might qualify for which program. All right, next slide.
And there it is.
All done.
Very good on time.
You guys
What
are
we do.
awesome. Thank you so much for that. So board questions or comments, and I'm going to try and remember to use buttons today. Get us back. I know. Get us back on track. Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the work you do. I think this incredibly important work, especially with our indigents and, trying to get everybody the healthcare they deserve. I just have a quick question, and I don't know if you have the answer or how this affects you, but the governor just recently talked about CARES Court and how we're going to be moving forward with that. Is that something that will be brought into this system, or is that going to be something separate?
Not at this time,
Okay.
but care court might be something that we're going to be addressing in the future.
Yeah, because I think it sounds very similar in what
Yeah,
we're doing right now, and it does have that.
we
extra
actually have a
thing.
meeting on it later this week.
Okay, all right. Keep us abreast.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah.
Questions, yeah, good questions.
Yeah, very
Curious to
much
see where we're
so.
gonna go.
Supervisor
Right.
Hydall.
Yeah, so noting that the path to health is the highest participation rate and it's for undocumented only. What I've heard in some of our rural areas is that there are people who need assistance but don't know where to ask, and they're afraid to ask.
Right.
And I want to make sure, and maybe this is a question for county staff, but are we using our hub system enough through the libraries to make sure that information gets out so that people who are not getting proper care know that they can do that without significant risk? Because those are the things that, from dental health perspective, and we had a presentation yesterday talking about a mobile dental unit, those kinds of things. This is different, but are we doing enough from your perspective to try to make sure we serve that group of people who are kind of hiding in the corner, right? They don't want to be highly visible. And anytime you get involved with a government program, they're
Mhm.
reluctant to get engaged. And so
We're doing a lot more marketing at CMSP. CMSP did not used to be marketed at all pre-ACA, but now there's more people out there that need help that are just like you're saying. So some ways that we're getting some people on is through actually some social media, Google searches, search engine marketing. These are things I'm not an expert on. We have experts in the office for this, but we're doing some of those things as well as the cartellas that you might see around your community. I'm not sure at your hubs what you have, like your libraries, if people go there and what they have. We also send out all county letters similar to Medi-Cal and give information to our counties at their county offices and give them social media posts that they can do, as well as cartellas they can post in their offices.
Daniel, did you want to supplement that a little bit? Because it's very hub related question, and
yeah,
we love our hubs.
We do.
Hey, good morning, Daniel Del Monte, HHSA. So as your board's aware, you approved ARPA monies to public health to support expanding office space at the hub's library. So a part of that was to ensure that there's private rooms that we can conduct outreach and provide services within. And that goes for all HHSA type programs. Part of why public health brought this CMSP item is to keep this conversation going, to ensure that as we get these pieces in place, we can integrate CMSP to the best of our ability here. So that's exactly our intent with bringing CMSP to on your radar and your awareness as we keep going forward and ensuring different ways of doing outreach and bringing services to where folks are in the county. So.
Excellent. So the all likelihood would be we'd see an increase in the participation rate if we come back and look in a year. Is that correct with the outreach and things going on?
Yeah, I would hope that as we increase opportunities to do outreach with programs, that we would have increased engagement within all resources available. Yes,
because that would be a very interesting metric to track. We're expending resources. How successful are we? Can we put some kind of a measure on that? And it's an indeterminate, but after a year's period of time, we should be able to tell a little bit, right? So.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, good morning, and appreciated having a deeper understanding of the safety net in our community. Thanks for being with us. My question is piggybacking on Supervisor Heidels, but on the provider side regarding the healthcare workforce development, recognizing how critical it is to attract and retain a qualified provider network and how difficult that is. So I see that there's an application process involved in that. Can you briefly explain what the selection criteria is for that, and how are we reaching out to our local providers to let them know that that resource is available in our community?
Let's both take that. Yeah. So we partner actually with OSHPD, which is actually not HCAI. So they go out and they do their own marketing, but we also send out marketing to all of our contracted providers. We send out letters and email posters for them to put out there. And any of these presentations, we put it out there. So that's how they find out about that healthcare loan repayment program. The selection criteria is out. So we partner again with HCAI and we piggyback off of their programs and they use the same kind of selection criteria.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, very good. Any further comments from the board? I think we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. You can. Thanks. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I also appreciated the in-depth presentation. I have 40 years experience dealing with, even before county medical services, folks who are homeless and struggling with their health, which, as everyone knows, is a very difficult situation. And Medi-Cal was adequate 40 years ago, and then it switched over to county medical services, and you guys have been struggling in a great way because the funding isn't adequate. And I just appreciate how things are slowly improving and just hope that someday the federal government steps up and we catch up with other nations of our wealth and have universal health care so that you can focus on other things. But kudos for the presentation and the great job that you're doing with increased but still not adequate resources. Thank you.
All right, very good.
There's no additional
That's it.
public comment.
So thank you so much for that presentation. It sounds like we haven't had one in a long time, so much needed, and we'll keep that collaboration going as things move forward, and looking for some metrics maybe from.
Yeah.
Because I think that is important that we follow up on these things, see how well we're doing and where we can improve. So thank you for that. All right, very good.
Thank you.
That was just a receive and file, so no action to take.
Yep.
We're going to move on to our next item, number 31, Kim.
Item 31 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Parks Division, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation on the preliminary design and community input for the Diamond Springs Community Park, and 2, approve design option B for the Diamond Springs Community Park.
Good morning. Vicki Sanders, your Parks Manager with the Chief Administrative Office. I'm really excited to be here this morning to bring you the Diamond Springs Community Park. If you'll remember, back in January, you gave staff direction to move forward with this potential park site. In March, you approved a contract with DUDEC. So we are here today to show you where we've been, how we got there, and where we'd like to go in the future. So I'm going to turn this over to Steve Peterson with DUDEC.
Thank you, Vicki, and good morning, Chair Parlin and members of the board. My name is Steve Peterson with DUDEC, and we're very excited to be here today. As Vicki mentioned, we were authorized to proceed with the project in March of this year. And since that time, we've been working very, very closely with Vicki and her former staff. But in any event, we've engaged the community, I think, in a very meaningful way. And as with any significant project, there are some things that are somewhat controversial, but I think that you're going to be hearing that in public comment here soon. But with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague and friend, David Campbell, who's a partner in Roach Campbell Landscape Architects that are part of the DUDEC team. David's going to go through a short presentation, and then after that, we're happy to try to answer any questions that you might have. So with that, David Campbell.
Thank you, Steve. Chair and members of the commission or board of supervisors, we're really excited to be here. This has been both a long and a short process. We made it as long as we could and got as much engagement as we could, I think. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, and I think we're ready to start that. We are here, and I should cut to the bottom line first. We are here to ask for your approval to move forward in the overall process. Getting a what amounts to a 40-acre both neighborhood and community park built is a fairly long endeavor. What we've done so far is in the last few months, reached out to the community and developed a number of concepts and finally arrived, if not at a consensus, very close to it, and certainly a compromise plan that we'll go over and share with you today. Next slide, please. So what we've been up to since you gave us approval to move forward with the community outreach process, we started collecting background information. That includes the very well-written master plan that the Parks and Recreation Department is currently updating. It was last issued or published in 2012. And just a little bit about that, things have certainly changed in the county since then. Based on the latest census data that we have, your population in this area has increased 56%. And so that's a pretty big jump. With that, the needs for recreation have also increased. And the Parks and Recreation Master Plan did identify that there was a deficiency at that time, and that's pretty normal. I think the needs are identified, and then we find ways to fill those. Some of those needs from the master plan are substantial, and extrapolating based on the population, there's a current need of 18 more ball fields, of 10 more full-size soccer fields, of basketball courts, tennis courts, playgrounds, and all other types of facilities. And so though we can't fill all those needs in one park site, we can certainly take a pretty good swing at it. And we're excited about the opportunities here. The other thing I want to point out about the master plan is that we appreciate very much that it's very explicit about ensuring that any what's called a community park fills the needs of the local neighborhood as well. And so it's not just, and that's actually one of the things that we heard in the public process as well, is that this park really should not just be for active, young sports organizations. It needs to accommodate all park users. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that we found in the process is that it has to accommodate park users that are not always constant, every season, but sometimes, as Vicki knows, we do have fires, emergency events, and the parks in this county have been where people take refuge, where they camp, where emergency bases of operations are located. And so we've considered that and gotten some great input on those subjects for this park as well. So all of that was bullet number 1 in this slide. And I promise I'll go a little bit faster here. Since we started collecting background information, we then had a community listening session, which we'll talk more about in just a minute. We then moved on to some more community engagement. We developed concepts only after we had first listened to the community, developed a preferred master plan. And then I'm happy to report we did go to the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Diamond Springs and El Dorado County Advisory Committee, where we had some really good conversation chaired by Mr. Paces, who's in the audience today. And both of those boards, I'm happy to report, did unanimously recommend that this project move forward. But that was not without some caveats. And those caveats are important. The Parks and Recreation Commission identified that we should ensure that this park meets the financial feasibility study that was done, and we believe it does, with the number of amenities that are proposed, and also requested that the park take serious consideration into first of all, the preservation of existing oak trees and natural habitat, and then secondly, as needed, the mitigation of those construction impacts, which will all be done if we can get your approval to move forward with those studies and the 30% technical plans. The Diamond Springs Advisory Committee raised substantial and significant concerns about traffic. Mm-hmm. And we've heard this all along. I'm sure you've heard this also. This park would add to vehicle trips and vehicle miles traveled, but we've done enough homework to identify some potential solutions. Now, that's not to say that we have all the answers. And in that meeting, we certainly committed to continuing to meet with that committee to identify solutions to existing issues and to not exasperate those. So moving on into moving past the first slide, I should say. at listening session number one, the very first step that we took with the community was just pausing to listen. So we didn't present any plans. We didn't have any ideas. And if we could go to the next slide, please. We wanted to know what the community had heard, what the community needed, what the community wanted, and what the community was concerned about. We got a lot of input, and we were glad to. This, we feel, is a critical step to making sure that we approach the project from the correct perspective, that we account for the right balance. You know, we certainly can't meet all the needs up front, but we can meet some of them, but we have to do that in a conscientious way. This gave us the context to be able to start to do that. We heard concerns about traffic. We heard concerns about noise. We heard a desire for passive recreation and for preservation of the existing environment. If you're not familiar with this exact location, Dead Man Creek runs right through it, and it's a great resource. In fact, we heard from Union Mine High School that they frequently have classes and they take their students through and use the entire area as a learning laboratory, which we are excited about and we want to make sure continues. If we could go to the next slide, please. We also did a visual preference study in which we presented a lot of images and asked for the community's input. So this tells us quite a bit. Visuals are great. You know, a lot of times it's hard to envision what might occur without something to jumpstart that conversation. And we asked the community to place dots on things they liked and things that they didn't like. This gave us not only an idea about the program, you know, elements and activities that might be desired, but also what character those start to take. Is the park more developed or less developed? Is it more natural or is it more formal? And so this gave us a really good basis to start to develop concepts. If we could go to the next slide, please.
Can I ask a question on this one?
Absolutely.
I see the youth playing soccer with no stickers on it. Does that mean this community doesn't want soccer fields? Is that the feedback?
I think that's a great question. And I don't know why that particular image was not stickered. There are other images that were stickered. We did hear from the Sierra Gold Soccer Club, and who attended all of our public outreach meetings and represents about 800 players and as well as other sports organizations. And they very emphatically reinforced what the master plan already identified, that there's a significant shortage of large sports fields. So I think we did hear that input just in other forums.
Okay, and then the girls lacrosse is the one next to it, and that got no interest as well, because that seems to be very popular in some areas, but maybe not here.
And that's an interesting observation, because we did not have any representation from lacrosse, and that's actually something we did not hear.
Huh, okay. Thank you.
That brings up a good point, though, that it could be this community doesn't, because there's a gazillion stickers, and I'm exaggerating, of course, but on the natural path trail there. And so for this community, perhaps the more organized sports fields aren't as popular as the more passive, because we have a great demand for trails too. Everywhere people are asking for trails. So I get that. And with this area being so beautiful, I could see why folks may have chose that. And it depends on who showed up to the meeting that day too. That's another big concern, honestly, is to know, did all the right parties show up? That part I don't know. Is that in the presentation somewhere?
I can speak to that a little bit.
Okay.
And that's, I did want to make the point too, that this is just one forum for feedback that we used out of quite a few. We had a lot of great conversation in both the public meetings. We also held outreach sessions with stakeholders, and I'll go through that in a minute, that include both the adjacent school districts, the Marshall Foundation, the Boys and Girls Club, as well as some of the larger sports organizations that have repeatedly and emphatically, told the County Parks and Recreation Department that that they have needs and have asked for help and have donated money and have kind of begged, I think might be the right word, to have more facilities. So there was written feedback, there was oral feedback, there was this exercise. And so we brought all of that together. We also got emailed comments, and we did bring all of that together and into consideration.
If I can jump in here for a second, I attended all those meetings as well. And my recollection is that this first listening session, the predominant ratio of folks in attendance were people from Lake Oaks, neighbors. That was a large part of this population. And so that would give, a certain answer for the most part, more of a passive recreation. Later on, more of the sports leagues and the local, Hangtown Little League and the Gold Country soccer clubs, were engaged at a larger level in future listening sessions. They were there, but not to the degree of this very first one. So
Okay.
I think the process that you went through, which you'll explain a little more, was very broad, that through your process, you reached a lot of voices, and that has allowed you to come to the conclusions that we're seeing today. So, but just wanted to kind of offer that insight.
One final question. Do any of these images, and I'm trying to understand, represent senior exercise type activities within the park? Because I didn't see one.
There are a few. The walking trails are one, the
Right, yeah.
dogs another. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cram every possibility onto and there were only 3 boards into these, but some of the ideas that came out of those conversations included the walking trails, a significant desire for bocce ball,
Okay,
a desire for community garden.
I didn't see that in here either, and I'm hearing that from some of our seniors. in that
Absolutely,
area. So, okay.
absolutely.
All right, so we'll get to that part of the discussion.
A desire for pickleball, and so those were other items that we did discuss and consider.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to say is just, you had Little League is one of the biggest things, because the Timber Little League Park used to be at the old, Independence High School way back when. And it was a dirt field is what it was. And then it basically moved to Charles Brown School. So, and I think it's better to have it here than at a school, because there was a lot of issues and stuff like that when they had it there. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Thank you. As we moved on from this meeting, before we move on from this meeting, at the very end, we did hear a lot from residents, which was the whole purpose of the meeting. And it was apparent too, that there are multiple groups that all need consideration and frankly need to be served by the park. And we had one fairly vocal member of that meeting say something to the effect of, it might be that we can't reach a consensus, but I think we can reach compromise. And I very much appreciated that statement.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next slide, please. After that first meeting, we did, and by we, I mean the entire team, conducted a number of technical studies and surveys, biological and aquatic resources, mapping the oak woodlands, identifying cultural resources, doing a search of hazardous and hazardous materials potential, of which none were found, and taking a pass at modeling the traffic impacts. So with all of that data and the input, then we started to put pen to paper. Next slide, please.
Can you hold on right there though? When it says environmental and the hazard and hazardous, is that the extent of the environmental that we'll do, or if when we go to the EIR, there will be extensive with drilling and soil samples and all that?
I will let the subject matter expert respond to that one.
I just want to make sure that we cover that because it's a big question.
Steve Peterson with Dudek. Yes, this is part of the constraints analysis. So this is sort of our process to identify what sort of Achilles heels might be out there. And so as part of that, we did a phase 1 analysis of the potential for hazardous materials to occur on site. So as you may know, there was a lumberyard there at one point, a variety of uses over the years. So with that, we did a very thorough data search, and then we also had an engineering geologist visit the site and conduct a reconnaissance of the site. It's a very long document, and we recently shared it with county staff. But the conclusion, as David mentioned, is that there's no existing potential that could be observed for any contamination that needs to be addressed.
You said observed though. Will there be soil samples and all that in the full EIR?
The way the process in this case would be working or is working is that the phase 1 environmental site assessment is the primary step. If there was something identified within that analysis, again, both a literature review and a site investigation, if there was something of concern there, then we would move on to phase 2 activities, which would be categorization and remediation of any contaminants that might be available or might be present there. So with that, there's no need for soil samples per the professional standards. and that there's no evidence of staining, there's no evidence of odor. The only odors that were observed in the phase 1 process was a little bit of sewage smell from the lift station that EID operates there, but that's it. So with that, there's no rationale or justification for conducting soil samples at this time.
You know, that used to be a sawmill there, it was
Yeah.
a Farnsworth mill, and one of the biggest things they used to do for dust control is they used drain oil.
Right.
And they used to spread it out over the ground. So you have no concerns over that at all.
No, none of that was identified at the site. And again, we would be smelling, if there was petroleum products there, we would have identified that as part of this process. And also as part of the data review, it identified the presence of former uses such as that. The other part of it too, as you likely know, is that not only was motor oil used for dust suppression, but also the materials in transformers that included biphenyls. So, you know, that's an ongoing concern. And the other part that we were very focused on was the idea that being in a foothill community, the potential for gold mining and the use of mercury and separating the ore back in you know, the old days. That's another thing that we had a very keen eye for, but we didn't identify either one of those things. And again, staff has got the phase 1 environmental site assessment document available if you'd like to review that, but that's the conclusions that were reached.
Could the county ask to do further environmental, because this is going to be a children, well, everyone, actually, the public's going to be using this extensively, and we will be disturbing the soil when we do some of these projects. And so for peace of mind, I think to know, I mean, we know the history of the site, there is the potential. We've had other sites in the Diamond Springs area, you know, that had to have remediation before they could dig them up, all that. Can we do that for peace of mind?
Absolutely. We work at your direction. And that's something
Okay.
that we could do as part of the environmental impact report process.
I just think that could calm a lot of concerns out there instead of having to do it in hindsight, do it on the front end in my mind. Then we can put things to rest.
Yeah.
That's just the way I see it.
And sure, that brings up a larger set of points, and I won't dwell on it in the interest of time, but you know, that's where we're committed to working with your staff in the communities to make sure that the environmental impact report addresses this, as well as the traffic issues that we'll be talking about in a little bit, and anything else. The other big constraint, as David mentioned, was light and glare and noise. And those are two things that we're going to be studying in a quantitative way as well. But we're happy to do that additional soil sampling. If
Okay, very, I appreciate knowing that that's a potential. Then County Council, can you tell us at some point when we would ask for that to be done if we want to? Just, I don't know when that direction would happen or any of that.
I mean, frankly, I think that the conversation you had just now seems to have been received by our consultant who's going to be conducting the environmental analysis for the EIR. So I don't know if any further conversation.
Well, I don't know if the full board feels that way though, you know, that they would want that further analysis or not.
If I could, you know, jumping ahead a little bit, the first step of the environmental impact report process is the publishing of a notice of preparation and conducting a public hearing to do specifically what we were just talking about. And that is to identify those topics that need to be addressed in the environmental impact report. So that's a logical next step.
Okay, very good.
All right.
So then we can request it
Initial
then.
assessment, right? Which is you're trying to determine
Well-
what the impacts are, what the mitigations might be.
I think I'm stealing your meeting.
Well, wait, I'll wait.
No,
I'll wait,
I'm
I'll
more
wait.
than happy to talk about it, but you're thinking about an initial study. So that's basically,
study.
that's the checklist that you go through
Yes.
to winnow away the issues that aren't of concern and that sort of thing. That's what we're going to be doing internally. We're going to go through a notice preparation process to understand what the content of the EIR should be, but we will be going through that exercise to focus the EIR on only the significant impacts,
yes,
or potential impacts that are out there. So with that, that's part of the process, but sometimes an initial study in the process goes to a mitigated negative declaration, and that's not where we're going.
Right, that's not
Yeah,
right. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's one of my concerns, especially when it comes to our public safety, you know, especially children, they're going to be using this park, so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We all value that. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good.
thank you for that.
I'll give you a
Yeah.
presentation back now.
That's what we're here for. Thank you. Throughout the process, if we could, now I think we can flip to the next slide. We also engaged with various stakeholders. And I mentioned that briefly, but I just want to go through the list again, particularly because this site is immediately adjacent to Charles Brown Elementary and Union Mine High School. And so we, at each step of the process, we engaged with El Dorado Union High School District representatives, Mother Lode Union School District representatives, The Boys and Girls Club, I'm not sure if Sean threatened to be here. He is here. Okay, hi, Sean. As well, of course, as the Marshall Foundation. We also received and heard input from the California Native Plant Society, which was fantastic. Their email said that they were thrilled about the level of preservation that you'll see is proposed just in a minute. And like I mentioned, we heard from Hangtown Little League, Placerville Girls Softball, who wrote an extensive email outlining their needs and how they use facilities, which was very helpful. We have a general idea, but they expressed exactly, what their organization specifically could use and would be willing to contribute. And that organization, by the way, represents anywhere between 160 and 200 players per year. We also heard from Sierra Gold Soccer Club, which represented about 800 players per year, many of whom are in the local area and many of whom come from throughout the county. Actually, I should say El Dorado and Placer counties. With that, we then put pen to paper. Next slide, please. And in the next slide, please. In those stakeholder sessions, we did walk through 5 initial concepts. And the reason that we went to this extent of developing concepts is because we wanted to fully explore what the potential uses and compromises were on the site. And these represented a variety of proposed programming, some more, some less, a variety of proposed preservation, some more and some less, and different arrangements of all of those activities, which include various levels of parking, different numbers of ball fields, different configurations of other amenities, such as the tennis, the pickleball, room for a future gym, playgrounds, nature walks, picnic facilities, restrooms, concessions buildings, and all of the other amenities that go with the park. Some of these were, quite frankly, more successful than others, and so we winnowed them down. Next slide, please. From 5 to 3, and next slide, please. We presented these 3 for the purpose not of selecting one, but of getting feedback from the community at our second listening session. So we felt it was important to have more than 2 concepts presented, but not overwhelm, the conversation or make it too long. The reason is that we wanted to get really significant feedback that was more than just, yes, I like number 1, or no, I don't like number 2. We wanted to understand why. And so we felt it was important to present a range of opportunities and options. These range in development to preservation from 65% developed, which was shown in concept A, to less than half, 48% of the overall 40 acres developed, shown in concept C. And this elicited a great conversation, 3 conversations actually, because we split up into 3 discussion groups so that we could get the most feedback possible about all of the opportunities presented. Quite frankly, we thought that concept A would just get thrown out immediately because it is significantly developed. It's a significant program, and it has the least buffer to residential areas to the northeast. However, it was interesting. Some of the comments said, hey, if we're going to do this, let's really go for it. Let's maximize bang for the buck. And we appreciated that perspective. And we actually heard that from all different groups, including some of the residents. However, it really became apparent in those conversations that there was a strong, dare I say it, consensus that centered around concept B. And this evolved based on the feedback that we received into what we're presenting now as the preferred option to move forward with a master plan. Next slide, please.
Did you discuss the difference in configuration relative to lighted ball fields and those kinds of things? I know there's differences here because when you talk about extended play, trying to make use of the fall and winter months, then lights come into to play as well, and that's got to be a big factor. But so in addition to that, did the Charles Brown Elementary School weigh in on any of this? Are we considering a joint use agreement, which is typically done in other regions? Has that been drafted? Where do we stand in that aspect of it?
So I'll briefly address both of those. The first, yes, and we are proposing some lighted fields, not all. And I think that is one of the primary reasons why concept B in general form is more preferable. Although the soccer fields shown to the north of that concept are lighted, they have a significant buffer both horizontally and vertically from the residents, much more so than concept A.
Okay.
And some of the feedback we got around concept C was that it didn't go far enough to meeting some of the needs that the community all did really realize are present.
Right.
And so concept B was essentially accepted by, I think, the majority of the community, if not all the community, as a really rational compromise.
And that was tweaked to give us the current draft.
Correct.
So for instance, the soccer fields are made equal in size and some little tweaks, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, very perceptive. To your second point about Charles Brown Elementary and the Motherlode School District, yes, they've been engaged all through the process. There is not an MOU at this point, but they have expressed their eager support to having this facility adjacent to their current school. I don't know when that school was built, but it was a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they're pretty landlocked. And so they know that they have no opportunity to expand their programs unless something like this comes along. In fact, the preferred master plan that we'll present in a moment does take into account that site and the fact that there are 50 existing parking stalls and the I won't say certainty, but it's pretty close of a joint use agreement moving forward in the future. And I just say not certainty because there hasn't been a formal document. You know, we've been moving pretty fast.
But it's a work in progress. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna say that I'm very concerned about design B. I actually like design C better. And Kim, if you could just really quick go to the very first opening slide, and I'll show you why. So we have an existing mobile home park there of seniors. It's well established, it's been there a long time, and it's a very popular place to live. And when you look at the proposed park, stay there. You know, you look to the northeast, like you said, I think that we should keep the impacts as far away from possible as what's existing, because we're introducing something new that is lighted and noisy. And as we already, Supervisor Truman pointed out, back in the day when there was a Little League at school, there was problems. And we know when you bring new people into something, there's going to be some issues, just always is. So in my mind, I think that the impact should be over on the right and the lower, I guess that'd be south, put more impacts that direction, because it's not developed. And when it is developed someday, those people will already go, oh, there's already an existing park here when they move here. We're introducing something that really is going to impact those folks. I visit there often. Everybody knows my mom lives over there. It's by 8 o'clock, it's quiet, except for when there's an event going on nearby. So I just think that introducing something new, we should move those impacts as far away as possible down to the is that east and south. That's just like I said, they've been there. It's a lovely place over in that park, and then too, that opens up, it preserves more of the natural area that could be more of those beautiful walking trails that we saw in the photos that the community also is just wanting so terribly badly. So I just personally can't support B for this project, but I do like C better. So that's just where I'm coming from. And I want everybody to see this picture so you can actually see the undeveloped part, which I think is where we should put the most new impacts, because when those are developed someday, those people already go, oh, there's a park there, and they might move there because of that. So thank you.
We hope they see this as a great amenity also. Thank you. If we could move to, and we will discuss the preferred concept. So this concept is 1 or 2% less preserved than concept C, concept B. Concept C, you're right, did preserve the most amount of area. It also provided the least amount of programming. And it wasn't, our explicit recommendation. We really did base the preferred concept on the consensus that evolved from the community outreach process. And not everybody got exactly what they wanted, but I think, as one of our respondents said, at least there was a compromise achieved. Concept B, which evolved to the preferred concept, next slide, please, does provide for 4 new sports ball fields which was important to be able to have in this facility because that was the threshold of the financial study that the county prepared. I want to say it was a year or so ago. I don't know the exact timing on that. To make this a viable financial model to be able to support leasing out and renting out those ball fields and concession stands and that sort of thing. And I should point out that all those fields are located together, which is another important aspect of making this a rentable, financially sustainable model, which is why all those 4 new fields are arranged to the south. We did have to find a place to fit at least some of those 18 needed soccer fields, and we did find room for 2. Those soccer fields, relative to concept B, rather than proposing 1 large and 1 small after some great input from the soccer community, they expressed how much more versatile having 2 large fields is for a number of reasons. Not just because they can run 4 or more practice games on the space of 2 large fields, but also this assists the county's maintenance efforts, being able to take 1 field offline, reseed it, rest it. Those fields can't be used continuously because they just don't support that level of play. And so you have to be able to trade off and have an alternate space to go. I should point out that those fields do have about a 20-foot horizontal separation from the residents, which means that they're lower, helping to contain some of that noise and light. And they're also a minimum of 200 feet away from the residential property line to the south, to the northeast, which is larger than any other park we're aware of with comparable facilities in this area. This concept also preserves all of Dead Man Creek. Commissioner Heidel, you alluded to some of the changes, and that was one of the changes in concept B. We had proposed a minor realignment. We were able to reconfigure the parking, adjust the location of one of those larger ball fields to avoid impacting Dead Man Creek, which was important to save money, development dollars, in addition to preserving natural resources. I should point out that this concept is fairly efficient in terms of development because it arranges all of the programming and activities around the lowest areas of the site and closest to existing infrastructure, water, sewer, and power, which are available nearby. And we've already started those conversations with the EID. So this really is the most efficient for development. It keeps the programming as far away as possible from the neighboring residences with this level of programming. And I think that was the trade-off. To get back to your concerns, is that this does provide a higher level of programming than the concept C that we looked at a minute ago.
When you say programming, could the walking trails also be considered programming them? So we could
absolutely
swap them out. Okay.
Absolutely. And we do differentiate between active programming, which is generally, turf, playgrounds, built elements, and passive programming. And so this concept preserves 45% of the total 40 acres for that passive recreation and those natural resources. And so the walking trails, the community gardens could be in those areas. There's a potential for other, like disc golf, very low impact activities in those areas.
Can I ask why you not, I haven't heard yet of the phrase multi-use trail. Is there a reason for that? Because I'm kind of surprised in Tahoe, it's all multi-use because we have cyclists, you've got bicyclists, you got equestrians, you got everybody. Why didn't you use the same trail?
Yeah.
And I did hear in a comment, somebody asking about a wider trail. That makes sense to me because you open it up to everybody. It's not going to be just one certain recreationalist on a trail per se. You're going to end up with bicyclists and pedestrians on it. We've given into that fact in Tahoe and gone to multi-use wider trails. And it just makes sense. I'm just curious. I have not heard that.
And I think that's because that level of detail is the next step. We have not identified all the materials, all the construction methodology, exactly what the trail section might be yet. We have an idea. Whether or not multi-use, which is generally a 14 to 16 foot wide section with a 10 foot wide paved asphalt, whether or not that's appropriate right in this area, we haven't landed on all those specifics yet, which is the very next phase of the project.
I just want to make sure that you all keep that open in your
That's a
mind.
really good point, because we do have, I don't want to say the word battle, but I can't think of another word off the top of my head. We do have these battles throughout county trails, state park, we have it everywhere. BLM, federal, everywhere you go, we do have these conversations about the trails. So I agree, wider.
And also
wider.
the advent of the electric bike, I mean, motorized.
La, 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 no.
There's motorized bikes, and then there's the pedal assist.
Yes, yeah.
And we've stayed with the pedal assist, which I think is great. But anyway, it kind of opens it up, because you've got, very, very variable users. So yeah, just keep that in mind when you get that next level.
Well, I think the important thing for, the takeaway for us is to make sure that we are considering all abilities, and all types of users and users of all abilities.
Yeah,
And
multi-use words.
absolutely.
Yeah, and then maybe over plan the width even, is that, are you finding the width that we have is
We
enough?
are, we just did a groundbreaking yesterday, which we'll get into later, for a bike area, and we have a 12-foot bike trail, which goes down to 8 feet when we get into a bridge situation, or a sensitive area, but you can widen, and that's it. Again, it depends on where you're at, what the topography is and what's going on. But yeah, everybody go to Yosemite now. They have giant trails that have bike and walking areas on one giant, I have a 20-foot path. I want to say it's huge in their village areas, and then goes down narrower into the more rural parts of Yosemite. So yeah, it's a great conversation. Yeah, but it's definitely there. People are.
That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
One of the things that you guys addressed any of the drainage problems, especially when you're the impact with the parking lots and stuff in El Dorado, because El Dorado's had a drainage problem for years and years and years. And one of the things they did when they built Union Mine High School, they didn't address those problems. So ended up impacting a lot of the residents, on Laurel Lane and El Dorado Street and stuff like that, the concerns there, because a lot of those people's houses got flooded. So that's one of the big concerns, is making sure that when you do this, to make sure that that water is diverted away from them, because that's a big impact in El Dorado. I know Wendy was just talking about El Dorado fixing the drainage problem. That's fixing the drainage problem in El Dorado is a good thing, but I'm talking about the residents upstream. That's where the big issue is. And that's something we need to address and make sure that's taken care of.
Absolutely.
Because I don't want to impact those people down there. I've dealt with it for years and years and years in El Dorado. So I think that's something we need to look at.
In the design, so I should point out, at this level of design, this is a master plan which identifies the most significant program elements, their general location, and those questions, which of course are critical and essential. Those questions all get answered as we move to the next phase, where we start to do the technical drawings, get where we can analyze the areas and the watersheds and make sure that stormwater treatment and retention is both accounted for within the design. But absolutely, those are all critical and required components of any development process.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, there was 2 feet of water going through El Dorado at times. So that needs to be addressed. We don't want that to happen, especially impacting the people that live in that particular area. So,
And I'll just say quickly, from the Tahoe's perspective, our stormwater guys that work on this, on projects, are excellent at it. Our county staff is excellent at understanding stormwater runoff and how that affects the other areas. And it should definitely be a part of it.
yeah, definitely, Sue, because it wasn't addressed when Union Mine High School was built. And that was one of the big issues. And it was Mark Nielsen, I addressed it to him in videos and stuff we were taking.
I'll remind you, that's a state process. The county really has no input.
I understand that, Tom. But it's still, it's a concern to me. So
I understand.
anyway.
It affects the community, yes. I had a couple of other questions I didn't see. I see, there's a potential for a sand volleyball court. Why don't we just plan that in? Because I think the demand is going to be there, unless I'm misinterpreting that. So it seems like it ought to be a feature that's identified, not future, but just because those are low cost.
They are low cost. No, you're absolutely right. And we heard that comment fairly late in the process, but that was actually a comment from Union Mine school district representatives, because they are seeing sand volleyball rise in popularity, obviously with the high school demographic, and then that will only grow. And so we did identify a location just to make sure that we were space planning for
Okay,
it.
good.
Like you said, it's a very low cost thing that could be cut in at any point, whether that's in design or in a few years down the road, if the need really materializes, like we think it will. But we didn't account for that. We didn't put it in as a current element in this plan now, because we didn't hear that specifically from the users nor from the county's master plan, which
Okay.
might change as it's being updated.
Right.
And I think it's important to maintain some flexibility, but we did identify that as a potential. We did identify that as future. Hopefully that answers your question as to why it's not certain in this plan.
Yeah, go ahead.
So will that affect the EIR if you put it in later? Do you have to go back and do another EIR if you start making some like changes?
Minor adjustments, we don't feel.
Yeah, what's minor on this though?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So in that instance, it wouldn't change the hydrology significantly. It would actually improve things. Turf is very permeable. If we were to put in sand volleyball, it would actually become more permeable. And it wouldn't affect the usability or the occupant loads or the vehicle miles traveled or any of those items.
So it just depend on which area you're talking about and what that impact might be.
Mhm.
Just in the general, so you're not gonna go immediately back to having to redo an EIR just because.
Correct. It just in the same way, we are looking forward to programming the potential for community gardens, but we don't feel that it's in the county's best interest to run and maintain community gardens. We would need a community group to step up.
Yep.
And so if a group came in and California Native Plant Society wanted to do a demonstration area, or a community wanted to do a community garden, those wouldn't substantially change the use of the park. And we would build all those potentials into the project description.
Okay, that's right. It's kind of going as
Mhm.
EIR should have those
Mhm.
possibilities in it. Okay.
Correct.
So the second question I have is the plan for fencing. Is there any fencing in the project at all? Or is this an open access?
Currently, and per other county parks, this would all be open access except along the existing residence to the northeast.
Okay.
And we've discussed that, and the county's policy is to not fence their parks because that leads to more issues so far to date. And there are pros and cons both ways. But the idea of the park is to be able to provide access. The parks are monitored. There is a policy for when the parks open and close. This design is very surveillable. A patrol car can come in and out very easily. We have discussed with the neighbors the potential for a gate, and they're very excited about that, to be able to have their own gate. And our suggestion.
Gate for entry and exit to
Mhm.
that neighborhood.
To the neighborhood. Yeah. And our suggestion has been, if that's something they want to do, we will plan for it. And we've actually shown path connections, but that would be something that they would monitor and maintain.
But the main entry would not be gated. It's going to be wide open 24/7
Correct.
because
As
you
shown.
do have issues if you don't have security and patrol in that case. I'm not trying to design it. I'm just trying to say I've seen issues arise because they weren't given proper consideration early in the planning phase. The other thing I'll notice, whenever you have a walking trail like that, you're going to have people want to take their dogs out. If you don't have dog collection thing, it becomes a
Correct.
mess.
Correct.
So they have to be planned in as part of the process.
Yes.
I'm assuming those are details that'll come later. But we've seen that in a number of different communities. And then the only other thing is, the emphasis on senior exercise activities. Park courses used to be the name for some of
Mhm.
those things in the past. I understand that's a business name. They went out of business, but those kinds of exercise activities along a trail can be very beneficial. I don't know what the
Absolutely.
senior community out in this area would like, but I think we need to do an outreach to them and find out if there's simple features we could add here that would really encourage them to use that park. Because a lot of times that's the surveillance you get.
Absolutely.
To be perfectly
Yes.
honest, is the people that come over there every day and walk through and say, hey, this isn't right. Something's going on here, right? And they'll report it as opposed to having to patrol or something. So the more you encourage that kind of use and just general observation, I think the better off we are.
Absolutely. Thank you. And very salient points. All of those unfortunately can't be represented at this scale of
Right,
drawing.
right. Understand.
There's some fine text in one of the attachments, the PDFs, that does speak to site furnishings, including all of the items that you just mentioned.
Okay.
As well as waste and refuse bins, large bulk storage for county parks, and volunteer group maintenance operations, storage of equipment for some of the larger sports groups. All those things we are considering. And thank you. exercise course isn't something that we've dove into in great detail, but it's definitely also on our minds.
All right, very good.
Points,
Yeah.
good points.
Very good.
And I think with that, I will wrap up the conversation, or the presentation rather, and continue the conversation.
So I have some more global questions. I think, to go to Vicky, when we get to that.
Okay, okay.
When we
Because
get to
I'm like, wait a minute,
When
we're
we get
bringing
to
it to the board for questions, comments, Supervisor Thomas, litter button up.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the presentation. And, I've been engaged in this every step of the way. And I just have to say, I have been so impressed with your process. You have been thoughtful. You have been engaging. I think you've gotten just a really broad engagement so far that has brought us to this compromised plan, recognizing that there is great flexibility built into it that can evolve depending on the additional needs that come from our revised master plan or the community. And so I really appreciate your very thoughtful approach. I think you've done a marvelous job and just had to articulate that. I am also so excited about the robust community partnerships that this park involves through the Boys and Girls Club, through the Marshall Foundation for Community Health, the partnership with the Motherlode Union School District, the high school district, and, as well as countless groups that are really looking forward to partnering on this in a bunch of ways. This really is a community park. And I also appreciate the shift in focus, that this was originally, going to be developed as a sports complex. I think it's very appropriate that it has moved to a true community park with those program elements identified in our master plan that can also build in a revenue stream to support this, because that's often what we don't do. We'll do a park perhaps, but then it becomes a county burden. And I think this community park represents a really nice balance between having a revenue stream to support it, so it's not a burden but an asset, as well as the partnerships with the community that will help run it and make it program and to meet the needs of our local population. The more I've been engaged in this, yes, there's an opportunity for sports teams to come up and use this facility, but there is a huge need for our local teams, our little leagues, our soccer clubs, our grandkids, our kids, to not have to travel great distances, but can be in their own county and then in their own communities to play on what this is going to be, just top-notch sports facility. It's a brand new state-of-the-art sports facility. And that is going to be such a lovely community benefit. I also appreciate in your process that you have taken great heed and sensitivity to the neighbors' concerns. Supervisor Parlin, you bring up very, real concerns that I appreciated you addressing and helping provide context about that neighborhood, which is a beautiful neighborhood. And it's been fun to see the residents as our community meetings have gone on. The first one was there was a lot of fear about this. And as this has evolved, that has definitely shifted to seeing the potential for them to have a benefit to them, recognizing that this park will be built to minimize the impacts, which is right for us to do, while maximizing the community benefit of this. So just really excited about this potential. And I do support the idea of an additional analysis when we go into the EAR, just to make sure that the contaminants that have been identified potentially in the past as far as uses are not a concern, to put those community fears to rest. I think that's a good process, that we can build into our process. So I support that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So anyway, just real excited about the journey ahead. And I think this Plan B represents a really nice compromise that meets our needs while minimizing impacts.
And Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I agree. I like the revised Plan B with the changes you've made, the full-size soccer fields, the retaining wall, all those kinds of things. I think this is a great project. It fits the needs of the community, and I think we can address the CEQA issues, the noise, the lighting, all that kind of stuff by proper design techniques. I think we can alleviate some of the concerns that people would have. We could actually do some testing if they're concerned about noise. But I do think extended hours of use is a big part of these kinds of facilities. You have to have lights. If you subject to that seasonal thing, you got to be done by 5 o'clock because it's dark, you just really limit your program. So I'm pleased to see some of the lighting in there. My biggest concern is sustainability. It always has been, particularly when you're going into what appears to be a recessionary period. because the county only has so much resources. And I think we're at a point where the county needs to decide, are we going to get into operating these kinds of parks? Or does this need to be developed under a recreation finance district or something different so that you can get property tax base that goes into supporting this on an annual basis? There are various techniques for doing that. If the county says we're going to own and operate this, I get really concerned, particularly if we don't have MOUs and other things in place, joint use agreements and an MOU with the Boys and Girls, because when times get tough, people pull back their money. And I don't want to see this get started and, great project gets going and then it falls into this, we can't maintain it, we don't have the staff to do it. Those are the kinds of things we need to be concerned about, make sure that we've built every form of sustainability we can in through these agreements, right? There has to be a commitment from the community, in my opinion, to support this. So those are my biggest area of concerns. I think we move forward, but I think in parallels, we talked about with the joint use agreement, those things need to be developed. The MOU, I think, is absolutely essential with the Boys and Girls Club. I need to know what their level of commitment is because their needs change too, right? And as their needs change, we don't want them to abandon this project to go to something else. So I think that the knowledge, the understanding, the agreement that's necessary to put that together is a very important step in this process to get to the point that we can authorize the funding to go build it, right? Because ultimately that's what you got to get to. So those are kind of my overriding considerations.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Thanks for bringing this presentation to us today. I really appreciate it. One of the things I kind of support C. I think that concept actually fits that area a little bit better, especially when it comes to protect the noise level and the lighting issue that's with that trailer park. And that's one of the feedback that I've got from residents. So anyway.
And I was going to kind of plead, I guess, with the board to really reconsider and support concept C just for that larger buffer. We've seen out in the community, you can do all the sound and light studies you want, but when you're out there on the ground and you're living it, the studies often don't actually capture what really happens with topography. I personally have a loud, stinky neighbor, and the county said that wasn't going to happen. So studies are great on paper, but they don't match reality. And we have an existing community there, and I think it's the most fair to give them the biggest buffer possible. But the design concept C still has a lot of the active programming, and then it has a little bit more of the passive and the walking trails, which is another need. And I am excited about, I think Supervisor Huddle, when you said it about potential for the gates over there at Lake Oaks. Yeah. I can tell you that some of my kids are in their late 20s now, but when the kids were younger, they already have some trails there inside the park, and it would be so you take your grandkids over and you take your grandma and grandpa out and you go walking. So I see that as a huge plus, actually, to have that benefit of the walking trails, even more so on that side with the access between the two, the bigger buffer. And so I'm very concerned about adding something so intensive with the lighting and the noise into an existing development. And I prefer to have those impacts just further away, closer to the undeveloped. So we're not creating, you don't want more phone calls, you guys. I'm just telling you, you don't want this. So that's all. I'm just asking if you'd reconsider and support something more like C. So Supervisor Thomas.
I just wanted to offer some insight that at the final meeting, when we were looking at the concepts, I went in expecting that there would be overwhelming support for concept C. As for the reasons you noted, I felt that's probably where we were going to go with this. And I was rather shocked at the response that night. It was a broad mix of people. We had residents, we had the sports clubs, we had community members, and we had, families from the community. It was a really nice representation. And through all of the discussions, as we weighed all of the ins and outs, and it was a robust process. It was really well done. The overwhelming consensus is that C didn't meet the recreational needs as identified in our master plan. And equally important for me, it didn't meet the financial thresholds that we are needing this park to have in order to maintain it appropriately, and have it financially stable. And so we have to weigh those balances. And I think recognizing that what it looks like it's a flat area, but as David brought out, the rise in topography where the ball fields, the soccer fields are lowered, that is going to make a big difference. That there is quite a bit of buffer that as you are on the site looking, that's really misleading to understand the amount of buffer is. And how important it is for those two soccer fields to be identical, and one will be lit and one won't be. Or we're going to light both of them?
We did propose lighting on both.
Lighting on both. Okay.
Because in general, if you have, I mean, the lights are very, very specific. They're very directed and they have very minimal overspray or overspill and glare because they are directed only on the fields themselves. They've come a long way since the lighting that was installed at Union Mine. They're nothing like the Union Mine lights. Yeah. And it's not a knock on Union Mine. It's just that was the technology at the time. And with LEDs and directional focus of each one of those elements, the lighting is now very, very precise. The reason we are proposing lighting on both is because that maximizes flexibility and utility. Now, it's possible that because of funding, we could install conduits to one or both for lighting in the future, but we do recommend that both be lit so that you can take one or the other field offline.
Okay, so I just wanted to offer those insights as to how that meeting advanced, because I was actually surprised that the consensus wasn't to go to see.
But again, that's just who shows up that day. And it's our responsibility to look out for the potential for impacts into the future. And I've seen so many projects that happen, and it's hard. It really is difficult to capture potential noise and lighting. It really is. And noise tends to go uphill. You can study this stuff until the cows come home. And until you actually put it in there, the noise will surprise you. You know, we've been getting complaints about other things with noise and all of that, and light shows and all of that. So I'm just trying to be thoughtful and think forward thinking. And I get it, you know, when whoever shows up to a meeting, of course, the thoughts are going to be all over the place, but it's our job to really look at those impacts into the future for the surrounding area. And that is my biggest concern. I just feel like we've seen this happen so many times over and over, but that's okay. Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you. You know, it's funny because I just came from my daughter's house and she has a soccer field in the backyard. She's up against an elementary school that has 4 soccer fields, in fact, and it's not a school right now. They're using it just for the fields. Mm-hmm. And one thing I found interesting is these are not lit. And as soon as the lights get dark, the kids are out, poof, and it's very quiet. And I'm just curious because in Tahoe, we have a 10 o'clock rule on the lake. Mm-hmm. If you're gonna, you know, if you do a time and say lights out at 9 o'clock, whatever it is, I don't think that, I think that might be a good compromise because the soccer fields are great, but as soon as those kids are out of there, there's quiet.
And I appreciate that because I did have that in the back of my mind is like, and I hate to say this, but 8 o'clock, usually that senior park is dead quiet. If we could do an 8 o'clock lights out, I think that would be an excellent compromise and clear the place out. But you know, in the winter hours, 8 o'clock even is you know, you still need lights 8 o'clock in the winter time. So right, exactly.
And that's what we have in Tahoe. You know, we have a high school that you could see from the other side of the lake when those lights are on. And so that's why they enacted this. And it does clear out and it's a good compromise. So just something in there that I would frankly, at this point, I'm kind of moving towards be with that, you know, that we direct staff to see about make sure there's a time limit in there that is comfortable, everyone's comfortable with.
Lights out.
Lights out. That is very thoughtful.
If I could,
I like that.
The county's current policy, Parks and Recreation across the whole county is for any lit area to stop active use and turn the lights off at 10.
Okay.
Now, with that, the county has all along through the entire process, Vicki has committed to working with residents to say, if there is an issue, we will institute a management policy to change the time. And that's that you have the flexibility to do that at any time.
Okay.
If you don't have the lights, you just don't have flexibility. If you do, you still have flexibility.
Yeah, I really think that's a good compromise because it's I'm a little nervous about C not having that extra field because those fields are important. They are huge money makers, and it is important if you're going to do any, because I know that from having kids in sports is you, the more fields, the better. If that's how you end up getting those tournaments that make money and that, are important to the community. So I'm a little nervous about cutting off one field for that. If we can just figure out a way to get the
do
lights
that.
in. Yeah.
And I like doing that on the front end instead of doing it later though. So we set the expectation up front of an 8 o'clock.
Yeah, would 8 PM overly impact the ability to use this appropriately? I mean, from a programmatic standpoint?
My suggestion is to maintain flexibility.
Yeah.
But that's just my suggestion, to direct county staff to work with residents and to institute a policy as early as 8, but maybe not exactly 8.
Not
I mean,
the
it's
latest, but
and I only say that from the goal not of extending the time, but maintaining flexibility.
right, maintain, yeah. Recognizing that is our concern.
Right. It's really a management decision. It's easy to change.
Yeah, and that's what I found.
So
honestly.
communication is tough.
As soon as those fields go dark, they're gone.
I mean, that is a good point.
Yeah.
It gets really dark.
Yeah.
Awesome. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I had a question, I think, for Steve, relative to the initial study that's going to be done. Won't it address this issue with noise and lighting in that adjacent community? And won't there be mitigation effects like berming around the facility to block the noise at that level before it gets to the trees? All those things can be considered, right? So that we can actually look at what's the possible maximum noise level, lighting configuration, and then do what we could to mitigate that and make it a natural environment as opposed to a sound wall or something. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And in fact, for our purposes, on the environmental side of life, we're usually the people that bring the bad news, right? But this is actually the fun part, because with direction received from your board, then we can work with David and his team to identify the massing and as related to the topography, and looking at that along with our colleagues, the civil engineers, to come up with a grading plan that's as naturalistic as possible, that can attenuate that noise to the greatest degree possible. So with that, it's a matter of sort of micrositing the fields, especially the soccer fields, obviously. The ball fields are pretty much in a flattish area, but that's going to be a really, it's going to be the first, as you know, the first step of mitigation is avoidance of impact, and that's what we're going to try to do. So with that, once we get that programmed, then it comes down to the specifics of doing the acoustic analysis. And that's going to go all the way through the EIR. That's going to be something of great community concern. We want to make sure that we address it fully. So with that, we'll be doing noise modeling, and it's based on real life information gathered from real life soccer fields. And with that, we'll be sharing that information with David and his team. And so with that, if there's any calibration for positioning or what we might be doing with mass grading or fine grading, that's where that would come in. When it comes to the lights, that's again, the technology now is very, very good for being very specific and not having light leakage or glare. So with that, that's the other part of it. We will be doing a light and glare analysis as part of this environmental impact report. So as we come forward, as we publish the draft EIR, the community can see exactly what this will look like.
And may I add, I'm sorry.
Sure, go.
Interrupt, but Lake Tahoe Community College, there was an issue. There's a neighborhood across the street from where the soccer fields were going in. And that's exactly what they did. They lowered the soccer fields. They have a barrier up there, and they have the lights going in towards the field. And the combination has made a very comfortable situation. So maybe a good one to look at, a good case study would be
Existing,
LTCC's existing
Right.
soccer field up there. So,
Exactly. And that's actually, one of the things we really enjoy is working on that design to minimize the impacts. So yeah, that's the coming attraction within the environmental impact analysis process. And really, to our minds, the key issue, since we've been able to avoid Dead Man's Creek and the habitat there,
Yeah.
and also sensitive cultural resources in the southeast corner, it's really going to be all about light, glare, noise, and traffic are going to be sort of the really substantive portions of that EIR. So with
Those
that,
are always the ones.
yeah, welcome to El Dorado County, right?
Almost always the ones.
Sometimes aesthetics stand out.
Sometimes, right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Supervisor Turnbow.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the biggest concerns is the lighting issue, because I'm dealing with it right now with Heritage. They built this park down there and they got 50-foot lights and stuff. And a lot of the senior community doesn't want it. So that's a big issue. And especially when you're coming to, this is a senior park that's adjacent to that. And that's my biggest concerns because I don't want to get a bunch of phone calls either, just like, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot. So I think that in the Cameron Park Cameron Park, El Dorado Hills CSD, basically they compromises dawn to dusk. And that's something that we could put in, which would be better, but it would accommodate, especially those seniors that live in that facility there. So are these going to be 50-foot lights? Can you tell me that?
We don't know the exact specifics because we haven't gotten again to that level of design, but I will tell you, it may seem counterintuitive, and I think it's a great point to go look at existing facilities to identify what 200 feet away really feels like. But in general, the higher the light, the more directed it is. The caveat is you can't be close enough that you can see up into the light, and having that buffer, which the 200 feet is certainly adequate so that you don't see the source of the glare, is imperative. And that's what will happen here.
Well, the thing is they did turn the lights on down there, and it really impacted the residents around that area. They were really concerned. I've got a bunch of pictures and shows how bright it is. It's amazing is what it is, how bright these lights are. So that's my biggest concern, especially when you're talking about seniors, especially in that facility there.
And I'm concerned about the
Senior
noise.
park.
So, and I guess that's the thing is we all have existing examples to show you where these studies didn't do what we thought they were going to do. And that's why we're concerned. So I hope you understand that. And I think, are you guys ready for public comment?
Please, yeah.
You might want to have a seat. Well,
Thank
somebody
you.
might come to the podium. I don't know.
Now taking public comment on item number 31. Individuals will have 3
Randy.
minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Randy Paces. I'm the chairman of the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee. And I have to speak quickly because I have to get home. My wife has an appointment and I have to go. But, and you received a letter from me, I presume it was in your packet. And of course, one of the key issues that the committee, as well as the broader community, is the traffic concerns on Pleasant Valley Road. And we use the term, or I use the term in the meeting about developing in silos, and that's kind of a buzz term. I don't know how universally understood that is, but effectively, this park, as designed, is only going to have one way in and one way out. Charles Brown School has one way in and one way out.
Well, it's got
all on
emergency
Pleasant Valley.
egress, right?
The
Only emergency.
the Mercy Housing Apartment Complex right next door by the Snow Line office is building 65 units. It has one way in, one way out. There have been studies in the past, one of which significant one is the one done by the Transportation Commission. It was the Diamond Springs, mobility and community livability plan. And one of the aspects of it that, we firmly support and has been part of what we talk about for a long time is the concept of the Union Mine connector, basically a parallel capacity south of Pleasant Valley Road that can serve all that undeveloped but anticipated to be developed property down there. And this park is actually one of those properties that was anticipated for development before this opportunity came up. And one thing, so it's not just a nebulous traffic. This is a serious, very focused traffic issue. And one of the things we see as a significant omission, I guess, in any of these concepts is the ability for vehicular access to the south and to the east. Everything in this park is focused back to Pleasant Valley Road. It's got a parking lot sufficient for 350 vehicles, and think about that, everybody coming out onto Pleasant Valley Road. This is a significant issue. And I was going to say in the beginning, I forgot, but we we do support the park. We're absolutely in support of the park. We understand that Bob Smart would be haunting us from beyond the grave if we didn't. So, you know, and we applaud everything that Vicky has done. Everything. She's just done a marvelous job, and these guys have been great. But take a very hard look and please incorporate it into the design that
Thank you, Andy.
access to the south and the west, serving the actual
We got
community.
it. We got it. Thank you. 3 minutes.
All right,
That's it.
all right.
And we got your letter, so we're good. Thank you.
That's right.
Drive safe. Anyone else in the room?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, Sean McCartney, Boys and Girls Club. First of all, thank you so much for you guys kind of leading the charge on this, and thanks, Vic, for your work. John, you mentioned the club and what our MOU is going to look like. I think we're not there yet simply because we don't know what type of park we're looking at. What I can promise you is I can't get my club involved in a process that won't be sustaining. So that's why B, I think, is a better option for us, just because it's more, there's more opportunities for us to make our money back and cover my costs. I'm not in this to make money at all. I'm in this to pay for the people that are going to run the park and to make sure that this community has that opportunity. We're flexible. And I think when we got into this, shoot, what was it, 3 years ago? 3 years ago, I mean, I thought it was a great idea. And when I think of the club, I think of how can we support community? And so this obviously is an opportunity for us, not just to support 5 or 5-year-olds through 18-year-olds, but 5-year-olds through 90-year-olds. And there's a big need. And how can our club do this? I think we can do it by getting manpower, by scheduling tournaments, by making sure that there's a lot of activity that's happening. Lots of concerns that have been addressed today, and I think they're all valid. But what I can tell you is that what you'll get from the Boys and Girls Club is a commitment that we're not just going to say we're going to do it. We will do it. When we sign on the dotted line, we will be there for you. And you know, when we built the building, we said we were going to build it, and we build it. And we will do the same thing here with this park. I think the opportunities to change lives for all of our young people that live here, but for the young people that live down the hill. I mean, what a great opportunity. Like last weekend, I was in Stockton at a tournament for softball. I'd much rather come to El Dorado County for a tournament in softball. Not that Stockton's not fine, but at any rate, that's, you know, I think Vicky's done a great job. Where we're at today is we're right on the cusp of really kind of taking this next step. And I think with this next step is an opportunity for us to chart, you know, many years ahead of, you know, you were a part of something big and a part of something that made an impact, not just in the lives of kids today, but the lives of grown folk in the future. So the club, you can count on us. We'll show up, and we'll do what we have to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else in the room?
Good morning, Jamie Johnson, Marshall Foundation for Community Health. Again, I just want to echo what Sean said. You know, this part, we're part of this plan here, and what Wendy had mentioned, this collaboration and this partnership amongst the school district, the county, the foundation, Boys and Girls Club, and working together to put this together, which is going to be very important to our community. It's an amazing model, and seeing this happen, and it can be a role model for future projects. I believe that this is so important to this county. And so as we move forward with this, and I am very positive that this will go forward and this will be successful. I mean, it's not only for our young people, but for our older adults. Very intergenerational programming, wonderful opportunities. It's not only for the health of our community on individual and a holistic basis, but on the economic health of our community in our county, which is so very important. And you know that goes back to the individual health of all of our residents and all. So I am very proud to be part of this. Our foundation is, our board is very supportive of this. And thank you for taking this and moving this forward. We're looking forward to continuing with it.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. First, I have to say I do like parks. I just have some concerns. It just feels like the county is trying to stuff all their dreams into a constricted area, which has happened before, which caused conflict. And it also sounds like for this to be a viable project, the design must be intense. And my feeling, it's not the government's job to be a revenue generator. It's to protect the well-being of the residents. You've got viability versus compatibility. And I think it's the board's job to be more concerned with the compatibility to the community. And when you're discussing lighting, I just have spot notes because of the timing. Lighting will have to be bright for sports to be safe. Dim down lights that they have for other projects are not safe for those type of high activity things that are being proposed. There are two major restraints that I had, the meetings I've gone to, I keep bringing them up and I feel like it keeps getting sidetracked. It's traffic capacity and toxic waste. I don't understand the resistance in doing a thorough investigation on just those two issues prior to spending so much money on all the other studies. The county spent $405,000 on study for the Pines Park, which is now surplus county property. Do you really want to put kids on toxic soil? Should that not be the first priority to do before moving forward with all these other concerns? The more conflicts, and I almost feel like there's a conflict with the service provider on this, because the more conflicts that are there, the harder and longer the studies have to be, and the more expensive. And something that's feasible, I would look at these two things first. I know that the developers want a south capacity lane, but that lane would also have to come up to a 2-lane old mining road that is not is already max capacity. So traffic and toxic soil. And I think feedback should consider residents over outside county providers. I would, if we have to move forward, I would go with favor C, because it is, and actually I would take out the smaller soccer field. You're trying to put too much in one location that is very restricted, impacting to the senior community. So lastly, if this has to be intensive to be viable, then you need to abandon these proposals and consider the community first. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Breton.
Good morning still. Laurel Brentbaum. I'm wearing 2 hats today, El Dorado County Chamber and as a trustee of the Marshall Foundation for Community Health. I'm testifying today in support of this project. I want to recognize Vicki for her tremendous efforts in bringing this project this far forward. The devil's always in the details, and as the presenters have shared on more than one occasion, this is a moving object. The final project has yet to be defined. So I encourage you to move forward with the program, and again, thank you, Vicki, for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Laurel. Now taking public comment from Larry Rolla.
Good morning, this is Larry. Yeah, I've got a couple points. First, I just want to, going through this process, it's just amazing the outreach that the county has done on this project. I just love the sessions they've had involving the community. It's been a great example of how we should be reaching out to the community on a number of levels, specifically with multifamily homes. I think that should be another way. I mean, looking at this example, this is exactly what we should be doing with the community. So putting that aside, I just love the idea of the ball field and the activity here. Vicki's done a great job, and so I'm very much in support. I think the main concern I have is really with the traffic. When you look at soccer and baseball, they both have a season, and during those seasons, when you look at and start to do the math on the traffic that we're going to experience, it starts to become a concern. And I think we need to better understand that with this project, there's, obviously there's revenue that needs to be generated. And so with that, there's probably a projection on the number of games that we're going to be seeing. And so you start to look at what's our break-even point. And I think we need to understand that as part of the EIR is for this to be a break-even park, what is it going to take? How many games are we looking at? And those games are during a season. And you start to look at the traffic that's going to be generated in the area. And so that should be something that we're looking at for this to be sustainable. So once again, very excited, in favor of it. And just, I think the traffic is the big concern that I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I echo the comments from both the board and the public about what an exemplary process in terms of listening to the public. And I think I like the mantra of sometimes the focus needs to be on compromise because consensus is just too hard of a lift. That's a new one to me, but I think you guys are exhibiting trying to find that common ground for compromise. I hear what folks are saying about the existing community as well as the needs from the multi-generational. As a 70-year-old, I like the idea of being able to take hikes with my grandchildren in different aspects of El Dorado County. And as a former coordinator of youth sports, I certainly like the idea of flexible approaches for those character and citizenship and fitness building aspects of youth sports. So kudos on the process, and I am optimistic about a compromise that works for everybody. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning, board. This is really exciting. I'm impressed with all of the thought and the details and the public input that has gone into this. I really have nothing to add except to say that I have no doubt that the concerns that have been expressed or will be expressed in the future will be addressed. So congratulations to everybody who's involved in this. It's just super exciting.
Thank you, Kathy. That was a great final comment.
There's
Love
no
it.
additional public comment.
All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the board. This is an action item.
Question. Real quick. When we go to the EIR, it's my understanding when we do an EIR that we have a preferred
Alternative, right?
Yeah, but there's other they all are, there's like four, the four will be, in this case, three, will all be addressed and looked at. Is that correct?
That's it. That's exactly right. Within the guidance that the governor's office of planning and research provided at the initiation of CEQA, there was a line that said alternatives are the heart of the analysis. And I think that's especially germane in this situation. Obviously, we'll look to provide the focus on the recommended alternative that this board defines, but also this is a very, very clear statement that there's a viable alternative that needs consideration as well, no matter whether that's B or C. But with that, we can take the process forward. We could include A, but I didn't really hear much of a groundswell for A. But I think that would be our recommendation, is to go forward with your preferred alternative, and then whatever it is, B or C, that wasn't identified as the preferred alternative, be taken through the impact analysis. So when we come back to your board with the draft EIR and ultimately the final EIR, you can consider what those environmental impacts or costs might be in your decision making.
Yeah, and that's all of a sudden dawned on me, because that's generally, in fact, there's usually a no.
There's no project that's required.
Project, right? Which is
right.
It's always, I don't understand that sometimes. It's just something like this, where everyone's excited to do something. But okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good point. I'm glad you asked that too. And then
I do have
Supervisor
another
Thomas,
question.
yeah.
She said,
Don't go anywhere.
So recognizing that we received a letter from the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee on the potential circulation concerns, once those other potential projects go in, which nothing is proposed for that, but is there an opportunity to address their circulation concerns certainly in the environmental analysis, but in the design of the project? Is there an opportunity for that?
I believe so. And if we could pull up the PowerPoint again, there's sort of an orphan slide at the very end that David and I have put together that identifies the comparison of what's currently within the assessor's parcels of subdivision versus what the mobility and livability plan that Randy was referring to shows. Let's see if we can pull that up. It'd be at the very, it should be the very, very last slide. So if we go to the end of the presentation. Next one. Next one. Should be another one.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go. There we go. That's it.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Great.
So on your left is basically the graphic showing what the 2012 mobility and livability plan, in essence, the vision plan that the Transportation Commission came up with. And in the way of discussing process, as soon as we got the notice to proceed, the first call that I made was to Randy. And we got together at Poor Reds and he described his concerns about transportation, the fact that this exercise roughly 10 years ago identified a variety of different ways to address the concerns that he voiced today and also in his letter and voiced in the advisory committee meeting. So with that, the plan that you see on the left from 2012 shows basically subdivisions that haven't been executed. As far as we know, no tentative maps have been filed, no maps have been recorded. But with that, it goes to the points that both he and other members of the community made about the need for a larger sort of area-wide, non-silo in Randy's terminology, approach to addressing traffic. Obviously, this project can't do all of that, but having said that, there are things that we can do within this project to try and, if not address the traffic as well as we can, given the situation, but also to leave open opportunities for perhaps an update of this plan that would consider south and west connections to other opportunities. Also, the fact that this plan shows in the park parcel coming into the southeast corner, which for a variety of environmental reasons is possible to do, but it would be very expensive and a very, very long regulatory process to do that. So with that, we believe, and in talking informally with your Department of Transportation, as well as some informal conversations with Woody Delary and the folks at the commission, there is an opportunity to adjust this roadway network to basically keep that viable within future development. So I think that's something that could be done to facilitate this. The other part of it too is there was concern about Mr. Patterson's letter to Supervisor Thomas expressed great concern about access from the subdivisions to Charles Brown Elementary School. And that's something that, in the design process, David and his team will be looking at not only connectivity, which we want to do to the greatest degree possible, but also safety and surveillance. So being able to come up with footpaths where kids can go from the subdivisions to the east through the park to walk to Charles Brown is probably the safest route to school that you could ever imagine.
Right.
So these are the sort of background concerns. In addition to the Oakdale Pleasant Valley intersection, our in-house traffic folks have both reviewed the numbers. We pulled traffic counts from the major intersections, worked with the DOT folks, and we think there are a number of measures that can be done at that intersection so that we can get safe traffic movement in and out, including widening east of Oakdale on Pleasant Valley to allow the creation of a westbound left turn lane into Oakdale. And then on the west side, restriping so that there can be a collection lane for left and right turns as you go towards Koki. So that would allow stacking of traffic going into the high school or into Koki. And then also on Oakdale to widen that to include bike lanes and also dedicated right and left-hand turn movements. So with some road widening and some striping, we think that we can do a lot to help that intersection. But as for the larger regional issues, obviously that's a heavier lift that we can't address, but we want to make sure that we don't foreclose any opportunities to address the issues here. What we've talked to Randy about informally is the idea that we would move into the EIR process and do a traffic study specific to this project, but also as a supplementary activity, look at what this project's effects might be on the actual 2012 plan.
Great.
And so with that, we would be coming back to your board with those analyses to share and look for your direction.
That'd be part of the EIR.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. That's
You bet.
perfect. So are we ready
Okay.
for a motion or?
Yeah.
So we're gonna have alternatives. I think the board agreed that we want to go with the further soil testing. Oh, Joe, wait a minute. Public comments kind of over. And you didn't send us an email on this. And-
I would like us to be realistic about one thing.
Wait, hold them for a moment, please. Board, do you want to hear from our auditor controller right now? He didn't send us a comment and he didn't participate in public comment, but I'm asking for, if you'd like that right now. That's the proper thing that I should do, because you weren't part of this staff report. So please hold on. Are you guys okay with giving him 3 minutes?
I'd like to hear from the auditor.
Hear from him, but you know our
3
process,
minutes,
Joe.
please,
Right.
Joe.
I've been overruled. No.
Yeah.
Okay. I support this park. El Dorado County doesn't do enough for parks and recreation, but I want to make sure we're all realistic. In all likelihood, there's going to be a permanent, and I support it, a permanent general fund obligation for park maintenance. It's Supervisor Hydall kind of tapped into it saying, can we form some kind of district? If we form a special district for parks out there, that will just take general fund revenue from the general fund to
But
permanently.
it shifts it, yeah.
Just shift it.
But it
to
puts under
this.
local control.
But I support this. You should scold Vicky for not working faster. I support this, but we need to be realistic. There's going to be it's very unlikely that this park can be run for a long, long period, year after year, without a general fund obligation for maintenance and other costs. And I support future CAOs sticking that in the budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you for allowing that, board.
Don't thank me. No.
I know. Anyway, so as I was saying, we've got alternatives in an EIR. The board kind of agreed that we do want to do the further soil sample and so that the community has peace of mind and that issue won't keep coming back at us. That's kind of where I want to go with that.
So I'd be happy to build that into my motion.
And then as far as the lighting, is that an alternative to have the lights go off like at 8 PM or something? Or can that be explored in the EIR also? Because I really do like that option as a compromise.
Yeah, and the way that we would do that for both lighting and for noise is to do the calculations,
Right,
figure out
study.
what it actually looks like from a physical standpoint, and then look at the alternatives for management, which will also be fed by some of the larger discussion that was had, how many teams, the frequency of use, our projections for the actual programming of activities will go into the project description.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you
I
for
got a
that.
comment to make. The biggest thing in stuff like that, talk about traffic mitigation and stuff like that. Is there any possibilities we could tie into Trescott Lane off of Union Mine?
You know, that's a larger discussion that we can have with your Department of Transportation. They haven't suggested that at this juncture. They've been working with us on the Oakdale and focused on that, but that's something we can certainly investigate with them as we move into the actual design of the traffic study.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the only other concern I have is drainage and then the soil contamination. So other than that, that's it.
And those will be in the EIR.
Yeah,
So
they'll be
very
on-
good.
done with
Okay. We have a motion in the works.
All right. We ready?
Mhm.
All right. So I am pleased to move that we approve design option B for the Diamond Springs Community Park. And that potential contaminants are studied in the EIR and as well as alternatives, including lighting timelines. Let me start. That was clunky. Let me start over. Sorry about that. I have too many notes all over.
There's
yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of parts.
So I move that we approve design option B for the Diamond Springs Community Park, including alternatives. I should have written this down. Doggone it. Okay, let me try this again. Approve design option B for the Diamond Springs Community Park, taking into consideration circulation concerns raised, and that potential soil contaminants are studied in the EIR, as well as design alternatives, including lighting and including lighting timelines. You can make that. We can make that.
So let's say that design B is the preferred alternative
And we're
in
approving
that
that today.
that's the
Yes.
preferred, but
Preferred.
that C will also be studied as an alternative.
In the EIR, and that we will also consider in the EIR potential contaminants, that they're looked at a little deeper, and that the lighting issue will be explored, including lighting timelines.
Time restriction or whatever, right?
Time
Do you want to
restrictions.
put in there that starting with it, that we're going to be considering B and C? That is, B is our preferred, but we're also considering design C.
I want to, my motion is to approve design concept B today, but that the alternatives, yes, B and C will be considered in the
Right,
EIR
I
as
just didn't want
alternatives.
us to put A
Yes.
in if no one wanted that.
Yeah, nobody
That's
wants
That's a
A.
waste of
Right.
money.
No, no, it's A. So
That sounds, yes, sounds good, but we are approving concept B today.
Well,
Makes it-
B's the
Be
preferred.
revised,
It's,
right?
it's the preferred.
Right.
Yeah.
As revised, the preferred is really the right language.
Yeah,
Based upon what's been
as
presented,
preferred.
otherwise.
Us
we have
EIR
mix.
people.
Yes, there you go.
Preferred is B, C will be also analyzed, and then with some time lighting restrictions. Because I really like that idea of just shutting her down at
It
a certain
works-
time,
works
setting that
well.
expectation early. And you know what, if you're right, if that is in there as a potential, maybe it could be explored to expand later, but at
And
least
understanding what the balance of that is for the
Okay.
program as well as the community.
an expanded
So-
toxics.
And I
Okay.
apologize for the clunky motion.
Well, you know, that's how conversations go.
Yeah.
So Kim, do you have a feel for it? Or you want to watch the video later and give us the real deal?
I can help you with
I
it.
want to make sure we're
But-
done here. So
Yeah.
BC, toxics, traffic, lighting restrictions, noise, shutting her down. Those are the big things in our motion here. So with that, because I understood what was going on, I'll second it. And Don's shaking his head like, that's not formal enough. It's not formal enough. Do you want it more? Can you make a stab at a more formal?
No. not
See,
yet.
that's
We have not
County-
enough coffee to figure this
County
out.
council who does EIRs often, can you take a stab at a formal?
If the board
doesn't
has,
wanna get 'em.
if the board is willing to allow Kim to watch the video and work with the chair and the vice
Yeah.
chair to make
Perfect.
sure the motion's clean in the minutes, that would be my.
But I think we
request.
rattled off all the things we were concerned about. So there they are.
Very good.
They're on the
Okay,
record.
I have a better one.
Did you get it?
Yes. Approved design concept, preferred.
Put preferred in
Preferred.
there to make me happy.
Approved.
Preferred B.
Preferred design option B, and explore additional considerations in the EIR,
Alternatives.
including alternative designs B and C, circulation routes, and lighting considerations, including time restrictions
And the toxic study.
and soil
And all that,
contaminants.
yeah.
Well, that didn't.
So there's-
We're gonna work with it.
Kind of
after, but
defining the scope
we
of
just
what the
said it,
EIR
yeah.
is.
I think everybody gets what we're going with, right?
Yeah.
And drainage, okay. We all get what we're going with. We'll formalize the language letter and make sure you get to approve the minutes next time too, to make sure we got it right. So there you go. You'll get another stab at it. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously and we'll clear that up, I promise. But great conversation. I appreciate everybody's support and thoughtfulness.
Yeah.
We are taking a 5-minute break and then we're gonna talk budget. That'll be
Right.
even more fun. Thank you.
And Vicky, thank you for
All right, we're back from break in, wow, our 10 a.m. item, item number 32, Kim.
Item number 32 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board consider recommended changes to the County of El Dorado budget for the fiscal year 22-23 and direct staff to return on September 27, 2022 with a budget resolution, budget amendment, and corresponding personnel allocation changes resolution.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. Kim, could you bring up the PowerPoint, please? So we're here today to cover the fiscal year 22-23 recommended adopted budget. I'm just going to go over highlights of the changes. This is the fiscal year that started on July 1st. The purpose of the revisions is the recommended budget is drafted. The departments turn in their submissions in February. We finalize it in May, but then things often change between when the recommended budget is approved in June and to now, when we know that the state and federal allocations have changed. We know better projections and actual amounts for year-end fund balances that are available the following year. And so that's the main purpose of the revisions that we're presenting today. The budget's prepared in compliance with the County Budget Act, so we're kind of prescribed in how we prepare the budget. We're summarizing that for you today, but it's basically the county-wide budget that applies to all the special districts and other agencies whose affairs and finances under the supervision and control of the board. As you see every time we present on the budget's kind of a closed system. Revenue and expenditures need to be balanced. If you want to increase an expenditure, you have to also increase revenues or decrease another expenditure. Per the government code, we have to make sure the budget is balanced. So to start off, one more. We had the public hearing on June 7th. During that public hearing, changes to the recommended budget were a 3/5 vote. As that public hearing has closed, any changes to the budget now require a 4/5 vote. So as an update or a go back from a prior board direction, in June, the board directed that the budget ad hoc committee consider any changes to the public safety sales tax allocation methodology that we use in the budget. The budget ad hoc committee met and discussed public safety sales tax. They focused on the strategic plan priority that in public safety that says support fire district reorganization and consolidation when requested. And based on this, they recommended that there's no change to the current allocation based on that priority, and any additional county provided funding should support structural change and a fiscally sustainable fire service. So that's that report back on that item. Moving forward, we break up the budget into some categories here. The largest of those categories is governmental funds. So this is the general fund, it's special revenue funds. It excludes special districts and proprietary funds. So here you can see that those governmental funds are increasing by 87 million. And I just want to note that we have some large one-time or multi-year projects in the budget. And that includes the Mosquito Bridge, which is 41 million this year. The American Rescue Plan Act, which is 32 million, the jail expansion project, which is 18 million. And we have some significant additions to designations and reserves. So these are large things that make that number a little higher than normal years, and we can expect that to go down after these projects are completed. So the increases to governmental funds, a lot of this reflects fund balance updates. So departments and the CIO's office makes our best estimate on what is going to be available at the end of the year for fund balance to be used in the following year. Those fund balance amounts have been updated, and so that's about $64 million across all those governmental funds that's available, that's extra from the recommended budget. Part of that, there's in transportation, part of that governmental funds increases in transportation, about $20 million increase primarily from the CIP update that the board approved earlier this year. And we have the $4 million for the Caldor Road Repair Project in transportation budgeted in this budget. Other changes include about 27 million more in HSA carryover grants and realignment and MHSA funding. More. And then there's about 30 million more in Department 15. And that sounds like a big number, but in governmental fund, that includes the American Rescue Plan Act. And there's 6.9 million of carryover funding from the prior year that we weren't anticipating in this, in the recommended changes. And then we have increases to reserves and designations, which I'll outline in the following slides. Net county cost is only increasing slightly by 7 million. And that big change is primarily due to the Caldor Road Repair Project from the Caldor designation and general fund that the board approved going to transportation. So that's 4 million there, increase for transportation. And then also there was a change in accounting practice that the auditor controller requested of central fiscal and CDFA. So that increases their general fund cost this year. In later years, part of their cost will be recouped through the cost allocation plans. And we outline that in the recommended changes documents. Moving along, when we look at general fund balance, there's a lot of different categories that make up this number that everyone's looking at. So the first one I want to highlight is that one on the top, our capital projects, we contribute general fund to capital projects. That also includes the Shakori Garage funding. That was the general fund contribution to that project. So that equals 6.5 million this year. Excess TOT, we have 8.2 million of our general fund balances from TOT. And that's not only revenue, that's we have broadband savings. We had a lot budgeted for broadband and we carried that over. But of that 8 million, only 2.5 million is more than what we were projecting in the recommended budget. And that's primarily due to an accounting change from an audit finding that just made where revenues were accrued and where they hit change. So that's about 2 million from that. And then there were some savings, a little higher receipts that account for the rest. That was in TOT. Contingency hasn't changed from the recommended budget. There was 19.5 million in contingency that we didn't spend in the prior year, and now that's up 28% of our general fund balance. Moving on to the one on the bottom, excess general revenues. We have 8.8 million from excess discretionary revenues, excluding TOT. That was a different section up there. And that 8.8 million represents 6% of general revenue discretionary receipts. So that's only a 6% margin between what we budgeted and what we actually received, which isn't that high when you look at it overall. Caldor relief designation, we're carefully accounting for that Caldor relief designation. We had 1.6 million that was pulled from that designation last year that the departments didn't spend on Caldor relief activities. So we're being very careful in making sure that those are rebudgeted for Caldor relief activities in this year as well. And then lastly, that brown section is departmental savings that accounted for 36% of the savings, and it was 24 million. And when you look at that savings, that 24 million only represents 6% of total general fund appropriations. So again, you don't want to budget too little, and so then your departments can't pay for their salaries, buy the things, and complete the projects that they were planned. So that's what we were looking for. Part of what contributed to that department savings is the high vacancy rates we've noted in prior items that contributed to that departmental savings. And then there's also carryover items. If there were delays in purchasing something, it came on July 15th instead of June 15th, then that'll look like a general fund savings, but we'll rebudget it the following year in the department so they can make that purchase because it's already been ordered. So here is the dollar, which represents property tax revenue. It's the major discretionary revenue in the county budget. And here you can see for every dollar collected in property taxes, 24% goes to special districts, 40% to the schools, the cities get 4%, and then the county, you can see 23% in just regular property tax, and then 6% in that vehicle licensing fee in lieu kind of property tax. Property tax is a much more stable revenue to project, and you can see that here in this chart that we keep showing. And so here you can see the brown line is budget and the blue line is actuals. And because the roll for property tax closes and collection receipts are pretty stable, that we collect what the roll projects, there's not much variance there. And so the recommended changes assume 7% growth in property tax. We've outlined that before in a board item. And that reflects what the roll closed around 7.4%. So we have a little cushion in there in case collection is lower than normal. Sales tax. The Bradley Burns uniform sales tax has a 7.25% minimum sales tax amount. Of that 7.25%, 1.25 goes to the county general fund, and then 1% goes to transportation, or 1/4 cent. My apologies. 1% is for the general fund, and the rest is for transportation. So this revenue is a little more volatile in trying to project it. And that's how you can see the gaps between the two. As you can see there, the gaps are closing a little. We were anticipating some coronavirus impacts. And so that's the big dip you see in 2021. We're projecting 3.8% growth in fiscal year 22-23. That's based on our sales tax consultants projection for 22-23. And they're projecting higher receipts in the beginning of the year, slowing all the way down to 1% in the last quarter of this fiscal year. And then they are projecting only 1% growth next year currently. So we're watching that carefully, but our sales tax was close to what we were projecting in fiscal year 2021. 21-22. So just the highlights of what is included in this budget. The general reserve is set at 11 million, and that's to meet the board policy. General fund contingency has 6.75 million to meet the 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations, the board policy. In addition, we're carrying over 10 million in additional general fund contingency due to economic uncertainty, inflation, just a lot of things we've outlined in prior items, and compensation increases. We have the 4.2 million being transferred from the Caldor Fire for the Caldor Fire road repair project. So that's being from the general fund to transportation, as the board approved. We have 7 million more recommended for capital projects. This is moving to that reserve. And so this will total 13 million added this fiscal year. I'm going to note that later that the board has another item today that will reduce that capital projects reserve. So that's partially we're anticipating that we might need to use some of that funding. And so that's why we're recommending the 7 million additional. We're recommending 4 million be set aside in a general fund designation for the Chili Bar and Diamond Springs Community Park. That would be in future years. This is setting aside in the designation. It would be brought back to the board with a budget transfer if we were to use some of that funding in this year, or included in the recommended budget next year if we were to use any of that.
So that becomes a reserve fund? Is that what it really is?
It's a designated fund. So it's not budgeted in any department.
Okay.
It's in one of those designations that the board would need to sign a budget transfer in order to use any of the funding for.
Got it.
We have 1 million in TOT for broadband and biomass. And so this is budgeted in the transient occupancy tax org for the board priorities as outlined in the strategic plan. And then 2.2 million in non-departmental expenses for salary and benefits due to the 2% salary increases. This relates to that amount that was moving property tax from what we had in the recommended budget to the 7%. That's that amount, and that's estimated to be the amount that departments may need at mid-year if they reassess the impacts of that 2% increase.
Before you move on, Dawn, I didn't think to ask this before, so I'm sorry, but it just triggered. I tried to ask ahead and I didn't catch this one. On the 1 million for the broadband and the biomass, what exactly is that for, especially the biomass part? Because that's a big deal. We want to make that happen. So what's that for?
It's really because we're anticipating those projects to come in higher in costs than before.
Okay.
Inflationary increases. The perfect example is the grant we received for the broadband project up in North County. And we had, through NeoConnect, our consultant, we prepared cost estimates and everything, and digging underground and all those things. We're already seeing those costs are likely going to be higher than they were. We have a match requirement for those grants. So we're setting, the recommendation is to set this money aside so we don't run into funding challenges when we're midway through those projects. We have enough money to complete them.
And then the follow-up question is $1 million enough? These are big projects.
Yeah, we don't know if it's enough.
Okay.
That's why you see this as overall, this is a very conservative budget.
Right.
You're keeping 10 million in additional contingency. You have a lot, just say you have a lot of cash, that it appears you have a lot of cash, but with the items you're talking about just today alone, you're going to be, if those are approved, you're going to be using a lot of that cash. So I'm cautioning you, which were all planned expenses. You're using the money for how they've been planned for several years.
Okay.
It's just a little scary to be spending that much right now with all the economic uncertainty coming.
Absolutely. So if one of these projects, that is in our strategic plan to do so, and we've started and we need some more money to go with it and pursue them and finish them or whatever, we kind of probably have access to funding somewhere.
I believe you do.
Okay, that's really what I want to know in case, because these are great projects.
Right.
They're really important in
Their priorities.
their priorities. So that's all I wanted to know. So thank you for that.
Using TOT, we have 288,000 for a portion of a new engine for the rescue fire department related to tourism impacts. There is 250,000 of TOT for a wet lab economic development project. So this is a new project, and once any contract or details of this project are determined, that would return to the board before any of that funding is expended.
Is that, when you say new projects, something we haven't discussed, or, because I don't remember talking about a wet lab anywhere.
So this came from our economic development group. It's very similar to the growth factory concept we talked about, Supervisor Novosel.
Okay.
This is a different organization, obviously, that wants to build what is called wet labs in the El Dorado Hills Business Park. And they believe that they could rent those labs out to entrepreneurs who are testing certain types of equipment and things. And the concept as proposed, and it still needs fleshed out for sure and would come back to the board, is say it would cost $50,000 to build a wet lab. Entrepreneur would come lease that and generate revenue for the landowner in the business park, and also pay back the county for our investment, investment.
So it's more of a grant almost.
It kind of is, yeah.
Okay.
Seed money with revenue stream.
Or an incentive type
Right.
thing to help get it off the ground.
And it's targeted for the business part, right? El Dorado Hills
Right.
Business Park
Yeah,
too,
and
which is.
It's
yeah.
economic development,
It
which
is.
is a big part of TOT, so.
Right.
All right, good. Thank you.
It includes 500,000 of TOT for Barton for interfacility transport strategy development and to offset tourism impacts to the EMS system up in South Lake Tahoe. 50,000 of TOT for the design of the Tahoma staff housing for transportation, as the board directed. We consider
500,000.
so 500. My mistake.
I mean, I wish that's all it cost.
I know, right? Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So that was in the list the board considered for the recommended budget and directed that we can reconsider for if we had available funding. 25,000 in additional community funding. This will bring that new total to 75,000. And you've already spent some of that this year, so that'll help make more funding available. 75,000 for a strategic plan good governance consultant. 250,000 in the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience for a countywide risk assessment and strategic plan. I didn't mess up that name. And then lastly, 225,000 for the creation of a maintenance unit that's responsible for vegetation clearing on roadways and county properties, and that's within the transportation department.
Love that addition.
That one is going to make so
awesome.
many
That
people
is awesome.
happy. Oh my gosh. Yes.
West Slope is up the entire county.
Yeah. Raphael, so the question was, is that just West Slope or the entire county? Can you speak to your vision?
Or is it, yeah,
of
was it a
that?
section, or, because I know we can't do the whole thing.
Yeah.
I wish we could do.
I know that's
And
another
is this
one.
enough
No.
money?
The amount of vegetation management would be
I just
enormous.
want to make sure we're all understanding expectations.
But good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. This is for the entire county, not just for West Slope or Tahoe. This is for the entire county, for us to take care of vegetation management throughout.
So maintenance unit, it's just going to be a new division?
So, as I stated earlier, the amount of vegetation management that is needed to try and get our arms around what we have in our county I would have to have 2 new units of 7 each, 14 new men, or maybe 5 contractors working out there to try and encompass all of this.
So roughly 30 or 40 million dollars.
Yeah. So what I am doing here today is I'm trying out, as you all know, I love pilots, a pilot to where I'm doing a compromise. I'm doing a balancing act of 3 additional new staff, but also balancing contractors as well. So a lot of this money that we have is grant funded. And as you know, grant money goes away at some point. And if I have all this additional staff and that grant money isn't there anymore, well, then I'm not going to have that staff and I'm going to have to do away with them. So in order for me to see how this program now works, what I'm going to do is have 3 new staff that are either performing the work on a more smaller scale on smaller projects. And when it comes to larger projects, they can actually do the inspection work of inspecting the contractors, performing the larger projects throughout the county.
So how do you prioritize where you start? Because like I said, I mean, we all know need it in every area.
I can bring you an encyclopedia list of locations of priorities that we have. And right now, and I have multiple in the top of my head, but we have them based off of communities, ADTs, volumes, density of region. We have that compiled, and it's whether we were going to take care of it with our day-to-day forces within the next 5, 10, 20 years, or now we're going to accelerate that list and just knock them down as we go from our priority list that we've collected throughout the years.
I would think with $225,000, it's not a huge list that you're prioritizing. And I think it would be good for us to understand where that money is going to.
So what that would do is it would allow me to have 3 additional employees into my staff. So now I have grant funding and I have some additional general funding as well that can go create projects, make big projects, big roadway or facility locations or parcels that need to be cleared out. But either I use my 3 additional employees, or I say, I'm going to utilize my contracts with my contractors, and one of these employees or 2 of the employees at multiple locations will be managing those contractors at these locations. I have flexibility. To, so it's not just $225,000 to do vegetation management. It's either, because I also have $750,000 on-call contracts for projects that are going to be coming on board here within the next few years.
So I guess where I'm going is I just think it would be nice for us to understand, no matter what the money or amount is, I guess, is where are those projects? Because, we need to know that.
Yeah.
People are always calling us up saying you need to do this, here and there.
And I forward those to Raphael every day.
Yeah, she does.
So, and I guess what I'm wondering too is in the other box down there, the $250,000 for the risk assessment, will that also help us determine the most important priority roadways too? Are these related? In my mind, they should be related because it's all about wildfire preparedness, and we all know ingress egress routes are important to know that. So are these? And I'm going to look at Dawn only because this goes beyond your office.
I was going to look at him right now.
Yeah. Okay. Are you planning on this risk assessment kind of helping us build our priority list? Who are you pointing at?
There it is too. Yeah, there's actually a lot going on in this space right now. Just yesterday, we had a meeting with there are several Fire Safe Council grants that are involving roadside clearing, along with the grant that DOT has applied for. And what our office is doing is trying to get in and coordinate all those and see where we have overlap and remove that overlap so that funding can be diverted other places where it's needed. So it's definitely something that is top of mind for all the fire safe councils and all the stakeholders.
And it's fabulous that the office is there now collaborating. So we don't, because we did notice that in the past, we did have the overlap. And then everybody still has, and I'm glad they still have it on their minds, the campfire, in Paradise, the ingress, egress routes are so important. And if this risk assessment is looking at that and prioritizing, that will help you also know where to hit. So
So the collaboration is going to be there 100%.
very good.
Yes.
That
I
is
guess what I was asking
critical.
for is, when do we know what that is, what it looks like?
That's what we're going to be working on moving forward.
Very good.
Basically, where is our priorities? Where do we need to go? How can we best utilize this new program that we're
Great.
developing?
And that's
Very
great. I'm
good.
thrilled to hear that. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure the board is kept in the loop on where you're going.
Yeah.
And on a regular basis, because we hear it all the time.
We do.
I have one additional ask,
Yeah.
piggybacking on that. When you get projects done, I would love for you to inform each of us if they're in our districts, because I think it's so important to tell our story.
Tell the story.
You know, we
That's
get
it.
criticized frequently for not doing things, but we don't tell our story when we do things.
Mhm.
And I would love to celebrate, have all of us celebrate the success of this work throughout our county, to let our residents know that we are actively engaged in this.
Yes.
And so I think, as we, either in our monthly meetings with all of us, tell us what projects you've done, send us pictures, we'll put them in newsletters, social media, and we'll
I'd
help
actually
you tell
like
the story.
it to be bigger than that, though.
Yeah.
I'd love to know what you're just doing in the county.
True.
And then we
yes.
can pick out what's in our district, but
That's
it's
even
important
better.
for us to see
Yeah.
this as a whole, the progress that we really want to see happen. And we know it's a huge lift, but it's just, like I said, daily emails to poor Raphael. Here you go's another one.
But let our residents know that
Yeah.
this work is going on,
Yes.
that they're going to be so excited.
Yeah.
The CEO's office and my office are very excited about this new program. We think it's going to be a huge benefit
Okay.
for our
Very
county. We're
good.
looking forward
And the
to it.
collaboration is
Rob,
Yeah.
amazing.
One other thing is have you reached out to the tribe yet?
You know what? We have not, but as part of this new
Yeah.
program, that's going to be one of the first things. I know they have resources as
Right,
well.
they do.
that-
And they have a crew of 19.
Yes.
And they did a clearing for me and my district up on the top in Cameron
Mhm.
Park along the fence line and stuff. And they did an excellent job in just a short time. So,
Wow.
and they're willing to help us whatever they can because it's training for them. That's
Yep.
exactly what John said.
Hmm.
So that's something we could do.
Yep.
That's perfect.
So Rafael, I was surprised I didn't see a staffing increase request in this package because I would have thought these 3 additional employees would be long-term staffing, not a 1-year type of provision. So is there a reason why it wasn't included in the staffing?
I will. I don't know how to answer that. I'm going to go Don. Don's going to go Sue.
There was there was a position added, a highway maintenance worker
Yes.
supervisor.
One.
Yes.
Right,
One.
and he believes he has existing staff or vacancies to cover his
The other
workload.
one.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
For
It's
now,
not 3
so-
new hires because
Correct.
at some point, I think we need to look at the technology involved and what we do to bring in equipment, and not just more people, because I think ultimately that's part of the solution. You got to have these
Oh,
masticators.
perfect.
Just thought I'd fill in because they did request 3 additional staff members, 2 highway maintenance worker and a supervisor. So the funding for that is included. If you remember back when we decided to contract out the custodial work, we offered jobs for everybody that was being laid off. And so those went to transportation and were hired as highway maintenance workers. So we added 2 positions at that time. We hadn't come back and deleted those after they were left vacant. So we had those 2 still there. So that's why it's not in the allocation changes, because we already have them, but we did include the budget for all 3 positions.
Thanks for that
Thank you
clarification.
for
I wasn't
that.
connecting the dots.
Yeah.
so-
Well, no, there's dots are all over, hard to
Yeah,
connect.
it
So
is.
thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Question
Okay.
about technology, though. I think we really need to step up and look at what we do as opposed to just more people, but better equipment.
Oh, as a matter of fact, and Supervisor Turnbull has seen it. We have new equipment. We call it the Tonka truck because it's really big and it's orange yellow and it assists us with performing the brushing in a much more efficient and economical way. Whereas before we were able only to get about I think about a mile of brushing in one day. We can now get approximately 3 to 4 miles in one day. It's a huge bit of technology. Now, we're still working some of the fine tuning aspects of this equipment out, but we're getting better and better at it. And if it does perform within the next 2 years the way we're hoping it will, then we will need additional staffing to then man that equipment. So it's a matter of balancing and making sure that we're taking baby steps and we don't jump into a new piece of equipment or a new technology that might actually get us, down a rabbit hole that we weren't anticipating. So for example, when we first started doing the attachments, snow blower and snow plowing attachments up with lower loader rentals up in Tahoe, we ran into a few hiccups where we had to fine tune the equipment. Well, after about 2 years now, we've got it really tuned in to where
I was going to ask you that next.
it works efficiently now, but in the beginning it was slow. So I don't believe in taking large knee-jerk reactions into, oh, that technology is going to work, or that piece of equipment is the latest and greatest. From this point forward, we like to move slowly into it and take small bites and take baby steps into an area that we feel looks promising. And then if it does conclude that it is true to its claim, then we will move forward into scaling up for that factor.
So can we segue into those, the snow equipment's all?
I'm here, go ahead. Let's do it.
Well, I've got you. and you
Yeah,
mentioned
sure.
Is our snow equipment good to go for this year as far as in Tahoe?
Yes, it is. Like I just stated earlier, the new equipment now is redefined with specifics for El Dorado County. As you know, we have a policy of gates for our driveways. And that was a big deal for us. And so the original units did not come with that. We had to actually
I was recipient of one of those non-gate.
Yeah, exactly. We had to then fashion up equipment ourselves with our crews up in Tahoe to make it happen. Now the vendor is doing that for us. And it's much more reliable than when we were doing it originally. So it's those kind of fine tuning aspects that now we're in a much better place, and further improvements, scalability now will all depend on the resources that we have in terms of employees. Their equipment now is there, and it's now making sure that we have not the part-time, but the part-time work that we have for equipment to work that equipment so that they can do evening and day work for snow removal. Yeah.
To go back to the mechanization stuff, if the Tonka truck is the answer that we're using, I
Yeah.
would just encourage you to accelerate the purchase of a second and a third.
Get another one.
This is a big problem, right?
Sure.
And if that's the path forward, then we ought to jump on it. We shouldn't just, be hesitant. If we've proven that piece of equipment is the ideal use in our county.
By all means, for us, any new usage of either equipment or technology that is going to make our lives easier, more efficient, and more effective, we're 100% for it. It's similar to the lessons we've learned with the loader and the attachments up in Tahoe. It takes us some fine tuning, and we're going through that right now with that equipment. And so next year you might be seeing me come up here and saying just that. It's like, all right, we're ready. Let's get the new Tonka truck.
Remember, we have some contingency set aside. If you find out this year we need to bring on some more equipment, please come forward with that request.
You like your Tonka truck?
Because I would rather spend the money doing the right things and have it sit in the account and deteriorate in
biggest
terms of
thing,
value.
John, the biggest thing is find personnel to be able to. operate
That's
this
the other
equipment.
thing.
The biggest thing,
That's the other
because the
thing.
prevailing wage is $65 to $85 an hour for a Class A1 operator. And the problem is you're having these people, making $20 or $25 an hour, operating $1 million equipment. So it's a big concern, and the pay scale we got to work on that to get that pay scale up so we can get good qualified
At times,
people to run it.
thank you very much, Supervisor Turnbull. At times we train them, we get them capable of operating this type of equipment and the Class A license, and then they go to another company or another agency because now they got the training. Now they've got the opportunity to go either to Caltrans EID or Mountain Enterprise.
Okay, I had a request from the CEO to get back to our budget item.
Thank you.
And I will say that.
This was the lower right-hand corner of
I
the
know.
budget.
Honestly, Don, and we really, this is a priority. Our roads and our vegetation is a priority. You can tell by our conversation. So thank you for giving us a few minutes on that, and let's carry on. I know.
So as a segue, you can see transportation's adding one position, but overall there's 8 positions being added and the recommended changes across the program. Some of these were deferred requests from the recommended budget, and details of each of these requests is in the department narratives, but I can answer questions if there's any more. Moving on to general fund reserves and designations, and my apologies for all the data on this one slide, but these are all of them in the general fund. The gray highlighting kind of highlights where the main changes are. The changes include an addition of 250,000 more to the general reserve, bringing that to 11 million, as I noted before, to get to the board policy. We can see in capital projects, overall, we're adding 13 million. That's the 6 million that was included for the board policy and the additional 7. I do want to note, though, that item 29, like I said earlier, would bring reduce that by 4.4 million. So if that item is approved today, that designation at the end of the fiscal year would be 29.6. If the board this year doesn't approve any other uses of that designation, and there are considering many uses of that designation right now, as you can see from board items today, and as Laura outlined in her facilities update a couple weeks ago. And that includes the possible move of the court, the move of elections, the move of the psychiatric health facility. The jail expansion project could come in higher than we have budgeted. All of these projects would use some of that funding. Moving along, we have the new designation. So we had created that Parks Acquisition and Development designation. That was from the sale of the Bass Lake property. There was 125,000 remaining in that designation. We're going to rename that Chili Bar in Diamond Springs Park, and we're adding 4 million to that designation, as I outlined before. Below that, the El Dorado Center designation, I do want to note that item 29 would use that funding as it was intended. So that would no longer be on the list for consideration in this list. And lastly, I didn't highlight Caldor Fire Relief. We had a little bit more savings from the prior year than we had projected. So we were able to reduce how much of that we needed to use to pull from that designation this year to use for Caldor Fire Relief activities by 600,000. So that'll be good for the upcoming years as we continue to recover. So moving along, we wanted to take a note that El Dorado County is unique, as the board often says. If you look here, this is in the demographics section of the budget every year, and we update it every year. If you look at taxes collected per resident, and my apologies for the in millions at the bottom, this is the actual amount. I should have deleted that when I copied over that citation. Oh. So that's the actual amount. When you look, Placer County has $2,270 of taxes collected per resident when you look at their general fund schedules that they submit to the state controller. Whereas El Dorado, if we look all the way down there, we only have 880, almost at the bottom. So we have to be lean in providing our mandated services, and we don't have as many discretionary revenues. So those general fund reserves and designations shows our way of how we can fund these board priorities in future years by putting aside money when we can. And in addition to that, you can see how we are lean in that when you look at county employees per 1,000 residents, we're at the bottom of that list where we have 11.9 county employees per 1,000 residents, where we go up to YOLO as 64.6. So we do a lot for what little that we do have in discretionary revenue.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Amador, which is a tiny little county, is above us, you know, in some of these
By
items.
50%.
Yeah, it's
That's
like, wow.
significant.
It's
Revenues.
shocking to see that this data here and realize what we're working with.
So as we've mentioned, and as we showed these slides in the recommended budget hearing, are we prepared for a recession? So this chart shows the property tax roll value, which is that brown line, and how it has grown over the past 20 years. And you can see the Great Recession, the little dip there in the middle. And that contrasts to full-time equivalent allocations, which is the blue line. And we had in the past grown those allocations as the discretionary revenue grows. And you can see that the board has been mindful over the past 5 years to be prudent in growing that as property tax revenues grow. And you can see that last little peak from our 7% growth in the last
And can I
year.
make it just a quick note here to the board? I was on the school board when we've had the last 2 recessions. And we were hearing horror stories of cities going bankrupt, of school boards not being able to meet their payroll or whatever. It just got really terrifying. And so I appreciate that we are being very conservative here because recession can really wipe us out quickly.
Yep.
As has been proven in the past. True. Yeah. Thank you.
So here's that same brown property tax roll value chart, but here we see general fund in the blue, general fund reserves, designations, and contingency. And in the past, the board had saved things for certain projects and used that, and that's why there's that kind of growth. But you can see that the board has been very good in setting aside funding in case those discretionary revenues do reduce and to fund the projects and priorities of the board. So. And that's also reflected in this slide. So here, this is a total general fund designations, reserves, and contingency as a percentage of total appropriations, less the state funded programs of social services and child support appropriations. So right before the Great Recession, we had 10% put aside. With the changes we're recommending today, we'll bring that to 23% in case things do slow. And as I stated before, our sales tax consultant does project that growth will slow to 1% next year right now.
Before we pause off of this slide, I just want to take the moment and commend you, Don, for the fiscal management of this organization. Recognizing, this is your last budget. It's kind of a bittersweet time, but this right here paints a very, very clear picture of how you are leading this county. And that if we do move into a recession, the strength that you've been able to accomplish with our dedicated staff, it will protect our staff from future layoffs. It gives us great stability within our organization. It will preserve county services for our residents. And that's just a tremendous benefit. So I just want to recognize your leadership in this.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Ditto.
Yes.
This is the last slide with significant content. So we updated the general fund 5-year projection. This has not changed significantly from what we presented at the recommended budget. And the main highlights to point here is even if we have a moderate growth, we have a little bit of a negative for a couple years before things get better. This shows things if they're cautious, conservative, or moderate, all the ways the economy could go. But that's why we have held contingency with that extra 10 million and set aside other funding to ensure that we can use that funding if the economy does slow to kind of bridge some of these gaps. So the very last slide is what we're asking of the board today, which is to discuss any additions or revisions to what we've presented and outlined in these documents. We would give direction for any further changes, and then we'll return to the board next week with a board item that would have the official budget adoption resolution. It would have a resolution for those personnel allocation changes. And in addition, it would have a budget amendment to do all of these changes and those fund balance adjustments and all the funds. So the general fund was the full fund balance. That was the actual amount, but we didn't have quite enough time to incorporate all the other funds. So there's just slight adjustments to match what the departments projected they'd have at the end of the year available for the final year and what they actually had when the financial records closed. So that was what we'll be bringing to the board next week.
Very good. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board now. Here we go. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so at our June budget review, we talked about TOT and what might happen if we had additional funds, in excess of what the planning was. And truly, they came forward. We saw a significant growth in the revenues on TOT. I was a little disappointed the request of the El Dorado Hills Fire Department for that boat that would be on Folsom Lake to serve tourists primarily, with a small contingent of El Dorado County residents participating in it, wasn't included somehow in this budgeting. I know it's a juggling act, right? Where do you put the monies and stuff? But I would like to, again, make a formal request that we add that, I think it was like $250,000, I don't remember that, to fund that boat for the El Dorado Hills Fire Department, because I think that's an important asset, and we did make the commitment at the June meeting. So I just wanted to bring that up for discussion.
So I'll answer why it's not included, Supervisor Heidel, and you summarized it well. That's exactly was the discussion in June. And I think this is how we plan to implement our TOT policy on addressing impacts of tourism, because that's relatively new still. In looking at the request for the boat for El Dorado Hills Fire, and want to remind the board, I believe this is the second or third year they've made a similar request. Does that sound right, Chief Lilienthal? So this is a recurring request from the fire district. We have documents that the fire district approved the use of Mitigation Fee Act funds to purchase the boat. So they have an alternate funding source through their mitigation fees to buy the boat. They've identified the money for that. Obviously, it's a reasonable request to ask the board to consider it. There is a tourism impact that's documented. I think we all know other people from outside El Dorado County go to Folsom Lake, which is where the boat would be. The primary reason I didn't include it is because my understanding of the intent of the policy on addressing tourism impact was to fill gaps where needs were that couldn't be met. And that's why you'll see most of our TOT money that goes to fire is to our smaller districts. El Dorado has gotten a little bit, but not much. There are smaller districts that don't have the financial resources that El Dorado Hills has. That's why it's not included. It does not diminish the merits of the requests, though. And we all have to make choices of where we spend our money, and we all want to buy more than what we have. The county does, El Dorado Hills Fire does. There's more needs we have, but it wasn't there because I had identified a funding source.
May I add, being from Lake Tahoe district, where the majority of TOT is collected, that's because we have over 20 million visitors a year.
Yeah.
And within that basin on our side, we have 3 very small, relatively small fire districts. Fallen Leaf Lake. I mean, they've got 200 residents there. And yet they're going out it's not just fire, but search and rescue. They're out there in desolation, and they have to cover that area out there. It's a huge impact. So, with all due respect, that's.
And I think we have the priorities right.
Yeah.
We set the priorities to fund those. We also basically established an intent if there were excess TOT funds. And I know budgets change, right? And I think the fire department budget has changed as well, because it's a dynamic period right now. Everybody's trying to finalize things. So I would like to give them an opportunity to discuss what changes have occurred, if that's okay at this time or whenever it's appropriate, to kind of share with the whole board the aspect that they're looking at here in terms of where they're expending those funds that originally were planned for this, because I think there has been changes.
How about if we see if, before we do that, see if there's any other requests for additions, revisions, or direction from changes from anybody else before we get more comments? Are you guys good with that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we had some requests for TOT that we denied for the Tahoe area. And right now we're sitting at about 75% of TOT comes in from Tahoe. And I think now we add Chili Bar and Diamond Springs, we're at about 55% of it goes back to Tahoe that we can prove. There's a lot of conversation there, but I just want to say that because that is our most populous tourism area. We're getting extra money because of that. And I would certainly like to make sure we kind of keep that mix in mind when we talk about it. I'm not saying that this funding isn't important, it is. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we kind of keep that mix in mind because the impacts are greater up in the Tahoe Basin, just throwing it out.
So if I can, to close the loop on the point Supervisor Novosel just made. Yeah, 75-78% of the TOT comes from Tahoe. We know that now. Yep. If the board approves the adopted budget as recommended, it'll be about 55% to Tahoe, 13% to the West Slope. The remaining is a county-wide benefit, which is really hard to say where does that, what community benefits the most from that. But those are the percentages of how the TOT would be allocated.
That's a good point, because we all forget that honestly, at the end of the day, TOT is just a revenue stream for a general budget, but we tend to call it out separately, and we can.
And I don't like to have to do that.
Yeah.
When we're talking about impacts of tourism, there is absolute difference.
Yes.
between the basin.
I think we've done a good job just having
Yes.
that policy for
And
2 years so far.
I
It's
appreciate-
going
I
really
appreciate-
well.
Yeah, I appreciate what we've done.
Yeah. And we'll
Much more
fine tune
mindful
it
of the
as we go.
of the
Yeah.
tremendous benefit that Tahoe brings to our county, but the impacts to it. So I think we're
Yeah.
moving in the right direction with this.
That was a
Yeah.
good policy change. Anybody else have one? Because I do have one item that I want to add or consider. Anybody else? Okay, here we go. So it came to my attention again with the mosquito fire that on the divide, we had Snowmageddon, in December, January, then we had the mosquito fire. And we do not have a county-owned community resource center on the divide, which causes us to not be able to do certain things when there's a disaster or emergency. With Snowmageddon, it was PG&E would not come up there and do their thing, which was just mind-boggling. And so now that we had the fire, this past couple weeks, again, it was like, well, we don't have a community center. There's a lot of buildings up there, but they're not designated and they're not county owned, which puts us in a weird spot when there's a disaster. And now that that's happened a second time within the past year, I talked to Dawn about it because it's been very frustrating trying to get disaster centers or whatever you want to call them set up. And so Dawn said that this would probably be a good time just to add some direction in this item for the staff to explore opportunities to, create, buy, purchase, what's the right word, but identify, there we go. Identify a community resource center on the divide, because quite honestly, these disasters, whatever they are, potentially going to keep happening with the way things are right now. And so I think that it's just board direction to explore, to identify is what I'd like to add on here. It's not actually.
That's actual facility you're talking about?
Yeah. So like, I don't know. Oh, so South County, they have, what's the name of that park? Pioneer Park.
Pioneer Park, yes.
In the South County. We don't have anything like that in the North County.
Okay.
And so,
And we don't own the library up there.
we
I'd
don't
forgotten
own the
that.
library up there, and that
We
does
don't, yes.
is an interesting bit also.
Yeah.
So and it just came to light with the fire. And so I asked Dawn, I go, can we look at this, put it in the budget to look at or whatever? And he thought it was just best to ask for direction from the board to explore and potentially identify a location, building, something.
Shouldn't our disaster planning document that we're eagerly awaiting contain that kind of information where you would set up emergency command centers and those kinds of things? Isn't that part of that planning process?
That
I would think it would
that
be.
seems logical to me. I have not seen the emergency operations plan.
So what I can specifically tell you is Snowmageddon, PG&E said, you don't have a county-owned facility that is ADA compliant. And so it's a limitation when there's a disaster, and power outages on the divide are frequent and common.
Yes.
And so I really would like to at least explore this.
I agree with exploring. I
Yeah.
just think we need a plan for the whole county. It's not, we shouldn't be isolating, looking at little areas. It should
Well,
be.
no, it's
an
just to have a
integrated plan.
building. And I think all the other areas in the county, communities have a building, a county-owned building that is part of the disaster plan. We just don't have one in the North County.
I've never heard of anything in Pilot Pines, just FYI, but.
Yeah, I think there are areas that don't have.
Well, then maybe that's
Kind of
something
a-
we need to look at, but
It was a pilot program.
something. I mean, what do you think, Don?
So when Supervisor Parlin and I were discussing this, none of this would change the budget that's before you
No.
today. But when we look at our facilities plans, those who've been on the board much longer know, we've been digging out of a hole for a long time, and we have a ways to go.
Yeah.
We've been focusing our priorities on replacing end-of-life buildings and purchasing new buildings, or in the case of the DA, leasing a building to address some immediate needs and deficiencies. And because of that, it's not even on the facilities radar to explore anything up in North County on Georgetown. Now, that being said, we've kind of been keeping our eyes on the library to see if the owner's ever interested in selling. We'd be interested, but that's the extent of that staff work. What Supervisor Parlin is requesting is maybe a more dedicated effort to look at those things moving forward in the future, is my understanding.
That's kind of where I'm at. And it's just because two emergencies within less than a year and it's become an issue, which I didn't
But
recognize.
I think John has a good point in that we need to make sure we're identified in all of our communities, because it's not gonna be just mosquito next time. It could be any one of our areas.
It wasn't a mosquito though, just, it was called the mosquito fire, but it
Oh.
wasn't a mosquito. I
Sorry,
know,
sorry,
that is
Volcanoeville,
very confusing.
All right,
tell you
Georgetown, Volcanoeville, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, my point is that
Yeah.
I think it's great. I think that should happen, but I do think it should be a part of our planning processes to make sure we have those areas. If that's a limitation, that's kind of terrifying for
It
everybody
is.
else's little areas
It
too.
is.
So it's my understanding the sheriff's office is taking the emergency operations plan to the disaster council. Our ordinance requires the disaster council to approve it. They did not have that action done during the last disaster council meeting. So we've asked them to follow our ordinance and get that done, and then bring that emergency operations plan to the board. I know some of you have been waiting for that, so I appreciate your patience. And that I'll make sure my office touches base with the sheriff's office to consider this conversation as part of that
Good.
documented
Yeah, I think
planning
that's good.
efforts.
Yeah, because I know there's areas out in Pilot Hill and those areas that have the same kind of concerns. So it just depends on where your population centers, on how many of those locations do you need to define a county facility? And I don't know what the criteria is, but it's something we need to plan for.
So it sounds to me like we can have those conversations as part of a larger plan that the sheriff's office is looking at. But specifically to your request that we go ahead and support the exploration of a specific site for North County.
Knowing you already have
Recognizing that
limit-
you've identified, that you've had two crises that has identified this need as, and that's been a limitation for your community.
It has,
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
makes sense. Yeah.
That does make sense.
Yeah. And then bigger picture, all those plans and stuff.
Yeah,
bigger
our
picture.
coordinator.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
Sounds good.
I appreciate that. Thank you. It's been mind boggling.
So, but there's nothing in the budget for that though? I mean, it doesn't
No.
need to be anything,
No,
it's just a direction.
That would be an added list, hopefully the board sticks with your policy of contributing to the capital reserves designation. And that would be added to that whole mix of priorities as they come available. It would just emphasize to staff to be more proactive in looking up there, which we have not been doing lately.
Yeah.
To me, that's a good start.
Yeah, it just came to really light this year. I was like, oh my gosh, twice. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, anything else then? So do we want to go ahead and get the fire district up? I'm like, what's the right word?
I brought handouts for you. All right, good afternoon, lunchtime, I see. Michael Lilienthal, Deputy Chief with El Dorado Hills Fire Department. So thanks for letting me take a couple minutes of your time. Chief Johnson wanted to be here, but he did have some other commitments, unfortunately. But we are here to talk to you about the lake boat, to request the TOT funds to offset the cost of the lake boat for El Dorado Hills Fire Department predominantly. But I think after listening to Supervisor Novacell, some good points came up. The fire service doesn't occupy ourselves in a vacuum. We operate together. If there's a request for help for any resource that we have, we share those resources. It happens every single day. And so the request for a boat is specifically for Folsom Lake. And what I wanted to do, it's hard to imagine what happens out there, but providing a couple pictures so you could see the types of complex calls that occur was important to me because I wanted you to understand what we were dealing with. And while some of our residents absolutely use Folsom Lake, a lot of this is tourism. A lot of these are visitors. They're visitors that don't only go to Folsom Lake, but they continue on up the 50 corridor and they recreate here in El Dorado County, which is what we want. About 80 calls for service over the last 6 years have occurred that we've responded to, similar to what you see there. And it creates a big impact. There's lots of resources we commit, multiple engine companies, chief officers, helicopters. And those resources aren't just El Dorado Hills, they're shared throughout the county. They're our neighbors, they're Rescue, they're Cameron Park, they're Cal Fire. Likewise, this boat that we're requesting today for about $204,000, that's sitting on a trailer. It's sitting in a fire station with a vehicle that can tow it, available for any water rescue call that happens in the county. And that's not unique to this request. That happens today. Right now, if a water rescue call comes in, it's not going to be the El Dorado Hills patch. It's not going to be the rescue patch to Cameron Park. It's going to be the closest resources available to mitigate that, and lots of them. So I was looking at your core values and I talked about collaboration. And I think the El Dorado Hills Fire Department has demonstrated our commitment to collaboration. Certainly with the vegetation management that the county is pursuing. We have our defensible space inspectors. They're out there right now. They're working, they're inspecting properties for the best interest of everybody, for the entire county. When I look at the COVID-19 pandemic and the Emergency Operations Center work, El Dorado Hills steps up time and time again, and we try and support the county mission. When I look at right now, we're in the process of building a regional fire training center. It's one of the most important points that I want to make to you today is while our initial preliminary budget did include funding for the lake boat, as you see, that had to be pulled back to the expense of that project. The training center we're building is not going to be just for El Dorado Hills. It's a regional asset. The fire departments throughout the entire county are going to use that training center. And it's where we decided was a more important priority to put our funds at. It is appropriate to have the TOT funding, especially given the fact there's some excess revenue available to support this project here with the lake boat. We will provide that resource throughout the county to any agency that requests it. And it's really important for us to continue collaborating, maintain that partnership. And we really would like you to request that you reconsider the denial of the lake boat for the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. And I'm definitely open to questions on that as well.
What was that dollar amount again?
$204,000.
That's for full purchase, that will purchase it.
At the time we spec'd it out, that's the cost. If there's cost beyond that, it'll be on the El Dorado Hills Fire Department to figure that
We
out.
don't know how it's been.
So Chief, give me a Slide Park Reservoir, for instance, when something happens there, who's typically the first responder with a boat that can go out and do?
Sure.
Unfortunately, it might be recovery and not rescue, but.
It's often recovery. And I can tell you, when you sit there and you have the parents of the child that drowned, they want to recover that body, even if it's not a rescue, because there is, let's face it, after about an hour, the reality of a drowning is not that you're going to resuscitate somebody. But what will happen in that scenario is the closest resources will be dispatched. The engine companies from El Dorado County, in that example, water rescue resources from Diamond Springs. If they need additional resources to search the lake, you'll see the Sheriff Department, you'll see El Dorado Hills Fire Department. We have trained water rescue technicians working every single day in El Dorado Hills, as does El Dorado County and other fire districts. But we don't operate independently and in vacuums. We operate together as one team. And I will say in El Dorado County, we have a phenomenal partnership between the fire agencies and really between you as leaders of the county. I think we have something good going on here.
Thank you. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I would like to then make the formal request that we authorize the $204,000 as requested out of the TOT funds. And Don can help me understand where those might be shifted from. But I think it's an important asset. And again, it's not just El Dorado Hills. It's a county-wide resource that we can use in the event of an emergency. So
thank you, Supervisor Heidel. And I'm going to nitpick some words that have been used, and Chief Lilienthal was the most recent one. So it's going to sound like I'm picking on him, but I'm not. I think we need to be careful when we say there's excess monies available.
Beyond what was forecast.
Yeah, I like that better because
That's accurate.
Because when it's been said before, people think we have a little pot of money sitting over here, and that's not the case.
Yeah.
It's higher than anticipated revenues.
Yeah.
That doesn't change the merits of this conversation. Just wanted to bring that up. As Emma mentioned, it's a closed system. So if you're going to add an expense, you have to take it away from somewhere else. My recommendation would be take it out of the $1 million, that additional TOT that has been recommended to be set aside for the broadband and TOT. I'm sorry, broadband and biomass.
Didn't we have a contingency? I thought we did have some contingency.
Well, we have contingency, but I don't think you'll ever hear a CAO recommend to start spending contingency at the time we're approving the adopted budget.
Well, we just set aside contingency though, didn't we, on this in June? I thought we.
You did, which is today's the final day of that. So you do have 10 million in additional contingency you could take it from.
I would be more inclined to go that way rather than take it out of a program that we really know we need and we've already identified as a priority also.
Is that, and I guess TOT blends in with general fund. So it really
It
doesn't
does.
matter.
It does.
The overall picture doesn't matter. So I think I would agree with that because if anything, what I would see is looking at the need to bring contingency fund forward to help the biomass, but also the broadband more so, but to get that funding going, because I think there's a huge interest. The state's invested. We need to capitalize on how quickly we can get broadband throughout the county. But I can see us pulling contingency for various purposes.
Absolutely.
And so I think coming out of contingency is probably
We're comfortable with that.
It's all fungible.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
The TOT was simply because it's a tourism impact, but if you wanted out of the additional contingency, that's your discretion. Absolutely.
I'm kind of inclined to support it with the caveat that this year's a good year to do this. But I think we have a lot of priorities in the county right now. We have another couple big spending items actually
Yeah.
the rest of today.
Facility
We have some
issues.
really huge facility issues
Yeah.
and big needs. So, but I do think that if we're gonna do this year is probably gonna be it. And
It's not a precedent.
yeah, that's what I want to
Not a
say
precedent.
is that, one time, I think we can do it, but I don't want this to become an ongoing thing. If that makes sense, I'm comfortable with that and coming out from the contingency
I
if
mean,
everybody
you know,
else is.
I
Yeah.
appreciate, Chief, what you said, because it's true. We're one county. We do need to collaborate, and we really do mean that. And I always hesitate when I talk about Tahoe as a district, because it is part of the county. And so, if there's a need there, and if you need the funding, I think this one time is, and I'm comfortable with it, understanding that this is an important tool for our community and for our tourism. So it's important.
And I appreciate the training facility that you're building that will benefit our entire county.
Yeah,
That
that
is an
sounds really
equally
interesting.
significant asset in our county. So.
So we
I
good
agree
to
with
work.
Yeah,
that in there, Tom?
I think it's a good for a one-time thing, but I think it's, there's a lot of small fire districts that are really suffering.
Agreed.
And you brought that point, because especially the small fire districts that are up there in Tahoe, and Pioneer, we can go on, Georgetown, we could just name all these different fire districts and stuff that are really suffering right now. So, and especially with all the fire stations that are closed right now, we need to work on trying to get them open any way we can.
And that's a different matter.
That's a different matter. I
Not
know,
our
but I'm just
budget.
bringing- I
We're
know.
not going
I
there.
know that,
So
but I'm
I'm gonna-
just-
And we've started that
I'm
discussion.
just gonna
All
shut
right.
that down right now.
But anyway, I agree with this, as a one-time thing, but I think we need to
Okay.
look at some
Okay.
other issues.
I appreciate
as
that.
Direction to staff, or do you want a motion or?
Well, let's get some public comment
Okay.
first.
Yeah.
I think we should get our public comment, and then I
Okay,
think
yeah.
we can formalize that in our
Agreed.
motion.
Agreed.
Okay, sounds good.
Because I'm getting hungry, I'm gonna pass out. No, I'm kidding.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, also I'm the chair of the Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council. In the notion of, or in the subject theme of wildfires, I just brought up your Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. This is something that's been critically important, a missing ingredient, taking our vegetation management ordinance and then putting it in a practical sense into our department with priorities associated with it. As being part of the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council Board of Directors, as well as chairing my own Fire Safe Council, I have a sensitivity now of what's happened with the mosquito fire because of knowing what had happened prior to the fire, meaning all of the work that the county has done in our county on that portion south of the river, but also knowing that there's the Volcanoville Fire Safe Council as well as other fire safe councils, as Supervisor Parlin knows, and how much work they have done over the last, well, for me, about 8 years. So when I look at this office, I'm trying to figure out whether we have it set up correctly, whether we have it staffed correctly, and whether or not the resources are there to do all the things that we really want. I know you've got a budget, and that's why we're here today, just kind of fill it up or figure it out, tune it up towards going to next week, I believe, was it September the 27th, when you return. I believe it was in the agenda. So I would just say to you, make sure that what it says here, creating a fire adaptive, resilient El Dorado County through collaboration and coordination, make sure that we have the system, including the resources applied that will make this thing the best in the state. Because that's what I'm striving for. Everything we've done has stood out in the state on the question of wildfire and what we've done over the years. So I want this office to stand out. It needs to be promoted more. It needs to be talked about more. It needs to be shown to the community how important this is, and make sure this budget has all of the support that it needs. Thanks.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi. So this is an enormous, budgets are always enormous. I really miss the time when they would spend 6 months, each department head would come and explain their budget and you could discuss that one item. But so in my 3 minutes, I caught on to the board policies and priorities. And you spent a lot of time talking about the rescue's fire engine, but nothing about $250,000 for a wet lab. And I actually, ironically, designed a wet lab for the El Dorado Hills Business Park, which turned out not to come to fruition, probably maybe the economics of it. But it's just interesting that there's no discussion on this. It seems like anything out of the TOT should be a general benefit for the county. And this seems really odd item. So I would hope that maybe you question that a little bit more. If that I've historically have had an issue with the economic development department because of working in a silo for certain business owners is just kind of reeks cronyism. So I just have always not been comfortable with that department in the first place, but this is just an odd item. The other one I was curious about, the $500,000 TOT for Tahoma staff housing for transportation, which I know housing is an issue, but there's so many millions of dollars in different pots for actual housing projects. So I'm also concerned of why you would use TOT for that when there's millions of dollars of funding for housing projects, that would not be, is for that. And then I just think, I wish the county would spend more time on critical needs of the community versus the wants of government agencies or agents. And so many times, so many of us have brought to you issues of fire, safety, health, and it just seems they're just always ignored. And I'm just still floored that we have a whole town that was decimated, and you don't hear hardly none of that happened to the people in Grizzly Flat is ever hardly discussed in this board when it was so devastating to this county. And my heart goes out to those folks. And it's why it's so hard to watch these meetings when I see, having worked for the county 3 times, I know the insides, which is so excited. Like I said, you think that things would change. And when it just continually goes to favored projects of certain people that have the votes, it's just discerning. So I always have hope that the board will come around and start looking at the people that are suffering the most in this county and use their resources for those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan from Shingle Springs. I love budget conversations. I will admit that due to different personal issues with my family, primarily my wife's cancer journey, I've not had a chance to do a deep dive into your budget, but I appreciate your conversation and always go to the fact that the best way to look at somebody's values is to look at their value, their budget. That's one of the lenses. And I like the emphasis that I've heard about centering this conversation on your core values, especially collaboration, and specifically in the context of the various fire districts. And I appreciate the fact that folks are looking at how a fire district in one of your supervisorial districts adds benefit to all of your supervisorial districts. It's one of my big picture concerns that once you're elected by districts, you govern as a board. And so when folks tell me I have a specific supervisor, I push back and say, no, I have a board that I'm trying to work with. And I appreciate listening to you today as you function as a board, trying to see how to best benefit all of us. So again, thank you for this conversation and the focus on how each of the various regional resources can benefit the county at large. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'm going to look to the CAO to try to address, Sue Taylor brought up wet labs, Tahoma housing, and the Caldor fire. And those are things I wrote down, and everything else was nice comments. So
Yeah, and if it's okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to address Chris Payne's comments as well.
I thought we did a great job in here, but go ahead.
Just to emphasize, one, that I believe things have changed in the county. And I believe the relationships between the county and our fire districts is better than it's been in many years. And that's demonstrated through their partnership on fire resiliency, because my office can't do fire resiliency. We can try to pull people together, but people have to want to come, and the fire side of the house wants to come. So we're very appreciative of that. The county, in the past 2.5 years, because of your budget policies, the county has provided over $4 million to our fire districts. Most of that with TOT, some of it with ARPA and CARES, but that demonstrates the board's commitment to recognizing, while you're not responsible for how fire service is provided, it's a necessity for our community, and you're putting your skin in the game. So that's a credit to you all for that. Chris, no, there's not enough money in fire resiliency to meet all our needs. It's going to take decades to meet those needs. I believe there's enough money now that we can spend responsibly and prudently, and then come back to the board after another year with a bigger ask if we need it. And I think we're off to a great start because of that collaboration that we have with not just fire, the RCDs, fire safe councils, everyone's working together. In regards to Ms. Taylor's comments, the wet lab, it is a placeholder really, whereas unlike the boat for rescue, or if the board approves the boat for El Dorado Hills, you're actually buying something right now. Wet labs is a concept. It's setting the money aside. So when the concept gets further developed, we will come back to the board of how to spend that money. So it's not fully fleshed out yet, but we want to set some money aside, as we've been doing with many of our TOT projects, setting money aside. So when projects become available, we have the financial resources to address that need as it comes. So it's a little different, but there's more work that needs to be done in that. So her point that it's not fully fleshed out she's right. We need to do some more work
Well,
there.
I'll just add, 90% of small businesses fail in the first year, and anything we can do to help them, they are the backbone of our country. I think it's incredibly important. So I'm very happy with it.
And the Tahoma house, we talked about this in the recommended budget. We rent a house every year, or DOT rents a house every year to house their snow removal workers, because it would be unsafe, quite frankly, to have them driving back and forth with the hours they work.
Well, and sometimes the pass,
Yes.
It gets shut down for sometimes a week or two at a time, depending on our snow levels. So it's critical that we have them over on that site, because it's actually the other side of the lake that our county is in. It's on the west shore. And people forget that there's a big giant slide area between that area and so it gets cut off all the time. Critically important.
So this money is simply to have the county own a building up there that we can house our people in Tahoma during the winter months, rather than leasing. I think the board approved the lease for this winter last board meeting.
Maybe, yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
So that's why it's there. And again, it was talked about, and the board asked us to consider this back in June.
And can you elaborate on the Caldor fire at all? I mean, I feel like the board's been very supportive of that recovery effort, and there are limitations on what you can do with public funds. And it's frustrating beyond belief, quite honestly. It has been frustrating for all of us, I think. But can you elaborate a little bit?
You nailed it, Supervisor Parlin. I mean, we've beaten it to death. The board has advocated so hard for individual assistance. And that's That's legislatively set to use taxpayer dollars to support communities impacted by disaster. That didn't get approved. We don't have a legislative mechanism set to just donate money, county taxpayer dollars to those communities. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible to demonstrate a public benefit in those things, but you need to rely on your nonprofits and things to help too. And I will emphasize, we are continuing to have ongoing discussions about how to redevelop or repopulate or rebuild Grizzly Flats. Significant concerns with the water district there that may be requiring some, at least consideration from the county of using some of our funds to help that water district. It's that bad. So while we're not giving money to help an individual homeowner, this county has been very supportive in trying to get the public infrastructure back up and to be able to support the community up there.
Great. Thank you for that, because I know some of these things are just, it's been frustrating because we all want to do more, I think, but the roads, there's a lot going on
The
there.
water district's a big thing, and especially, and Ken Payne has been awesome.
He's
He
amazing.
really
We love
has,
Ken.
and helping with that.
So with that, I'm
It's a
getting
big
hungry and I
issue.
think I'm gonna try and make a motion. You guys ready?
Oh, yeah, you do it.
So I'm thinking it would be move to approve the budget with the recommended changes in here with the addition of the $204,000 for a boat for Elroy Hills Fire, and with direction for staff to explore options for a community resource center on the Divide. And I think those were the only two real big changes we made, right? Was there another one? Was that it? Oh, did I forget something, Dave?
Dave raised a good point. You're not approving everything today.
Oh, okay.
You're
Saying
asking
this
us
is
to
what we want
incorporate
brought
this,
back.
so it'll be brought back next week.
It's really more
Final.
direction. Yeah.
So to bring back next Tuesday on the 27th, the recommended budget to approve with the vote and direction, and that direction actually won't even be in the recommended budget, right?
Just
Because
be in the minutes.
it'll just be in the minutes to do so. So really, it's just the vote. And that'll be next Tuesday.
And for clarification, Supervisor Novosel, when you mentioned contingency for the vote, I was thinking our general fund contingency. We also have the TOT contingency. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah,
So that makes me more comfortable
Yeah,
coming
that
from the
makes
TOT
sense.
contingency.
But I'd rather it not come out of something we've already.
So that was my
I
mistake.
agree.
In the end, it probably really doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter,
but
but-
It's more direct if it comes out of
Yes.
TOT contingency.
It is.
Okay. So does that work, Dave, for the motion? Thank you for fixing that for me. And do I have a second?
I'll second. Go ahead. I'll second.
All right, we'll have.
I'll third. No, I'll
All
third.
right,
She's second.
everybody in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, very good. It passes unanimously. And great conversation. We have so many priorities. Thank you so much, everyone. And let's get some food and come back. Oh, how long do you need? Do we want to push the afternoon back? How long do you need?
1:30, I think.
1:15? We'll come back at 1:15.
1:15.
Okay,
That's fine. That works.
thank you. All right, we are back from lunch and I'm going to keep booting up my computer here while we start our open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Lozada. I lived in El Dorado County for the past 22 years, and I'm also a member of New California, the state of the 51st state. I have a document here about 6 pages long. It'll take about 15 minutes to read. I will not read that full document.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But I do request if I may have 5 minutes of your time.
Nope, we do 3 minutes for everyone. Everyone.
Okay, then great.
And your clock's going, so you might want to start reading.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
be it. New California State is a new state in development forming from the state of California. New California State is exercising its God-given rights as declared in the 1776 United States Declaration of Independence and as ratified in the 1789 United States Constitution under Article 4, Section 3 and 4. New California is making of a new state, just like 50 other states have been formed to make the Union of States called the United States of America. We, the people of the state of New California, notice to all Californians, Declaration of Constitutional Default. The state of California is in constitutional default and does not have constitutional standing as a member state in the Union of States called the United States of America. We, the people, as citizens of the United States living in the California, are following the process of West Virginia that successfully restored the Virginia state government after the Wheeling Convention of 1861. Congress admitted California to the Compact of Statehood with the United States of America in 1850 because of their constitution ratified for consideration, guaranteed a Republican form of government. Violation of the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, Clause 1. The United States shall guarantee to every state in the Union a Republican form of government, not democracy. Today, California is in a state of free fall at all levels. This free fall has been orchestrated over the last 170 years by socialists and communists, and we're now nearing the end of their socialist communist plan that clearly demonstrates a design to reduce United States citizens living in California under about absolute despotism. Today, this plan has eliminated the 3 branches of government, created a monoparty legislature, which has enabled and empowered the rise of a pusillanimous governor turned dictator. California elections have been corrupt for decades. The state of California government officials have established secret election schemes within counties and school districts with an intent to embrace the plans of authoritarian form of government. Their aim is to limit the state of California citizens' Republican form of government. An unconstitutional administrative state now exists in California in direct violation of the September 9th, 1850 compact, not a contract, with the United States of America. Violation of the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, Clause 2, and shall protect each of them against invasion.
So you're welcome to give your handouts to the clerk. She'll distribute them. You can always email the clerk and she'll distribute information. So thank you for that. Anyone else in the room want to make open forum?
Oh, I'll give it to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. My finish up.
Hello, everybody. My name is Greg Hanna. I'm chairman of New California State. Been involved for a couple of years in this county. And it's something that's real. You know, our country is going down the tubes because we're not following the Constitution. We got a lot of people that are putting out democracy. The word democracy from Jefferson, he said democracy is 2 wolves telling sheep what's for dinner. That's definitely true. We're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. And, you know, I got the rest of this to read, but I've talked to people in the past and they said we could ask for 5 minutes for one of these these sessions, you can't ask.
You
I
can
know.
ask and I will say no.
I
You have
know.
3 minutes and your time is going, so
Yeah,
you might want to.
But I'm just asking you, you know, other counties do it. Our county has done it in the past.
And we
so
don't now.
You don't now?
Nope.
And what's the reasoning behind that?
It's in our protocols. We changed it about 2 or 3 years ago.
And
We
who
haven't done
voted
it
on
for
that?
years. The
Just
board.
The board.
Mhm.
Violation of the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, Clause 2, and shall protect each of them against invasion. That's what the president's charged to do. We've got our borders wide open and thousands of people come in. The state of California has failed to present the massive invasion of illegal foreign nationals, which is in direct violation of the Constitution of the United States. They're flowing into our borders. That guarantees protection from invasion. To be sure, state and local government officials are actively engaged in trafficking of human flesh and slavery with vicious criminal cartels who are trafficking hundreds of thousands of illegal foreign nationals across the border, reaping billions of dollars each year. This is openly promoted by state government officials, members of the state legislature who approve legislation encouraging what is now a multi-billion-dollar slave industry. The on-the-ground violence and lawlessness, people being shot by illegals, you hear about this all the time. You know, it's just bad news. That's what the president's supposed to do. He's supposed to protect us. So if you think about, we're actually invaded, an invasion under the Constitution of the United States. Violation of the United States Constitution, Article 5, Section 4, Clause 3, and on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature cannot be convened against domestic violence. The state of California has failed to prevent the harm of domestic violence increased by the above stated invasion, which is in direct violation of the Constitution of the United States, Article 4, Section 4. That guarantees protection from domestic violence, yet the legislature passes laws to openly permit, encourage acts of violence and lawlessness. The pusillanimous governor opens the prisons, releasing criminals into the streets again. So we have an acts of insurrection. We have acts of sedition.
Thank you.
God bless you guys. I pray for everyone down here.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate everything you do.
Anyone else in the room? Open forum?
Thank you. Ruth Michelson, District 4. Well, that was inspiring. Just want to take a minute to talk about something related. You just wait, you'll see how I tie this in. So I'm sure you're all familiar with Manifest Destiny. When the wagon trains came out here for the gold rush, and the Manifest Destiny idea was that we had God-given rights to come and essentially kill everyone who was here. So I'm not really a fan of God-given rights because it can be abused and can justify all kinds of heinous action. So yeah, I mean, people make up what they think God told them they can do. Speaking of that, of God, I want to say that I would really like you to consider seriously not having prayer to open your meetings. City Council doesn't have prayer. It's really not necessary to have prayer. And I know you have the right to do it. You've been over that before. You have the right, but it is eliminates a lot of people when you do it. And yes, I do appreciate that you have a rabbi every once in a while. That's nice, but this isn't church. This isn't your home. You have all these other places to practice your faith. And I don't know why you feel that you have to have so much Christian faith here. And by the way, in the coming decades, Christianity will be a minority in this country. But regardless, it's just not needed. I mean, pray silently to yourself if you want to make sure you do something that's godly or with a conscientious mind. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you very much for considering that.
Thank you, Ruth. No, okay, I was saying, got somebody else coming up. Jonathan's coming. Open forum, right, Jonathan?
Yep.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to talk about dogs
Thank you.
or cats. People risk their lives crossing the ocean, which I've done on a steamliner maybe 40, 50 years ago, but They risked their lives to come to America for religious freedom. And I want to encourage you to not only open in prayer, but to support the entire county to pray, because we live on the blessings of God that we can so easily take for granted. The scripture says in 2 Chronicles chapter 7:14, it says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves, 2 Chronicles 7:14, shall humble themselves and pray, then I will, and seek my face, it says, then God says, I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sins, and I will forgive and I will heal their land. You talk about what land needs healing. Thank God for the righting of the wrong of pretending that abortion was a constitutional liberty, which it is not in the Constitution. But the murder of preborn children, 61 million children since 1973, that it's unbelievable. You know, the Bible says that the blood of the innocents cries out to God. I still have time. I've got a minute, Lori. So I want to encourage you that prayer is so important because it's directly talking to God, and God is the one that gives us the 10,000 heartbeats every day. I'm glad that there's a pastor on the supervisory board. It's probably pretty rare in the 58 counties. But I want to close. I not only want to encourage prayer, I'm going to close in prayer. So I'd ask everyone, whether you believe in God or not, to just bow your head, bow your heart, or just think about where you came from, who has kept you alive, and where you're going. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, I thank you that you came into this world, Lord, not to condemn, but to provide forgiveness for sins, for Jews and for Protestants, for atheists, for Buddhists, for Muslims, because we've all sinned and there is a judgment for sin. So I thank you, Lord, you spilled your blood to wash our sins away and to make us all whiter than snow. God bless you.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry that I regret that I can't make your 1:30 item, because I'm glad to see it back on the calendar and I continue to support it. So thank you for that. Interestingly enough, like Mr. Hanna, I'm here to speak about constitutional issues as well. What I'm handing out to you is a summary of the constitutional disqualification of a New Mexico commissioner exactly 2 weeks ago named Coy Griffin. And I think that you should be aware of that, because that's the ultimate penalty that you face for continuing to uphold people who attacked the nation's capital on January 6th instead of your oaths of office. In 1862, Abraham Lincoln is famously attributed with saying to General McClellan, who was the head of the Union Army at that time, if General McClellan does not want to use the army, I would like to borrow it for a time, provided I could see how it could be made to do something. And I kind of feel like Lincoln, and over the last year and a half, I've supported my oath of office as a veteran to support and defend the Constitution, and spoken to you about that and encouraged you to do the same. And in this handout are copies of the oath that you all took, and they're there for everybody to see, because you're not the only recipients of this. There are hundreds of people that receive the same information that you do for the same purpose, to make them aware of the facts around these issues, and to allow for people to be informed about them and make their own decisions. And in their decisions, I encourage them to always talk to you and support you. But I'm asking you to support the oath that you took and to do it faithfully. And again, I've seen no evidence of that for quite some time. This should speak for itself, but you should just be aware that there are two conditions for removal from office under the 14th Amendment, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. One is to engage in insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution of the United States. That's what removed Coy Griffin from office for life. He can never hold office again in federal or state offices, and that was effective immediately 2 weeks ago. The other condition, which could apply to you, some people could deem that possible, is giving aid or comfort to enemies of the Constitution. And I think it's worth bearing that you're aware of that ultimate penalty. So that's all. It's for your information and for your action. I can't force you to uphold your oath. That's up to you. It should be but you cannot uphold the oath to a Constitution and then support those who have gone out of their way to overcome the 12th Amendment to the Constitution in a presidential election. Not just avoid some people's votes, but every vote that was cast in 2020. Think about that. People tried to overturn every single vote in this country for every single person that cast a vote. And that should be objectionable to all of us. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Open forum?
Could you turn the speaker volume up a little bit?
Joe just doesn't talk loud. Anybody else in the room? Open forum?
Yes, I am.
No, you already spoke.
It's about rebuttal to those two.
No, we don't do that. This is not a back and forth. You get to make your point.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. It's a beautiful day, 9 a.m., where we should be doing this. That's a request, by the way. People could plan their day a little bit better than breaking it in half. By the way, we're making the news today about your next item. Anyway, pardon me, Ken Greenwood here from the notorious and far-fetched Triple Junction, the last-minute gerrymandering, if you will. Anyway, couple of items. Pardon me, I got distracted. 9 a.m. Covered that. I was applying for some assistance over at the senior center the other day, and I was applying for the weatherization and such. And their forms are available, PDF forms are available online, but sadly, they're not fillable, which means that, yes, PDF and Adobe has the ability, manipulated right by our IT people, where we can fill out these forms that are sometimes endless online or at our computer, and then submit them either over the internet or print them out, and they're readable. We don't have to struggle. The staff doesn't have to struggle with reading people's chicken scratch. And you can fix mistakes and this, that, and the other thing. So, and I was told that there is some reason for this, that these forms aren't fillable. I'd like to get an explanation of that, and that is a request, if you will. Fillable forms. Item 3, cultural resources in the fire area. Once again, I mentioned this last week, but once again, we have potential for some cultural resources out there in the Volcanoville area, et cetera, that could get bowled over by this removal process. It's in direct violation of CEQA, antiquities, et cetera. Finally, an update on the WTF ordinance revision. Wondering where we are on that, and haven't heard anything recently. And also, very good discussion earlier about how we are a constitutional republic, not a democracy. It makes me want to sick every time I hear people talk about our system as a democracy. No, we're democratic republic.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon. I so appreciate the fact that you have chosen to continue with this hybrid approach. I had hoped to be there for open forum, but I've been, just listening to you and then commenting as I go through my honey-do list. So it allows me to maintain balance in my life. Probably, unfortunately, something that's a challenge when you're a supervisor. I wanted to address what I've spoken about, which is good governance, and there was a lot of good comments and of exemplary examples of good governance as you covered your various agenda items. And I hope to see a follow-up workshop soon on good governance where we can talk about how you can improve in those areas, since there's always room for improvement. I'm a little concerned when people use open forum to address issues as esoteric as the republic and democracy and those things, because you do have a right to tell folks, hey, this is not within our scope of jurisdiction. I commend that you err on the side of listening to everybody, but I would urge the public in terms of good governance, perhaps there's no need to use up that time. Thank you for taking my comments.
Now taking public comment from Diane Murillo.
Good afternoon, board. I want to compliment you, this is Diane Murillo, on having your open forum at 1 o'clock. Almost everybody takes a lunch break, and it is very convenient, I think, for most people. And I want to compliment you for continuing the Zoom type of meetings. However, on the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Region area that I've been involved with since the late 80s and 90s, that was determined way back in 92 on the general plan redo that that would be the center of the population and growth and the prime commercial area for the future. It has definitely proven out to be exactly that. The city of Placerville at one time wanted to annex that whole area and, of course, increase their tax dollars. El Dorado County says, no way. Now, I think your Perks Corner is a prime potential income for you people to do whatever it is you need to do to build it, and they will come anywhere else. Do not destroy the entrance to our prime commercial area, and putting in a hut for a transition center at the Perks Corner was rehashed 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and it just keeps coming up. And it's got to stop. And if you people need money to do something somewhere else, then sell it, because it would be excellent. Maybe if we're lucky, we could get a Chick-fil-A or a Pollo Loco. Who knows? Anyway, the armory in there. I know you have no say over what becomes of it, but possibly the CAL FIRE guys can set up their sleeping area in that area. And I compliment you on thinking out of the box and using the old Sheriff's Center and Juvenile Hall later today in your discussions for a homeless, to where the city of Placerville can also share expenses and the impact it's going to have with the county. Thank you for listening.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. First of all, I'd like to commend Jonathan for exercising his First Amendment rights. And in regard to the remarks made about prayer, I think Ruth needs to understand really what the Communist Manifesto is all about and what we are currently experiencing, not just in El Dorado County, but throughout the United States right now. We are seeing the disintegration of our Constitution and our liberties as Comrade Parlin and other government individuals decide that they're going to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good to know for them to know. Again, Lori, what you've ended up doing today, you again have violated the Brown Act. The Brown Act preamble just reminds you that the people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them, and the people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. And the protocols that you mentioned, they are not law. They are protocols, simply that. They do not rise to the level of law. And so again, you're tightening the noose on our liberties and freedoms as you proceed. With that segue, I'd also like to mention what happened at yesterday's Taxpayers Association meeting. You had Carol Lewis, who is a known Democrat, who mentioned, or she actually made a presentation to the association about meetings that were held with Lori, with John, with Wendy, and with George regarding 5 items that she would not disclose, other than one of the items had something to do with Don Ashton and his pension. They also, Andy and Carol Lewis also met with Don Ashton, who Carol claimed was visibly upset and demanded an apology, apparently, for the topics that were being discussed with the supervisors, and that he was not included in that discussion. You profess to be adherent to the good governance and to your constitutional oaths with transparency and accountability to the people. It's about time you start being transparent and let us know exactly what transpired that caused that kind of upheaval with private meetings. And again, the topics the people have a right to know. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I was just listening, and actually, Diane brought up a really good point about the armory at the fairgrounds. And I don't know, every meeting somebody says that people or the county or government can't do anything because it's a state project, which is totally false. I mean, the local jurisdictions have more control and power over state projects than, I mean, I've gone to the state and asked them, and we do. So primary, I think it'd be great to add to your agenda about sending a letter to the state. First asking them to return that property back, because we kind of donated it to them in the first place during the war. And since that war is long, they stopped using it for that purpose. It should have been returned back to the county in the first place. And then secondly, either way, ask if that property could be used for the CAL FIRE, since that's a state agency and the state's right now claiming they can do what they want with that property. I think that's a great thought. So thanks, Diane, for bringing that up. And I think the county needs to get engaged on that piece of property, which what the state's proposing is completely impacting on the fairgrounds. So put it in your idea box, and that would be great if you could facilitate something like that. Thanks. I'm done.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Well, it's funny we talk about the religion of COVID has been shoved down our throat, right? The religion of Marxism, of diversity, equity, and inclusion has been shoved down our throats. Transgenderism, mutilation, genital mutilation of kids, right? That's all that religion is shoved down our throats. So yeah, so let's just get rid of prayer, and let's get rid of all the leftist ideology religion. How about that? So speaking of COVID, Biden the other day declared COVID over. The pandemic is over. So I was kind of wondering, are you guys going to be ending all your emergency orders, declarations, all this COVID garbage, according to our great president, is over. So we don't need your martial law. Nancy Williams doesn't have all her rights that she thinks she was entitled to being an unelected official. right? You can't get COVID through farts. We learned that. You can still get COVID if you're vaccinated. Many people are sick from the vaccinations that were forced upon them. So, I hate to bring up old stuff, but the effects of what you all did over the last 2 years has ruined lives. I've lost my friend, one of my best friends, to alcoholism brought on by the loneliness of COVID, right? A lot of sad things have happened over the last few years. People losing their businesses, their homes, having to leave, all those things. So are we going to talk about any of that, or are we just going to just move on and pretend like COVID didn't happen and that you guys didn't do all those horrible things to us by violating our rights? And the sad thing is that everything we said that was going to happen happened. Everything from the effects of the vaccination, how COVID was going to build natural immunity from day one, and you all rolled your eyes at us, the few handful of us loud, obnoxious people, and guess what? We were right. So Nancy Williams, will you show us
All right, that was our last open forum comment. Ken Greenwood did ask about fillable forms. I thought that actually was something I wondered about myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the county uses a lot of PDF fillable forms. He's talking about programs in the senior programs. I'll follow up with Health and Human Services to see if they can get those updated, but that's a technology we use all over the place. And
I think
be an oversight.
so form specifically, I think I've encountered for my mom.
All right. We'll look
But
into it.
you can't fill it in, you have to download it and use Acrobat, and it's kind of weird. But anyway, that's something to explore. I think that's
Absolutely.
and then Ken also asked about the radio cell tower or whatever ordinance. Did we ever do that? Or is it in the work still? It's on our
I
list.
believe it's on the long-range planning's priority list, but I don't believe it's in the top
Okay.
tier of priorities.
I think everything else was but a lot of comments, suggestions, and all that. So, all right, we're good to go. With that, we're going to move on to our 130, not too bad item. Where is it? Item number 33.
Item number 33 comes from Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board, 1, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to send a letter to CAL FIRE terminating facility use agreement with CAL FIRE for the use of the property at 299 Fair Lane, commonly known as the Old Juvenile Hall, effective December 15, 2022. 2, direct staff to implement a temporary navigation center. 3, authorize staff to work with the Superior Court to relocate the juvenile court located under the Old Juvenile Hall located at 295 Fair Lane to 2850 Fair Lane Court, commonly known as Building C. 4, direct staff to prepare architectural and design drawings as well as cost estimates to construct a permanent navigation center at 300 Fair Lane where the sheriff's headquarters were previously located. 5, direct staff to complete the design and architectural drawings as well as cost estimates for a new juvenile hall, and upon completion, return to the board for further direction. And 6, direct staff to return to the board within 60 days with potential locations for the Register of Voters.
Madam Chair, before we begin, I have a matter to clear up. Those of you may remember that in late July, the first time this matter was brought before us, I received an anonymous complaint that was levied against me by the FPPC, alleging conflict of interest violations, and I had to recuse myself. Following that, I hired an attorney and I answered those allegations with the FPPC. And I was just awaiting final confirmation as to what course of action they were going to take before we moved forward with this item. I would happy to report that a couple of weeks ago, I received a letter back from the FPPC following my response to those anonymous allegations, and they fully cleared the matter. that they stated that they found nothing of substance in that, and that they are, the matter is resolved and they will not be pursuing it any further. So I wanted to let everyone know there is no cloud over these proceedings today.
Guys, we're not gonna do applause or any outbursts in here. We're just not doing that today. If it's in our protocols. I know Melly doesn't like protocols, but we have them so that we can run meetings. And I like protocols actually. So thank you though. Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Thomas. So with that, I'm going to attempt to take the lead on this. There's a lot of parts to it. It's a complex, but I think I'm excited about this, to be honest with you. It fulfills a lot of facility needs that we've been looking at doing anyhow, but it pulls them all together kind of in a package. So I'll just start by saying that, so when supervisors pull together agenda items ourselves with some assistance, sometimes they're not vetted as well as they should have been. And I wanted to provide some clarity that in here it mentions navigation center. Well, we've been talking about them so much, I think we assume that everybody would know, and we shouldn't have ever assumed. Navigation center means navigation center with temporary shelter component. And so this item is about that. It's not just a navigation center. It includes the temporary shelter component, which are beds. So I wanted to provide that clarity because it doesn't read like that. And I apologize. I didn't catch that when we were pulling this together kind of quickly, actually, after that last discussion. And then another thing that I want to, before we get started, is there's 6 items here. We may add more as our conversation goes. I think I already have one in mind. But at this point, we will be voting on each of these individually because several of these can stand alone. And like I said, a lot of these are things that we've been looking at doing anyhow. So if I start asking for a vote and I forget to do them individually, will you guys help me remember? Just stop me. So with that, I'll kind of back it up. We tried to make the text of the item, I think it's 3 or 4 pages, pretty clear on where we were trying to go with this, but I'll try to recap it and explain the thought process. But so everyone probably remembers August 23rd, the board was not able to come together on a vote for a path for a navigation center with temporary shelter. And I had a really tough night sleeping that night because I know people don't think so, but I actually wanted to see this happen. And I have a lot of my friends ask me, why are you really wanting this to happen? Because a lot of people don't want this to happen, to be honest. In my mind, the way I see it, and I remember this so clearly when the sheriff was here that day and talked about his idea for, at that time it was called hostess. But my understanding from the law right now is we cannot enforce our anti-camping ordinances without beds. That's the law right now. And we have to work within that. It's a constraint. But I think that we can overcome it by getting some beds. So next morning after August 23rd, I do my best work in the shower. I hate to tell everybody that, but it's true. And I immediately on my drive up after getting dressed, I called Dawn and I said, Dawn, whatever happened to, I believe it was in 2019, my first year in office, when the old juvenile hall now was closed. We closed it. And at that time we had asked about putting, I think, a winter shelter in or some kind of a homeless shelter at that time in that year. And we got some pushback from our tenant downstairs, the juvenile court. And at that particular time, and we were talking, 3-4 years ago, we didn't pursue it. We were like, okay, good, we'll move on. And in the meantime, then, and that's like kind of item number 1 here, we went into an agreement with CAL FIRE to use the old juvenile hall. And that started in August of 2020. And it's on a month-to-month. My understanding is that CAL FIRE has known all along that that would be a temporary situation because we do want to use that space. When we have buildings, we want to use them for our needs, for our priorities. And CAL FIRE has been an excellent partner in everything we do in this county. So please don't anyone ever think that we don't take that relationship seriously. We do, and we value it. And they always had the understanding that we were going to pursue another use there. So one of the items in here is then to wait until fire season's over, which seemed like the right thing to do, and then terminate the contract with CAL FIRE. And my understanding is they've been looking for other spaces to use anyhow, because they knew that we were actually thinking of putting it's the PUF, Psychiatric Health Facility, and there we call it the PUF, PHF. In there, we were thinking of doing that sometime next year. So we've already given CAL FIRE the heads up that we were going to be ending that contract. So they knew that. So that's one item on here, is to terminate it mid-December. Fire season's over, should give them plenty of time to find another facility. And my understanding is CAL FIRE doesn't have a problem with that. They totally understand. Moving on to number 2 on here, then that would open up, we're calling it the old juvenile hall upstairs, across the street, 299 Fair Lane. That would open that up for a temporary navigation center with a temporary shelter component. That's the part we forgot to put in there, and pursue that. Actually, we already have an agreement with Volunteers of America. We already signed that in June. So giving them notice now that we are looking to do this gives them a couple months to go hire the staff to fulfill that agreement. And again, back in August when we did this is September now, right? Yes. In August, when we had that last item, Volunteers of America said it would take them a couple months to staff up. So this works out well. There's a fiscal impact in here of $200,000 to potentially make some improvements to the old juvenile hall to prepare for the temporary shelter and navigation center. And I've been over there, and I've actually toured that back in 2019 after the old juvenile hall closed, and we were looking at what else we could do there. And CAL FIRE is there right now. It's a very usable building. It truly is. So $200,000 improvements is very reasonable to get some good use out of that. Then you move on to item number 3 on this. Okay, here we go. This is where it gets a little more complicated. Because we'd already been pursuing and looking into putting the PUF there, we were thinking of trying to do that by the end of next year, perhaps. That's going to be delayed because we're now thinking of putting our temporary shelter navigation center there for 2023. That'll delay moving the PUF there. But in the meantime, the juvenile court, who's our tenant downstairs, is that the right word, tenant? Is that fair? Is that the right word?
Probably not, but I think they
Okay.
understand what we're.
For lack of a better word, I'm going to say that, so I'm not trying to be offensive. That's the word I've got right now. The tenant downstairs, we are planning on, because of the incompatibility of those uses, they've asked that we either not put a shelter there or even the PUF, which we really want to do. We want to use that facility. And remember, the PUF is currently on Spring Street right now. That facility has been termed end of life. I do remember the frantic agenda item, I think it was last winter, where we had to put tarps on the roof and everything. That building is falling apart. It's really not worthwhile to put a bunch of money into it. And that whole Spring Street facility is on our list of buildings to replace. So we have public health there. We have the senior services there. The PUF would be our first thing that we can actually move out of there and then look for spaces for the public health and senior services. So, so this would be to start looking to move the juvenile court out from downstairs. So that's part of item 3 on this list of things, relocating the juvenile court. So to do that, we've been in discussions with the court, I believe, is that correct, Sue? For, I'm not sure how long, but we have been on this relocation. We're looking at moving them downstairs in building C across the way. There's already a court down there, and we already have security services for the court set up there. So by moving the juvenile court downstairs by the other court, they could use the same security. And our understanding on that is that right now, by having separate security over here downstairs, it's costing us $480,000 a year. So by relocating the courts together, they can share that security. And we are, where is it? Okay, we've put in here in the fiscal impact that we're proposing $3 to $4 million to make the improvements downstairs in Building C to move the court so that they have like facilities and can run a court. Because right now it's elections and they can't run a court down there until we make improvements for them. So I think that covers that. That will free up the downstairs also of the old juvenile hall. And the reason that's exciting, let's see, where's that item? There's a lot of items on here. The reason that it's exciting to have the downstairs open, because upstairs will be right now for 1 year, approximately the temporary navigation center, temporary shelter, move them out within a year, move the PUF in upstairs. Then behavioral health is looking at, we don't have a crisis residential facility. Is that the right word? Where is that one gone?
Crisis residential treatment facility, yes.
Okay, where's that number?
CRTF.
There it is. Okay, I'm like, where is that one? Okay, so with and that's another thing on our to-do list is to build or find a facility for a crisis residential treatment facility. It's on our to-do list. It complements a PUF because my understanding, and Don, help me if I do this wrong, but we can put somebody in the PUF for 72 hours. Once they're ready to be released and we don't have a bed for them, we end up keeping them in the PUF, which costs more. And it's not covered by Medi-Cal. It's not covered by Medi-Cal. And therefore, that's why partly why our behavior health budget has been kind of out of whack, is because we've been paying for that. They're called administrative days. The longer somebody stays in the PUF, beyond that 72 hours. So having the crisis residential treatment facility downstairs across the way will take care of that need and will help with the behavioral health budget. And those will be complementary items. Then another piece of the puzzle, I'm going to call it a puzzle because there's a lot of parts. Then I'm on number 4 here, is if we move the navigation center and the temporary shelter out, of course, of upstairs across the way, we need somewhere to put a permanent one. So we're looking at, remember, we still have the continuum of care EDOK funds that we set aside for a permanent long-term navigation center. And the thought was with behavior health taking up upstairs and downstairs in the old juvenile hall, it would kind of complement that behavioral health services, mental health services across the street here at the old sheriff's facility, which is 300 Fairlane, to use those funds that were set aside for the permanent long-term navigation center to build something next door here. And what's kind of exciting about that in my mind, I've said it many times, is that whatever building goes there, I really want it to blend in and look like the rest of the government center. I don't want it to be an eyesore. I never, quite honestly, liked the sprung structure, never did. I didn't like it because I was concerned that we'd be stuck with it for 50 years and it does not fit in anything. So by using those funds that we've already designated to put a permanent building here, and with the, what is it, the crisis declaration that we have for homelessness, then we can do a sole source contract for the design of the building next door with those funds. And the talk has been, and this is something the board will need to discuss, is if we would like to do this, my thinking was that we want to get a local sole source contractor to do this because there was a local contractor that built this building. And so I'm thinking along those same lines because they've already built the buildings here. They probably already have a good feel for just building more next door. So that would all blend. And then it's noted in here on the same item number 4, one advantage to constructing the permanent building with those funds that we've already designated is if we ever decide to no longer have a navigation center there next door with these funds, there isn't any kind of strings attached with it. We will have a building there that we could use for something else. Whereas some of the other funding sources that we've been talking about with other buildings, it's very restrictive what we could do with those buildings in the future. So that's another thing that's very appealing about building the navigation center right next door. And so then the other thing we've been talking about is the board's been talking about this for years before I got on the board, and we're still talking about it, is a new juvenile hall. And the last time we had direction, is that in this? Did we put a date? But the last time we had a conversation and direction as a board on the new juvenile hall, we said that we have a lot of concerns about how much it's going to cost. And we have an existing juvenile hall in Tahoe that's serving us quite well. That building is restrictive. It would cost us money to potentially buy out the rights to do something else with it, but then you still have to put a lot of money into it. So what we did last time we met on that was we asked staff to come up with designs and architectural drawings and cost estimates of what it would take to do a new juvenile hall. And so that process is almost complete. So we're asking to go ahead and finish that so that we are dealing with real numbers, real designs, and it will no longer probably be here because we're doing something else with that, but the county owns other pieces of property. So if the board really wants to do that and pursue that with the drawings and the costs, we'll just have to find another piece of property. So that's still in here too. We want to make sure that we didn't leave that out. And then registrar of voters, there's Bill over there. Yeah. So one of the biggest pieces of the puzzles is finding a new location for the registrar of voters, so that we can move the juvenile court downstairs where registrar of voters currently is. And that's something we've already been looking at. So there was a board item this morning. It was item number 7 on consent that had us looking at it's called the Carlton Building on Ponderosa Road, where we currently have child support services. I always get that one wrong. Child support services. We're currently leasing that building, so we're looking at purchasing it. And the board already approved this morning on consent to begin that process. And then in closed session, we will actually talk about the property negotiations for that, which we always do that in closed session. I know people don't like it because it doesn't seem like it's transparent, but it's on the agenda, so you know what we're talking about. You just don't talk about property terms out here until it's, you're ready to go. So, so that's in the works too. And that's a lot of pieces of the puzzle. And I will say that I appreciated that so I had a meeting that morning, after I had the thought of putting the navigation center over there across the way. And so I called Don on the drive up to unload on him what I was thinking. And he was like, well, interesting. And then we just kind of started fleshing it out as an item. And I decided and the reason it's being brought by me and Supervisor Thomas is because she's my vice chair. And we try to, flesh things out before bringing things to the board. And Don did help us pull this together because a lot of this stuff, like I said, is already in the works. It was in his brain and we need to pick his brain to put this together. So I appreciate that. I will say that I think this meets a lot of our needs for behavioral health, which includes in my mind homelessness. Honestly, a lot of that's a mental health issue. And also we did receive some emails, which I thought a couple of them were really thoughtful in the way they were written. And I totally agree. And there was one from our treasurer tax collector this morning that we got. And she said it so well. She's like, additional security for these buildings, the government center is long overdue. And I totally agree. It is long overdue. I blurt things out that are super honest and Don cringes, but when the sheriff's office moved away from next door a couple years ago, things changed here. They just did. And we've had some issues with homeless folks camping across the way. being here on our government center. It just changed everything. And so I do agree that security is a concern, but remember that, at least in my mind, with Volunteers of America managing the homeless shelter, it's not going to be a free for all. This is going to be a managed center. The sheriff and the Placerville Police are going to be a piece of this puzzle also with the law enforcement. They'll be able to, that's what navigation centers are. People are brought to the center for services. So yes, security, I think, is a big issue that we'll want to include in this conversation. I don't know if we need to add it as another item on here or just provide direction or how we want to address it to make sure it's not forgot, but definitely a big deal. So with that, I know that was a lot, but it is a lot, and it's kind of exciting, I think, to get some of these needs taken care of. Dawn, did you want to elaborate on anything? Because that was a lot.
My gut tells me I would prefer you add security as a motion when it comes to that time.
Great.
I think that's a wise idea. And just a reminder that the board did allocate $250,000 in this year's budget to address security issues, and there's a team of department heads working on that right now. And it's being led by Lieutenant Troy Morton. He's been a little busy the past couple of weeks.
Yes, he has.
In the meetings they've had so far, they did identify the boardroom, board chambers, the lobby, and buildings A, B, and C and Brew Road as the top priorities for security improvements. So this would segue into those conversations.
Very good. Okay. Yeah, go please.
I just want to thank you for you went through the item beautifully, because there's a lot of moving parts here. And I just want to recognize that, August 23rd was an incredibly difficult day for all of us. It was a really hard day. And I am so grateful that we've been able to lay down our swords, come together for the common good, and to sometimes when doors close unexpectedly and things don't go into the direction that you anticipate, that's the time to open thought. And when you open thought, new ideas come, and new ideas surface that perhaps seemed closed before. And how this came together is pretty miraculous. This came together very quickly, recognizing that this is a much more comprehensive plan that will meet a range of needs rather than just meeting one need that we have to figure out subsequent pieces later. I so appreciate that this is such a comprehensive policy, recognizing that there are some impacts to this, and we will, we'll address those. But I also like the fact that it reduces neighbors' concerns. We are putting this in our own backyard. We're not expecting someone else to take it in theirs. And believe me, the conversations as we were starting to flesh this out immediately were, what about our employees? What about security concerns? Because that is of primary concern. And I want you to know, we hear you. That is equally important to us, because our family employees are our family, and we're here too with you. And so we want to make sure that not only do you feel secure, but you are secure, and recognizing that this navigation center will be of great help. The folks that, as Supervisor Parlin said, the folks that come here, it's not a walk-in basis. It's a referral only. And the folks that are there will be there for help and wraparound services. The folks there won't be homeless. They will be, working on a path to sustainability. And that will meet a great need in our community. We don't know exactly how it's going to work, but this is a significant step in helping our community address a challenge that we've not been able to wrap our heads around. And we've been relying on the faith community, the nonprofit community, our law enforcement partners, and Marshall Hospital and Barton Hospital, and our healthcare providers. And I'm grateful that we're at this step today. And Supervisor Parlin, I'd like to thank you, for your leadership on this as well. And I know all of us after that day probably were having siloed conversations with Don. I know I was on the phone to him as I was leaving the parking lot that night. And so I appreciate where we are and look forward to, hearing your input. But thank you for getting us here.
You're welcome. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just got some concerns, and some of them you've already addressed. So thank you for that. One of the biggest concerns I have was CAL FIRE especially when we're in high fire season right now. And you got to understand, we just went through another horrific fire. And having CAL FIRE here has been a blessing. And that's one of the big issues that I have is I don't think it's still right to kick them out, but I'm glad that it's December. They have time for that. One of the other things is how much is going to cost to move elections out of this building C here and put it down in Shingle Springs. My concern is how much is it going to cost the county? That's a big thing to me. One of the other things is how much is it going to cost juvenile hall, the juvenile court to go into building C? How much is it to transfer all that stuff from this building down there, but also revamp that building? You addressed it at $3.4 million, which to me, I don't think 3.4 is going to be enough. It's going to be more than that, be honest with you. So I have concerns about that. And the deal with county employees, especially at night at 5 o'clock when it's dark out here during the winter months. My concerns is with county employees. And I would really feel bad if one county employee, something happened to them. I would really feel bad about that. I think my personal opinion, I've always supported, the home project, which is up and next to the jail. I'm not against the homeless. I support the home. We need something. But I think up at the jail is a better place. It already has the infrastructure and everything, and we're going to build a facility. I think we need to look at all the different aspects of this before we make a decision. But that's all I have to say.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I'm very pleased that you brought this back because it's something we need to take action on. We desperately need a shelter and a navigation center. And there's nothing new here from my perspective. All these options have been talked about. The board's discussed it. And it's always been looked at as a high risk type of proposal in my mind because it's subject to litigation. It's subject to losing funding. There's a whole lot of consequences that could fall out of this. My personal preference would be move forward with a temporary facility, get it up and operating, and continue to look for a more permanent facility because I'm not convinced, I guess, in the big picture that the old sheriff's facility is the ideal location for a permanent navigation center and shelter. We haven't had much success in finding things. I'm hearing from different people that there probably are properties that haven't been brought forward by facilities. I would love to hear more about those. If that's the case, if there's really viable properties, I'd really like to understand where they are because I think before we get to the point of saying, yep, that's exactly where we want this permanent navigation center and shelter, we need to look one more time to see if there's something longer range. For a temporary use, we definitely need to get this going. I fully support it for that. I'm just a little reluctant to say I want to go all in with this, not feeling that we've explored every possible permanent facility that's available to us. And I know that was one of your concerns before we talked about the Pros Road and all those things. And it's a difficult struggle because there is no perfect location. Any location you find is going to have some compromises. But I'm just a little hesitant there. The other thing that I was concerned about is I didn't see any direct staff inputs on this other than the concerns. For instance, Health and Human Services, Daniel was very involved with this stuff. And I saw references to Volunteers of America. I'm hoping they will still operate the facility, that we can make that stuff happen, because if we can't get their services, that's another thing that I think we're going to struggle with. How do we then staff it? Because we don't have the resources within the county to do it. So those are key elements that seem like they're check marks that we need to get. We need to get a commitment. We need a commitment, and we need to move forward, I think, rapidly with this temporary facility. But I'm not convinced yet that we've looked at the optimum location within the county for a permanent facility. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I support the need, the desire. We move forward with this. I'm just a little hesitant with the back end of it. All the other moving pieces seem to have a lot of complications to them.
There's a lot of pieces. Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you. And I can't tell you how appreciative I am. I had no idea this was in the works until I saw this on the agenda. I went, holy cow. And I'm so excited to see it because we just were so deflated after that August meeting, and rightfully so. We know we need to get moving on something now. And I totally agree. And so I really, really appreciate all the work. I'd be interested, and I know it's going to come, is from listening to staff. I just want to make sure, because this is new to me, that we are crossing all those Ts and dotting all those Is. I don't think there's ever, as you say, going to be a perfect location. I've given up on that. What we need to do is to assure ourselves, our community, and especially in this situation, our staff, that we are doing the right thing, making sure that we do have security, that the community is understanding and at the very least educated on what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I know that's why we're here today, but I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody, and to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Very good. And then Don, help me with, there was kind of another caveat about, moving the PUF. We don't want to delay that too long, correct? That's why we were looking at having the temporary location for the NAV Center, a year-ish, I think. And this is all ishy, I would say. Everything is ishy, you guys, everything. Help me with that.
Sure. Well, so when Supervisor Parlin brought this to my attention about using the old juvenile hall as a navigation/shelter temporary facility, I said from staff's perspective, we need an exit plan, because that has been the location for the psychiatric health facility.
Right.
And from my experience in hearing, when other jurisdictions try to build any type of psychiatric mental health building, they get just as much pushback as we do on homeless issues, no matter where you try to put it. So for several years, the thought has been the old juvenile hall makes the most sense for that. We've had telecare walk the facility. They say it can work. So that's been the plan. And, it's always, plans change. We recognize that, but sometimes it's more frustrating than others when plans change. We have I believe we have some drawings set up for the PUF. We were planning to begin construction late next year. My concern was, if we don't have an exit strategy, that gets delayed as well. And I talked to Chief Richard about this a lot, quite honestly, when this came out. I felt I was kind of asked, in my opinion, what's more important right now to our community, a PUF or a new juvenile hall? And from my perspective, it's the psychiatric health facility that has a bigger system-wide impact to our hospitals, to our ambulance system. It's not to say we don't need a new juvenile hall. It's just, and if I had to pick, that's where I'm at. So that's why I wanted the exit strategy. Supervisor Heidel on other buildings that could be looked at. Facilities canvassed hundreds of buildings. But that being said, something that wasn't available then may be available now. You just don't know. But we've looked at now Pollock Pines, the Broadway hotels, Perks Court, Peraz Road. It's up to you guys how much longer you want to look for something else.
Understand.
Yeah.
So that was the reason, it's the exit strategy to make it available for the PUF is kind of why we went there. And in my mind, and I, in talking with our behavioral health director, Nicole, and I never get her last name right, so I forgive me. Thank you. She thought that also that having the PUF upstairs, the crisis residential treatment facility downstairs, and then it does seem like a natural fit to have your navigation center across the street, because a lot of this is so mental health related. And those enforcing the anti-camping ordinance, you have to have beds. It's just the law. And I know that people talk about there's different levels of homeless people and their different needs, and that's true. There's statistics about that, and Daniel, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's going to be some folks that probably, when we have those beds and we can cite them and tell them they can't be out there camping anymore, we have a place for you. They're not going to want to go there. They're going to have to leave our county. That's just the way it is. If they don't want to be in a bed and we have one and we can cite them, they need to go there, or they have to go somewhere else. There's really not a choice. So those are the ones that in my mind are the ones that everybody talks about all the time. But we do have that smaller percentage of the folks that truly need the mental health service. I think it's what, 20, 15? I don't know. It's a smaller percentage. Those are the ones that really are going to need this navigation center to get into bed, get them off the streets. And then we have to find a place to treat them. That's going to be a challenge. There aren't enough beds. We all know that. And then there's the substance abuse also is a challenge. We don't have enough beds for that. So it's those, like if you're looking at a bell curve, my understanding is it's those two extreme groups that are the smaller groups that are going to be the ones that we need to find those beds for their treatment. But the other ones, there's a little bit more of a choice there. They're making choices, and we're going to have the facilities in our anti-camping ordinance to kind of tell them they need to make a choice, get with the system or find somewhere else to be. And I know that sounds very tough, but that's just the way I see it. So there you go.
One quick go back. My understanding is that the current juvenile hall facility has 40 beds available, and that could be expanded to include cots perhaps, and maybe get to a higher number. But it sounds like it would be, may not achieve the 60 beds that were originally talked about down at the other facility. So that's I think 40 is probably still a reasonable number. I would not hold back on that, but I want to make sure the public knew it, because I didn't see in anything I read that, they may not be aware of what the existing
facility is.
Facility has, there's a commercial kitchen in there. There's a lot of things that makes it very, very usable. The other thing I want to acknowledge is that the board has put a lot of costs into preparing for a new juvenile hall, and those are sunk costs. If we go down this path, my concern is all of that is lost expenditure, because in all likelihood, it can't be reapplied to a different facility. We also have the grant monies. I'm going to let someone else speak to that, but there is a lot of risk involved with this in terms of things we could be giving up and losing overall in terms of services. So you got to look at the balance of what services do we lose? What do we gain? So that's my concern with the long range part of it is this really the best site we can find for the permanent type of facility? Maybe it is, but I guess I'm not ready to give up that search yet. Anyway.
Okay. Sweet. One of the things I visited that evacuation center down at the CSD in Cameron Park, and the biggest concerns of the people that were there, they were sleeping on these cots and stuff. There's no privacy. So they were really kind of on edge on that. That was one of the biggest concerns that people talked to me. They didn't really want to be there, even though they had to be there because they were evacuated from their homes. Mm-hmm. And it's the same thing with the homeless people. The homeless people do not want to be in a facility where there's numerous beds when there's no isolation. That's the reason why I talked about the pallet homes or the tiny homes or whatever we can put on a certain area, which would benefit these people because they want to be secure too. And that was one of the biggest things that I could see after talking to those people down at the CSD. Their biggest concerns, they did not want to be in a big room with a bunch of other people. They felt uncomfortable, especially when they were coming, when you had to go to the bathroom or whatever like that. That was a big concern. And that is my biggest concern here, the same thing. Are we going to build this facility and then they won't come? You know what I mean? Or what they won't because of that. So I think the jail is the perfect spot for it. We already have the infrastructure and everything there. They can put the tiny homes up, and I think we could build that facility for less than $1 million. I talked to the sheriff about it. I've talked to the current sheriff, and I think this is my way of thinking. I think that's the best for our county.
Supervisor Novosel.
So we could probably do the same, George.
Yeah.
Right here. Because we have that same ability. It probably still has water and sewer and everything. Okay, so I wouldn't give up the ghost on that as far as deciding where it is yet, because I think what we're talking about here is directing staff to prepare and design drawings and costs to construct a permanent navigation center. I think we should cross out at 300 Fairlane and just say, wherever makes sense, because we have time here.
Not a lot. That's
for the permanent.
concern.
No, because,
yeah, that's one of the.
Nicole was our behavioral health director was willing to put this off a little bit, recognizing that if we don't move forward with a phase of this, the permanent shelter, then we will be at this temporary location more than 12 to 18 months. And that's not going to meet the needs of the psychiatric health facility that is just being limped along at Spring Street. So I mean, we've been talking about this for 2 years now. And so I think my fear is that if we don't identify a site and move forward with it, it's not going to happen.
That's what says, I don't, this is hard to grasp because there's no timeline on this. It just says A goes to B, B goes to C.
True.
So it is confusing.
It is
here.
hard.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I
So,
agree
but
with
with that in mind, so if you're saying you have 1 year, we still have time to look and.
We have
make
1
sure.
year to move into a new
Yeah.
site, 12 to 18 months to build it and then move into it.
That's tough.
And we all know things take time. So
That's really fast.
it is.
But that being said, it could still, what we have in there doesn't necessarily have to be what we've been presented before. We could have tiny homes, we could have a pallet
Sure.
right here. I mean, there's all kinds of ideas that
Sure.
we can still look at. I just want to say, we should keep our minds open when we come to what that might look like.
That could be part of the design process.
If we're set on doing that one spot, then let's still look at what the other possibilities are as far as, is it tiny homes, pallets or whatever, because I know snow mice saw pallets.
Sure.
Some sort of small little things and it seemed to work. So whatever that is, I think it's important to keep as much open-minded, given a timeline, which I don't have here.
Got it.
so.
Yes.
Okay.
And Don, do you want to talk about the VOA agreement or should we have Daniel do that?
For Daniel, he's much more knowledgeable about that.
And
than I
I'd
am.
like to make sure we get Chief Richard to talk too about the JTC and all that too.
Yeah.
We've got government people here.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Board. Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services. So the Volunteers of America agreement is being funded by a Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funding that we jointly applied for with the City of Placerville, originally intended to support a potential home key purchase before your board chose a different direction. And so we've now worked with the state to convert those dollars into program funds that can support operations of a navigation center through Volunteers of America for somewhere around 2 years. It could be a little short of that, depending on the cost, but it's within that ballpark. So that will support staffing for the site for up to 60 persons, the same parameters that we've discussed in the past for what was the Perks Court Navigation Center. So up to 60 persons, 24/7 staffing, meals, et cetera, all those components on site. So in addition to security that your board could consider adding to the project or to the county campus, they'll also staff that location 24/7 as well. So happy to answer any questions you have about that
Is that a
agreement.
written commitment you have from them? Volunteers of America?
Yeah, it's folded into the agreement that was already approved by your board back in
But
June, I
yeah,
believe.
Given that this has changed, it says everything's, you're saying we have, that still applies to this new.
Correct. So the agreement was approved without a location at that point, right? And so as I was notified of this item coming, I did reach out to Volunteers of America and make sure that they didn't have any concerns with this site.
Good. And
And they did not express any concerns with operating at this location. They've actually toured the site some years ago.
Right.
I want to say back in 2019.
Yeah.
And so they're familiar with it in general. If your board chose to go this direction, I would make sure that they were on site as soon as possible to look at it with fresh eyes and see, as Supervisor Parlin mentioned, what additions it might need on a temporary basis. And so, but they are supportive of this site if your board chose to go that direction.
Is there a suspense date on the agreement? Was it set up with a given sunset clause if nothing is acted upon within, some period, or is it wide open?
So off the top of my head, I don't recall specifics. I want to say it was year to year with an option to extend the agreement.
Okay.
And so, but we have roughly 2 years' time to spend those dollars. And so, but it would accommodate the time frame that we're working within, given the context of this conversation.
That's very helpful because I've heard comments from different people, and they may just be rumors that Volunteers of America may lose interest in helping us because we seem to be shifting all over the place and without a firm plan. And that's what we're trying to do here, right? But I'm hoping that's not the case because we're doing our best to try to find the right locations to do this. We definitely need their resources to come in and operate the facility. So I would hope that's still a strong relationship, and the other stuff I'm hearing is just scuttlebutt.
Well, so what I can say is, the VOA was only willing to come into El Dorado County with strong assurances from the county, from Health and Human Services, that we were providing supports to them and to a navigation center, regardless of the location. They are successful because they get people out of homelessness, period. They get them connected with permanent destinations. So what they didn't want to do was to take on an agreement that essentially has them overseeing 60 persons indefinitely, right? They get funded because they're successful in getting folks placed in permanent destinations. So they wanted to make sure that we had a substance use treatment screening, as well as behavioral health screenings on site weekly through behavioral health. They wanted to make sure that we had potential voucher opportunities through the housing authority to support folks in that program. They wanted to make sure that we had other EDOK type housing programs, rapid rehousing and other housing first type programs that could be linked to those folks. And so as it would be operating within that sort of low barrier model, has to comply with those federal and state requirements. So they needed to make sure that all of those stars aligned before they would commit. And so with all of that on the table, they committed. And so this would simply be revisiting that to make sure that all those components are there and committed to this site, which we've stayed in communication, you know, as this story has evolved. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sure.
That's very helpful.
Any further questions for Daniel while he's up here? We might have more later. You ready?
You, Daniel, have
Oh,
you
there he
ever
goes.
looked at another organization called Life Moves? Because that's another organization that runs navigation centers. So.
Interesting. I haven't. The VOA was selected through a request for proposal that HSSA put out back in January. And so they were the highest scored and the most positioned, the best position to support our county through that procurement process. So.
And we've already approved that contract.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Thank
signed
you.
it. I remember signing that one. That was a big deal.
Thanks, Daniel.
So, okay, then, board, are you ready for some public comment?
We want to ask staff to report first.
Oh, sure.
Any staff members who would like to, county staff?
Chief
Richard, do you want to
Richard.
talk about the JTC? Sorry.
Because I think it's important before we get to the public discussion, to
Yeah.
understand all the other pieces of this we haven't
There's
talked about.
a lot of pieces here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. So this is sort of an unusual approach. So if you have anything specific that you'd like me to address initially, I can. Otherwise, I can free flow, your choice.
So explain to us the
Dangerous.
commitment in the past and how long we've been working on the juvenile facility and what it would mean if we decided that we're going to defer that to some later point in time,
Sure.
consequences, so to speak.
Sure. Well, as you can see, I'm sitting next to former Supervisor Veerkamp, who 8.5 years ago
Yeah.
went to the Board of State and Community Corrections with myself and Judge Kingsbury to lobby on behalf of the county to receive a $9.6 million grant for construction. So prior to that, there was a series of planning efforts that went into getting us to that point. So you can imagine we've been doing this for about 9 years in preparation for construction of a new juvenile justice facility. There have been starts and fits to that process, but one of the lengthy bits of that process is referred to as due diligence. And most of us know that relative to real estate as a short process. Well, with the state of California involves 4 state entities, including the Board of State and Community Corrections, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, the Department of Finance, and the Department of General Services. There are other bit players from the state involved in that process, but that took us to prepare for this site, which is currently selected by the board to build the new juvenile hall. Took us somewhere between 12 and 18 months to get through that process. And although I defer to facilities to give you the exact number, my understanding from their accounting is somewhere just south of a couple $100,000 invested in consultants, money we pay to the state for them to do their portion of the due diligence, and of course, staff time involved in preparing the due diligence package that has to be put together and then eventually accepted by the state in order for them to approve the release of any financing that goes to that project. And so that took us somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 months to accomplish. So if a new site were to be selected by the board, then there are a couple of things that would happen. First of all, we would have to propose a new solution to the state. Before we even get to the due diligence process, we would have to say our project has changed. Our project is no longer at this location. Our project is now at a different location, which essentially starts the entirety of that package or that process from scratch. So the period of time that would take months, many months. First of all, it would have to be approved by your board, and then it would have to go to the state and be approved by the state. After that, we would engage in the due diligence process again. And so, as I just told you, the amount that we've invested in time and monetary resources to get to this point now, where we are in design, that would then start anew. So it would be for a new site. One of the things that we had to do for this site was we had to separate it out from the county's general plot here for the government center, because the state, due to the financing structure scheme that goes along with this grant, has to release lease revenue bonds at the state level for them to finance that 9.6 million. In order to do that, they have to own the property, and they lease it back to the county at no cost for the period of the bonding. And then once the bonds are expired or paid off, then it reverts back to the ownership of the county. So they give us the property back, they give us the building back. It secures the building. It secures the debt on the building that's secured by the state. So it's a very long process. They did not do general obligation bonds. And that was a political solution, an expedient political solution way back when this SB 81 was passed. With the lease revenue bonds, it's far more comprehensive a process than you might be used to with the state. So we would go through all of that again. And understand, we're 9 years down the road on a grant that was established multiple years prior to that is toward the tail end of its life. And we've received 3 extensions, I believe, to the granting process. And I'm not saying the state wants to take the money back. Please don't anticipate my comments going that direction. The state would like us to spend the money, but as with any endeavor, I mean, there are human beings involved. There's only so much patience that goes along with that. So to what end would the state react if we are to come back and say, we are in design for this site, but now we're going to move the site? Well, I don't know is the answer to that. I have no way whatsoever to anticipate for you the way that one of 4 agencies at the state might react. And if any one of them reacts negatively, then you're at risk of losing the $9.6 million grant. That said, the architectural side of things, you mentioned in your comments, Chair Parlin, that we are toward the tail end of design for the existing facility. Understand that in a public works process such as this, the design of the facility isn't one that you can just helicopter over to another site. The design was based on the site. The design restrictions around this facility are designed around the site. The manner in which it's laid out is designed around the site. The cost would be relative to the site. All of that has to be considered site specific. So you would have to have a new attempt by the architect to relocate the facility to another site. Now, much of it might translate. Obviously, a lot of it would translate, but not all of it is going to translate. So the architect would have to take another run at a preliminary site design before they got into the bridging docks portion. So what you are suggesting in this motion would be to continue down the process we are currently going to finish a plan that cannot be built because it needs to be site specific. So now you will finish out a process that will have to be undone to some extent and then redone depending on what your site selection location is, assuming it gets approved by the state. So again, there's a lot of assumptions, a lot of risks, and a lot of potentials for things to go fine or for things to completely blow up and for it to be done at that point. And unless the county wants to move that $9.6 million off the table and say, well, someday we're going to have to build a new juvenile justice facility. We do have one, so we're good for now. And in 20 years, we'll need to build another one because that building will be toward end of life. Then that will be completely on the county's dime. The 9.6 is not going to be on the table anymore. And I don't suspect that we're going to see a lot of money coming down the road from the state to do construction, as I've consistently said. And I don't, although I'm not trying to read the tea leaves 5 years from now in a new administration and whatnot, I don't see any movement by the state in that direction. And I can tell you, we have lobbied heavy for the state to invest billions into new juvenile justice facilities because of the closure of DJJ. We're not seeing positive traction in that area right now. So, so that's kind of where we're at and probably generate some questions.
Please do.
So all that being said,
Mhm.
what are our needs right now? And what do you see our needs as being? The South Lake Tahoe JTC is meeting a need right now. Do we have to have another JTC built at this point in time, in your opinion?
So I think I understood your question clearly, and if I go afield from it, please draw me back in. But so currently we run an average daily population between 10 and 12 kids, and we live in a 40-bed facility up there. So space-wise, we're perfectly fine. And I don't anticipate that we're going to see a large spike in juvenile crime, especially in El Dorado County. Our population isn't getting younger, as far as I can tell, nor are we seeing a big spike in law enforcement response and reactions, nor are we seeing changes at the juvenile court, nor are we seeing changes in education that I think would cause a major impact to juvenile crime. So numbers-wise, we're good. However, as I have shared with you in the past, the facility that we currently utilize for juvenile justice is absolutely necessary. We are going to continue to have a high needs, high risk population in our midst in El Dorado County. I currently have multiple youth in the facility that are either there because of significant criminality or significant need. Mental health needs, substance abuse, self-harm. There are some very traumatic things that happen in this county that happen to children. And generally speaking, the probation, the juvenile justice environment is the one that ends up absorbing the impact of those traumas that occur to kids. With all due respect to my partners in child welfare and education and elsewhere, their systems are only designed to handle so much. And after that, it's my system that's designed to handle those that are uncontrollable and those that are inconsolable. Those that are really the highest end of the spectrum, those are my kids.
Hasn't that been a purposeful process from state, is to change the system, and therefore you have less kids in our JTC now, only 10 to 12 at a time, because the system's changed.
Correct.
And so therefore I'm just curious, I mean, if we have a facility that can physically handle them, we know we need changes to what that might look like. I know you and I have had discussions on programs that really need to fit those individuals, and that we don't have that in the facility in South Lake Tahoe. We're hoping to build something where it would be more inclusive, or whatever the word you might want to use. But bottom line is we have a facility that will absolutely handle a maximum amount of children for the foreseeable future. It's what we do with a program setting. Would you agree to that?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so explain to me what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not that you're mistaken necessarily. It's probably for a lack of understanding with some of what we're dealing right now. So we have a facility currently that is absolutely well positioned to provide containment. So I can safely keep kids in custody and for the community and for their protection. I can safely keep them there. I have an extremely well-trained staff that's well educated and understood in executing really solid treatment for those youth, one-on-one treatment when it's necessary. What we don't have is the infrastructure within that building, and this is where my earlier comment was going. What we don't have is the infrastructure in that building to provide for the level of treatment that most youth need. So you walk into the juvenile treatment center, past the secure envelope of the facility, you walk into a small jail. It's very brick and mortar. It's very stark. It's very Spartan, and by design, originally by design. One, it was cheap, frankly. But two, that's the way that juvenile justice facilities were conceptualized back in the 80s. And that was the nature of the thought that went into this facility, even though it was built in the 90s. Early 2000s. The point being that the ideology that went into building that facility was flawed from the beginning. And I would never build a facility like that now. Like I don't want to go so far as to say it's harmful to kids, but it doesn't help. It's a limiting factor for my staff and for our behavioral health staff, for our clinical staff, for education staff. There's a limiting factor in that building that prevents them from being able to do everything that they should be able to do for kids who are extremely high need. I've got not that this is always the case, but it currently happens to be a case. I have a young man in custody right now that has failed out of child welfare, that has failed out of education placements, that's failed out of the highest need placement in the state of Texas. He can't be contained, and the only place that he can currently be held safely and from the community, for the community's purposes and for his own, is that juvenile hall. But I'm talking about a kid that has a myriad of mental health issues that cause him to basically be a ping pong ball inside of a brick building. And that's no place for a kid with high need mental health issues. Well, we're trying to work with, I was on a call last week, 17 members of the Department of Healthcare Services from the state of California, trying to figure out a solution for this kid while we're trying to treat him and contain him within the facility. And basically that's what I can do, is contain him.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. Was not my point, because I've been in that, and I've said that from the beginning. It's a junior jail. It's terrible. It's terrible. That being said, is there a way to redo it, to, rather than tear it down and build a whole new facility? Is there some way? We've done this, and we're talking about doing this with all of our other buildings,
right?
Is somehow rehabbing them to making it possible that would work for you and your programs.
So rather than be rhetorical about it, or rather than throw a straw dog at you, I will tell you, I don't know the answer to that question, because I'm not an architect. I'm not a space designer. I'm not a space planner. And I will tell you that I think that a number of us make that error sometimes. We make assumptions, we make assertions about what can or can't be done relative to homeless shelters or juvenile halls or whatnot, when the reality is you can't answer that question legitimately until you do the study and analysis to determine whether it could be done. So my gut tells me, my professional opinion as a corrections official tells me it would be extremely expensive, very difficult. I'm not sure you could operate the facility while you did it. I think you might have to shut it down. I think that's a potential in order to do the type of redesign or retrofit you would have to do, and blow out walls and build new space and all of that and reconfigure space. And at the end of the day, my corrections official opinion on it is you're going to get 80% of the way to what you would do relative to building new. All that said, I'm not saying that's the wrong thing to do. I'm saying that there is a lot of consideration between here and there, and none of it's been done. So I wouldn't say you could make that choice.
And it's difficult because we have the same issue with the building here.
Right.
I mean, and so what are we talking about? If we've got this giant issue on two ends, on two buildings, where can we go? And I guess probably sounds like I need to talk to facilities and see what their opinion is on it and get their idea too, because at some point in time, we're going to have to be tearing out buildings, and we are. This is what we're talking about, tearing down this one. So,
and in my mind, the juvenile hall services are not the phone calls that we're getting. That's not our top issue right now. And I hate that we have to prioritize things, but we do. And those needs are being served, maybe not as well as you'd like. I get that, but those needs are being served right now. Our residents are being served with the juvenile hall that we have right now. And I know it's not the pie in the sky best facility, but the reality is, and I'll just keep it real because I go to RCRC, a lot of counties have just shut down the juvenile hall. We don't have to have one. We could actually ship our juveniles to other counties. There's a lot of juvenile halls that are sitting there bouncing around with extra room, and counties are trying to figure out what to do with them right now. So it's just because of, like you've said many times, that system has changed so much that the population has declined. And I know that my recollection is when we had the Caldor fire and we had to even close the juvenile hall, we were able to house our juveniles, I think, elsewhere, Placer County perhaps. So it's not that we don't want to do this, but we do have to prioritize our funding and our facilities. And at this time, our residents' needs are being met. And can you help me? How many of our residents, our El Dorado County juveniles, are in there? Is it 10 to 12, or because we were told before it was only 5 to 6?
Yeah, it was 5 to 6 for a minute, but no, it's typically 10 to 12 of El Dorado County kids. We take kids from other counties, but typically we may have 1, 2 in custody at any one time.
So just it fluctuates. Okay.
Yeah, and And I appreciate you making a caveat to the statement that our residents are being served. I would hope that not receiving phone calls about a lack of juvenile justice doesn't influence anyone's opinion, because to me, that says, one, my staff are doing the job that they're paid to do, which is great. I don't want you getting phone calls about a lack of juvenile justice. But two, there is no advocacy group out there that's going to advocate for kids in custody. That just doesn't exist in this environment. Now, if we were in the Bay Area, it'd be a whole other thing, and this would be a whole other meeting, trust me. But here, it's just not a thing. So there's nobody that's in it that's a natural advocate for kids, with the exception of me. That's my job. And the reality is that if you hear anything from me today, it's that just based on what's proposed, there is a potential for an extremely negative impact to kids 20 years from now. And there is absolutely going to be some minimal impact to the project that you as a board passed, initially 8.5 years ago, and then repeatedly since then, including up to last November when we went to design. So I understand your job is to set policy, not mine.
Right.
And I'm not going to speak to anything that's not in my purview. But this is. And so what I'm telling you is that those choices that you're proposing will have an impact. And it's my job to explain to you what that impact will be. So hopefully I've done that adequately. If I haven't, please ask me more questions.
But I mean, my point is, we don't have to have a juvenile hall. We don't have to have a homeless shelter either, though, by the way.
Well, let me rephrase. Let me correct you a little bit on that. You absolutely do have to provide for juvenile detention.
Sure.
That's the law.
Doesn't
How
have to be
you do
here.
that, how you do that is entirely up to you.
Yes.
But that question's been asked multiple times.
Right. Yes.
And each time we come back to the answer that this community wants control over how its children are treated when they're in detention. And so we've continually said, we want to provide for juvenile justice here in El Dorado because we don't want the values of Placer County, Sacramento County, or some other adjacent county that does have a juvenile hall influencing the outcomes relative to our kids with their values or the values of the kids they treat in their facilities, which is different
And
than El
that's why we
Dorado
left
County.
one open. And
That's correct. That is correct.
you know,
We
and
did.
So if we get back to that point, that's why we left one open. And we still have two. Is, do we need number 5? Are we talking about, if it's going to be such a drastic change, at what point do we give it up and say, we will get there in 20 years. In the meantime, let's see what we can do with our facility we do have. And I've always been a child's advocate, but I do see this as we don't have a lot of choices here. In my mind, if we've already got 2 facilities that aren't working. I'm very concerned about now building another one here when we have one that is, for all intent and purpose, it's providing shelter for them. I absolutely agree. It's not a pretty sight. Been there many times, but it does provide for what we have. We have place in our county right now. So I'm struggling with this.
I am too. I always have. And have we ever pursued, I know it was asked before, I think. I don't know if we ever pursued it, but could that grant money be used, the grant money that we have, the 9.6?
6.
I think we have 9 left because we spent 600,000.
You haven't spent any of it. It's all county money that's been spent.
Oh, on the design. Ooh, okay. That was another hard one. Can we spend the 9.6 on potentially refurbishing, renovating part of the juvenile hall in Tahoe? Have we looked at that? Do we know the constraints?
So we have not pursued that because
Okay.
it was never a consideration. The consideration was always the track that we are on, close the existing 1971 facility and relocate to everything, which is mostly West Slope kids, by the way, to the JTC, build a new one, and then vacate the JTC as a full-blown detention facility and
Got it.
turn it into something else. If we could move the grant obligation that sits on the JTC to the new facility, which Don's people successfully negotiated with the federal government, that obligation moves to the new facility. So then you can do whatever you want with the JTC at that point.
Right.
But no, that hasn't been looked at. Would the state accept a proposal to do that is unknown. We don't have the answer to that. We would have to run through that
Okay.
gauntlet with them.
And I think a CEO pushed a button. He wants to chime in here.
I did, and I hate disagreeing with the chief probation officer because he's far more articulate than I am, but the staff report from November, that when you guys authorized the design documents, the facilities had reached out to the state, and it said about that question, Supervisor Parlin. And it said, while the BSCC feels this is a viable option, and I don't know about the other 3 organizations at the state we'd have to work with, they cannot commit to approval or give an estimate of support at this time. So again, an unknown, viable, but no guarantees.
Thank you, Don.
Okay. So, and that, you're right, Supervisor No. So this is a tough one. But it is a piece of our puzzle. That's why we're talking about it today.
If we don't do this, that's it. What are we doing even with number 5?
Right.
Well, we've got to decide this.
I know. And so Supervisor Thomas does have her button
Okay.
patiently
Sorry.
pushed.
Sorry.
And no, we're good.
This is a, excruciating burden on our shoulders, recognizing that just like our budget, the way we allocate money and land is a closed system, and that where we put one thing, it impacts another. And just like you talked about the impacts to our juvenile justice system, I recognize too that if we don't move forward with meeting the needs of our unhoused and provide for more services for those that are dealing with mental illness, those will have other impacts in our community. And those are all the things that, we have to weigh here, which is really hard. Now, I noticed in this report that you're going to be coming back to the board October, November with an update on your plans, what you've found as far as your design and construction, where we can have a more robust conversation about what the impacts and what you're looking at, what your opportunities are, as well as the cost estimates. I know the cost estimate is also a factor. So when will you be coming back to the board with more information that we can make, informed decisions on?
So I don't mean it to sound this way necessarily. I'll repeat this. It is not my project. It is the project of the facilities
Okay.
division. I'm basically
facilities.
a professional consultant in
Got
that
it.
project and
Okay.
eventually a tenant in their building. But for that type of information, I'd defer to Laura and her staff.
Come on up, Laura.
So I think we're trying to have that discussion today, and it's not on our agenda, and recognizing though that all these factors are a part of information that we need in order to make the best decision we possibly can.
Well, yes, if you look at number 5, it is on our agenda.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's very much a part of this discussion.
It has to be,
True.
if we're going to look at this.
Yeah.
So Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office Facilities. We're probably looking at this point, we have put this on hold because we were waiting to hear the outcome of this item. So if we move forward, as Brian indicated, with completing our design and getting cost estimates, that is site specific, but we could potentially be back to the board around end of November with that information.
And I know we don't have full cost estimates yet though, but
We do not.
the projections are, the grant's not going to cover it, that we're looking at, 18 point something plus?
At least at this point,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so, but we will have a better idea of what the impact would be on our general fund once we have the cost estimates back.
You're guessing it'll be around $9 million that would have to come out of general fund?
I hesitate to estimate at this point. I mean, we'll
Is that a
be.
ballpark? I mean, can we get a ballpark?
That's a ballpark, but
Okay,
I can tell you that costs are coming in a lot higher than we have anticipated. We'll be coming back with the Shikori garage here shortly. Unfortunately, that's even another one that came in even higher than we thought
Well, this is what
just 6 months ago.
When I say
So,
ballpark, I mean a minimum, kind of like, really?
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Yes.
For all things we're gonna have to weigh. Okay.
So, and you're right, Supervisor No. So we kind of do in a weird way need to kind of decide this ish
We're gonna move
today.
into that, if we want to move in
Right.
to that building, then we're gonna have to decide this.
Right.
Now.
No, my thinking, and I've kind of been thinking this all along though, so I am usually pretty consistent. And I think I might have been the one that asked it. I don't know anymore. We have been talking about a new juvenile hall for years before I got on the board. And it was one of the first items I remember going, what are we trying to do? Because it was very confusing even then. But I'm really leaning towards taking the grant money and seeing if we can use it to renovate the existing juvenile hall in Tahoe that we already have, That just seems like we get more bang for our buck. It's a building we already have, because if we build a new one, and I've said this before, so again, sorry, I'm a broken record, but if we build one down here, the thought was to close the one up there. Well, that's controversial. We all know that's a very political thing, to close the one in Tahoe if we build a new one here, because operating two is going to be very expensive. We've already had this conversation many times. I just don't see that we want to risk building a new one and ending up with two of them to staff and fund. So I really am leaning towards pursuing, seeing if we can take the grant money and fixing up the Tahoe one and keeping it as juvenile hall, putting our permanent navigation center here, because we already have money identified to do that. And the part that I did like about putting the navigation temporary shelter here with the COC, EDOK, county, HHA, well, all those funds, there's a whole bunch of them that are coming together for that potentially, is that ultimately, if we're able to get our homeless, services, the needs small enough where we take care of folks and get enough people off the streets like that, which I know is a huge goal, but that is our goal. That building can be used for anything. It doesn't have restrictions on it. So ultimately, it could be anything we want or anything we need someday. There's no funding restrictions on it. So that is also very appealing. So if we wanted to change the building up there, I think we had already said we have to spend $4 million to buy it out up there to turn it into something different. But then even renovating an old juvenile hall into something else, as we're finding, it's really good for just beds. That's what we're finding with this one here. So they're very limited in what you can do with them. Turning them into offices is not really likely to happen. So yeah, I don't know where the board wants to go with this.
Public comment, maybe?
Yeah, are you guys ready?
It's ready.
Unless there's any other staff that wants to weigh in now.
Yeah, anybody
That's the only thing I had to
else?
ask.
Bill, you don't really care, you're good? Are you happy
Oh, he's
wherever?
gonna be affected
Are you
too,
happy
right?
wherever we put you, Bill?
It's yours, no.
Yeah, just for Bill O'Neill, Registrar of Voters. So I'm actually kind of excited about the thought of going to the Carlton building. It's a really nice facility for us. And with the warehouse space, it will actually make our lives a little bit easier. We're probably the first domino to fall in this incredible plan you've put together. So I just want to let you know we're, in elections, we're ready. We can be ready after this election is done. You can get us in the facility, and then the TIs, which are minimal, could happen around us as we're there. My big concern just really is about timing for next year, because we've got the presidential primary in March. So we're going to be looking at doing candidate filings and other things. Really, we need to be ready, geared up in October, and then we need to be ready with our ballot tabulation security by mid-November of next year. When I first said that to Laura out in the hall, she had a heart attack because she thought I meant this October, November.
Not this November.
I still feel bad about, giving her that heart attack and so yeah, that's really all I have to say. It's for us, it's a good move. I'm concerned about the costs as a supervisor term going. I'm sure all of you are. That's what the courts want, and it's going to be tricky. So that's it.
And we would still have the drop box down by building C, right? So people are familiar with driving through, they'll still be there. And then we put a new drop box in,
That's
right?
the best spot.
I would, you'd find me buried out back if we were to ever remove that one.
All right.
So,
I didn't
and-
want surprises down there. Where'd it go?
Yeah, and at the new facility, there's also a good spot to put another one, so we would add one there as
Okay,
well.
good.
So yeah, it would absolutely work
Part
out
of the
just great
West
that way.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So
Thank you for
that's it.
that.
Thank you.
That is a nice building down there. Any
is.
other department heads that would be impacted by any of these domino moves? Judge Ashworth, perhaps? I see you kind of signaling there. Sorry for calling you out in the crowd, but
That's okay. I know that you know me.
we
so-
go way back when we were all campaigning together. It was fun.
Absolutely. So thank you, Madam Chair, and board members. Since I am not a department head, if you will, for the county, but a representative, of course, within the county, I do appreciate the board's time today and the comments and the opportunity to speak as well. So thank you, everybody. First and foremost, I would like to commend the board for recognizing the need, particularly for the temporary shelter, and then of course a more permanent one. It is something that is undoubtedly necessary within the county. The courts recognize that, and just for the record, if anybody doesn't know me, presiding judge with the courts, we recognize that as well. The courts have discussed operating a homelessness court. And of course, the governor just recently passed his CARE Act, which will get the courts more involved with the housing insecure and the particular issues and struggles that they face. And so we look forward to working on that with that population on those issues. A couple of concerns that the court has have been addressed by the board today. One of the questions that we have, of course, as your tenant in that lower portion of Juvenile Hall, I don't take any offense to being referred that way. We have been a tenant in that location for a longer period of time, I think, than any of us ever expected. I know that that has been frustrating on the portion or the part of the board, as well as the courts. We have certainly outgrown that particular location. And as anyone knows, I know that Chief Richard referred to a 9-year wait for a juvenile hall. I have drawings back to 1988 for a new courthouse. So 34 years ago, and I'm still waiting on the state to actually give us some funding for a new comprehensive courthouse. And we will continue to patiently wait, though we continue to push as well. Recognizing that, one of the questions that the court had was the number of beds for the temporary shelter. As you know, and as elections just indicated, they are the very first piece to this entire puzzle. There are a lot of agenda items here that need to be addressed, because until elections moves, and so until the county can address the Carlton building and that acquisition, the court can't move. And I appreciate the board being forward looking in recognizing that the court not only needs a new facility, but also to combine those facilities to not only save the county some money with security costs so that we have at least 2 courts that are down there, but also, quite frankly, to serve the members of the public that both the county serves as well as the court in that one location. And so that, of course, is one of the first pieces of the puzzle, is relocating elections. And then we appreciate the board looking at the funding for that move for our juvenile court over to Building C and building out that space. It would also, just for everybody's information, in talks with Mr. Ashton, it would also house our administration for the court. So the county would gain more consolidation and consistency, quite frankly, in its operations in that second floor of Building C. And it would move all of the court operations down to that lower level, where we would have then Department 7, which is our felony court, as well as what we refer to as Department 8, our juvenile court, as well as all of our administrative functions. So it would allow us to consolidate all of that in one location. It would be incredibly resourceful and give the public one less place to have to go for their court needs. And in addressing the concerns that the court had when I first learned about this particular agenda item, of course, one of the first things was the number of beds for this particular facility. And I think Supervisor Hidal has answered some of that questions. It appears that it would be perhaps 40 beds initially, but it sounds like it could be expanded up to 60 beds. I also understand that the board is looking at this particular facility as a temporary location. And of course, we've already been in talks with Mr. Ashton of the need for the PUF unit at our particular location, which also necessitates our move down to Building C to allow the county its full use of that particular facility and building out that crisis residential treatment program, or that portion of the PUF. Which is also desperately needed within the county. As the board, I'm sure, is aware, the state continues to increase the services and the expectations of the courts for mental health services and also for the county. And the space that we currently have allocated is insufficient to be able to address the needs of that particular population as well. And so I see that having that space ultimately for the PUF may be beneficial. The concerns of the court for the temporary shelter are a couple. The board has addressed security. You have security concerns for your staff. The court has security concerns for our staff. Because while your staff may be across the street, and I'm not pitting one against the other, staff is important no matter where they are at. Our staff is directly connected with that facility. And so there are things that would need to be addressed that we have already been in talks with Mr. Ashton about that include blocking off doors because there is access from the lower level to that upper level. Those would have to be completely closed off with a temporary shelter coming into that location. The other thing is that I've tried to do some research, get up to speed on all of this, because as you all know, I'm usually in a courtroom, not before all of you. But I have tried to do some research and I've looked at, I know the board has been addressing this since April, I think, at least a minimum of this year, and looked at the different locations at Perks Court, Peraz Road, and others. And I know that one of the concerns for those particular locations may have been for the size of that location. And one of my concerns as well is that the county has talked about operating perhaps a kennel at the shelter. I don't know if that's a current plan for the temporary or if it's just meant for more of the permanent shelter. The other thing is whether it would be fenced or not, because there have been some representations in articles that I've read that the facility would be fenced. And again, I don't know if that applies to a permanent or a temporary navigation center. You have addressed some of the concerns about substance abuse and how people are referred to this particular shelter, that it would come through law enforcement. The question remains of, is there going to be a zero tolerance policy at that particular shelter? Because what we're talking about doing is taking a vulnerable population in the housing insecure and putting them right on top of an even more vulnerable population, which are our children in this county. Those children that are going through perhaps dependency proceedings who have been taken from their families, or as our chief probation officer recognized, those that have been charged with crimes and also need perhaps some wraparound services. So those are concerns of the court, is making sure that those populations are not mixing, that it doesn't become more detrimental to our very vulnerable population, our children, that have to utilize our juvenile court, because truly they are the most vulnerable in our county based on the types of cases that come through that particular department. That's not going to change. And so that is a very realistic concern. The concerns of noise, the use, transitory, I would look forward to working with the board. But again, the security is of utmost importance to the court. And again, I'll circle back around and say that I appreciate the court recognizing and being willing to fund the move to Building C. We've already seen some plans, and I think that we'll be able to expand those with elections moving out. And it would provide us with that adequate space to relocate the court operations. And I recognize that that is also necessary, whether you're putting a temporary shelter there or building out your PUF unit and utilizing both the upstairs and downstairs of that facility. And again, in addressing the board, and when I was here earlier this morning as well, one of the things that I took notice of is El Dorado County's core values on the wall. I know that the board is trying to be fiscally responsible. I understand that it may seem like quite a bit of money to relocate the court, but I also go back to the excellence in service. And that is something that not only the county looks to provide, but the court does as well. And I do that by making this presentation to the board because I am trying to provide excellent service for all users of the court and in the most safe place that we possibly can. And then the last one is, of course, working in collaboration with the county. That I would like to have that seat at the table so that we can talk about those plans, building out that location in building C so that it's adequate for everybody. But the court is not expecting, mind you, a Taj Mahal. I'm not expecting marble or anything of that nature. We are expecting or hoping for a functional space so that when court users come in, it feels like a good space and it is functional as a courtroom, but also as office space for our administration. And so that goes back to the last core value of collaboration, that we want to work in collaboration. And I think it's important for all of us in this room, not only the Board of Supervisors, myself, but other leaders to recognize that the people that we serve are not ourselves. We all signed up to serve the members and the public of El Dorado County. That involves all members of that public. That is our vulnerable children, our vulnerable housing population, but also our citizens that may be utilizing the courts and other county services. So I understand that there is a lot of weighing and competing demands on money, but also services and locations. And so while I'm not going to say one way or the other, I just will say that I look forward to working with the board and the CAO's office in relocating the court and having that commitment from the county of receiving that funding and being able to move to that location so that the county can put into place your vision that you've come up with today. So I thank you for your time. Are there any questions from the board,
Yeah, I was gonna
please?
say, anybody have any questions for
She
Judge
said it's
Ashworth?
adequate space
Yeah.
with the redesign. That's all I needed to hear, because I wanted to make sure we didn't try to shoehorn you into something that's just too small and then that doesn't work, but yeah.
And to be fair, there were some initial designs and I have Mr. Ashton's agree to go ahead and
He's
talk
only a
about it.
short-termer, be careful.
Short-termer or not, it's always important to be respectful in these situations. But the court was presented with some preliminary plans, I will say, before it was anticipated, I think, of the move for elections to the Carlton building, because I know that that was a recent development. And those initial plans that were presented to the court, I will say, were inadequate as far as providing space for the court in order to accommodate our administration and the full functionality. But with elections and the representations that have been made to the court recently, that all of elections would be moving to the Carlton building, including storage,
Right.
Things of that nature. And if I'm misspeaking, please correct me.
No, you're not misspeaking. I just want to add one commitment that I made to you as much as I can within my authorities. So the county has a contract with the space planner. And one of the suggestions I had with Judge Ashworth is, rather than us trying to facilitate what the court needs with our space planner, just let them utilize that contract and tell us what they need as a starting point for the conversations, recognizing I believe the county should pick up those costs.
Yes.
Because and it's $125 an hour or something. So it's not a significant amount of money, but I wanted to throw that out there as well.
Makes sense.
Yes, thank you. So looking at the initial plans, it was inadequate, but I believe that with elections fully vacating that space and that space being utilized by the court, it will be sufficient for all of our operations, including, again, to bring all of our administration downstairs as well and consolidate the court operations, which I think will be more beneficial and certainly more efficient for everybody. And of course, the security comes at a cost savings already to the county as well. Thank you for
Very
that question.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it sounds like
Vicky.
sorry.
Vicki, thank you, for talking about this. It's very critical and stuff at our county, but when you were talking about child safety, one of the biggest issues, and my concern also is the safety of the children here at our library that uses it all the time. So that's a big thing too, especially how close it is. And we don't know who these people are. We have no idea, who a lot of these homeless people even are. So anyway, thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely. And the only thing that I will say in closing, I know that there's a lot of people who are waiting to speak. I apologize, but it is a very important topic, is the timing of all of it. Because of course, the longer that the court stays there, the longer that vulnerable population of our children remains subject to any of those ramifications. Again, the very first concern that the board talked about was security.
Yeah.
And so that is a concern for the court that we're able to move forward quickly with that relocation.
I think all of us are committed to working collaboratively with you through this process that evolves to make all those details, work for everyone. So
It didn't sound like anything that you brought up was insurmountable, which is nice.
as long as we keep the doors open and
And
allow
yes.
communication and collaboration open. So thank you so much, Judge Ashworth.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
Oh,
All right.
Thank you
for your
so
time.
much.
Thank you.
Any other department heads that might be impacted? Oh, you're not impacted. Don't come up. Gotta bring me a latte or something.
Good afternoon. Your board spent quite a bit of time this morning talking about the environmental impacts of a park when the lights should be on in the park. I believe the environmental impacts of a park in Diamond Springs are minimal compared to the environmental impacts of a navigation center in the old juvenile hall. Myself and some of the other department heads, we heard about this item Thursday or Friday. I'm sure, given time and working together, we can find ways to mitigate the problems that are caused by this temporary navigation center and housing in the old juvenile hall. But to the county employees, it appears you folks are rushing. Now, I realize you've tried we've tried and failed to create a safe place to provide temporary shelter to the homeless in this county. I realize there's been a lot of efforts made, but this feels like a rush job. The other concern I have is the only real concrete item today that basically you're conceptually approving a lot of things, except for one thing you're not conceptually approving. And that is directing the CAO to write a letter to CAL FIRE to tell them we're no longer interested in them using the old juvenile hall for housing their seasonal crews. So I would ask, but okay, that's my recollection of the agenda item. If there's
It's
other.
number one on the.
Number one.
That's what I'm saying. That's the one concrete. Everything else is, I believe, is conceptual approval. Work towards converting the juvenile hall to a navigation center. Work towards everything. The one concrete step that is being recommended today is to write CAL FIRE and tell them we're no longer interested in letting them use the facility.
They knew. They knew.
They knew. We have a great relationship with CAL FIRE and they knew.
And I'm curious
Please
where.
don't misrepresent our
I'm not
relationship with CAL FIRE. Please don't.
Can I talk without being interrupted?
Maybe, if you're going to be accurate.
What did I say that was inaccurate?
You're making it sound like we're not interested, and that's not a fair representation. You did say that.
I respect, I don't recall saying that.
Okay.
But
Just did.
I'm very curious where these seasonal firefighters will be housed next fire season. That's a concern of mine, and I think It's a concern. It's something we'd all should be concerned about.
Yeah, we heard this at 11:30 last night through a media source.
Right.
You're having a concern with that, rather than calling any of us.
No, I wrote you yesterday.
We did not get it in time, and all I saw was on media.
Well, I got responses from 2 supervisors about the
You
email.
know, what was most disturbing is CAL FIRE was very appreciative of the fact that we'd let them stay here as long as we did. They knew we were going to be making this
Right.
move.
Okay.
So and I agree with our chair that you're representing it as if we are, slighting them somehow, when in fact they knew absolutely well that this was a time was going to happen.
I understand it's a month-to-month lease. I understand.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other department heads that have concerns about their department? And we did bring up the security issue. I said it first thing that our treasurer tax collector said it so well, that the security needs of this government center are long overdue. And we are going to address that in our agenda item today. So that was the first thing we said. Just so you know, we took that very seriously. And I agree with Karen Coleman.
There are employees. That's
Yes.
our responsibility. Absolutely.
So,
We will definitely provide that.
With that, I think we're ready for public comment now.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I want to take the puzzle pieces one at a time. So we had a puzzle piece with the Register of Voters. You heard him come up here. Seems to be workable. It's going to get a better space. Possibly this is what we should have done long ago. It's time. We could move the Register of Voters to Ponderosa. Puzzle piece 2. You had the courts come up here. Having been a victim that was over in that court, I think it's Department 8, for a couple of months with kids and families and victims all mixing because there's no room. Attorneys not being able to talk to their client in a secure space, having to go outside. I think it's time to move Department 8. We'll move it to the basement of taking the space of the Register of Voters. Puzzle piece 3. We have a space over here that used to have an old sheriff's facility. You already took care of it. It's all been graded. Utilities have been either relocated or removed. And so that puzzle piece 3 gives us the property now that we're kind of dwelling on what to do with it. I completely understand probation's concern, all these years of investment, but yet it's not done yet. It's not done, meaning if you have to make decisions that are for the benefit of all, meaning the benefit of the county as a whole, then you do it. Even though probation has got this investment, they've told you why it's necessary and all of the constraints, it's still the right thing to do, meaning that piece about moving the money, if it's potentially can be moved up to Lake Tahoe and taking care of that facility, then that's what you ought to do, because that's another puzzle piece. Because then it gives you the space here to make these decisions, which are other puzzle pieces, with support then of money, financing. It seems like in a broad perspective, it's a no-brainer if you can understand that probation is important. And you're not lessening that discussion about probation being important. You're just saying, we're weighing the puzzle pieces, and guess what? We're going to move you. We're going to move you because it's the right thing to do. And so let's work on that. All I want to say this, there's a positive perspective to what you're doing right here. And I'm just trying to show you what that might be. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else in the room?
Jane McGinnis. Okay, no notes. I'll do the best I can. First of all, on a personal note, I wanted to say to Lori, in August, yes, it was after 2.5 years of pushing boulders up a hill It was when I realized what was about to happen, I couldn't believe it. And my heart just bled. But I want to tell you something. I was never angry at you for a minute, because when I sat here in that room, I saw that you were as much upset as I was. You wanted this as much as I did, and circumstances got in the way. And I felt so bad for you. I want you to know I went home and prayed for you, and I hope you are having a better time now. God works in amazing ways. And what we thought was going to be, oh, wow, great, turns out to be even better. Now, if anybody is woke on gender issues, I'm about to really make you angry. This is such a woman's solution.
Oh, gosh.
All right. This is how women think. You reach into the trash from 2019 and pull out this dead, discarded idea that we all wanted so badly. And you dusted it off and you added 5 moving parts to it. And it's complex and it's like a domino effect. It's so woman. I get that. All women are going to love this. It's like an aha moment. And we've got 5 plates spinning and we're having so much fun. There are going to be certain minds that see this and go, wow, well done. There are going to be other people who see the complexity and their minds don't work the same way. Doesn't mean they're wrong, but certain people are really good at pounding nails and lifting lumber, and other people are good at working from home with 3 children under the age of 5. And when their husbands have to come home and take a day at that, whoa, then they find out what complexity is all about. I love what you have done here. This is brilliant. And I understand it's going to be scary for some people watching those plates and sticks thinking it's going to fall. But I believe you can do this. And I think that God has led us to a better solution. Thank you so much. This is brilliant. Way to go. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jane.
Leo Bennett Koshan, Single Springs. I'm a man. But hey, I can appreciate what the previous speaker said because I was raised in a matriarchy. I'm the only man. 4 sisters. My grandparents die early, grandfathers, I should say, grandmother, mother. My dad just kind of kept his head low. So I agree. This is a wonderful solution. I don't really accept the metaphor dominoes because in my world, that's an old man game. But man, you guys have pulled off a recipe, which is my world, where you take an ingredient here, an ingredient there, and it's not even the recipe anymore. You've created something new. And I appreciate the heart energy, the head energy, everybody working together. This to me feels like a win-win. And what I wanted to share in my limited time is, for 50 years, I've worked with the unhoused. Bless my mother. I'm 18 and I bring people home saying, hey, that's my gospel value, right? And she lets me bring them in and put them in the Christ bed and all that stuff. And then it was in our wedding vows, bless my wife. Why in the world do you have 6 people in the living room? Oh my God, I don't know what I agreed to. And we now we're down to 1 because there's issues with kids and stuff, but I need to share because I don't hear it from others. You don't have to be afraid. I think you all know that. The unhoused are our neighbors. They're our people. And in all the years I worked with them, if you don't have mental health issues before you're unhoused, you get them. But they're addressable. And the Volunteers of America are awesome. I've always been faith-based. And yeah, we had lots of issues. But we never had to call the police. We were able to solve them. We were able to work with people. And that's what I see in the Volunteers of America. You've got a good group. They're going to be able to work with this solution. Everybody's going to win. And if you can address the underlying causes that drive people to probation, that drive people to Child Protective Services, that's all been part of my life. And being able to get to that so that we don't have to keep putting on Band-Aids, I commend you. And I know you have your protocols, and I think clapping is allowed, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to say, this is exciting, and I so appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Been there, done that in the seats, by the way. I've been there doing this, so I get it. Anyone else in the room want to make a comment before we go to Zoom? I need to call my mom, so I'm getting squirrely.
Good afternoon, Chair Parlin and members of the board. My name is Dave Warren. I'm the Assistant City Manager, Finance Director for the City of Placerville. Cleve Morris couldn't be here today, and so I'm speaking on his behalf. Although staff preferred the Perks Court site, we see the Fairlane option as a good compromise in addressing the homeless crisis we have. One of the key items that will determine the success of the new Navigation Center will be a coordinated effort between the city and county transitioning the homeless camp along Upper Broadway to the new center. Another key to that success will be either relocating the upper room dining hall to the Fairlane site or have the upper room prepare meals and deliver to the new Navigation Center. And I know that's something we don't have direct control, but I think it's something we need to finesse. With those items being addressed, staff fully supports the Fairlane Navigation Center. I know there's a lot of moving parts, and I applaud you for taking this on. It's a lot of work. I believe the new center will significantly improve the conditions for both the homeless and the entire community. I also believe the new Navigation Center will help reduce the chance of wildfire related to homeless camping and cooking on open flame in fire-prone areas. One item that needs further discussion is if the Navigation Center becomes impacted, where will the underserved homeless go? How will we equitably house these individuals on the western slope of El Dorado County? If Placerville is going to host the only homeless Navigation Center in El Dorado County, is there an opportunity? I know security was mentioned earlier. Is there an opportunity to fund additional police officers to help mitigate the impact to the Placerville Police Department in the future? So with that, I thank you for your discussion and your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian Veerkamp. I think most of you know who I am. Fortunately or unfortunately for you or all of you, I was a part of maybe 3 of these discussions in the years past, starting obviously with the CAL FIRE agreement. Secondly, the juvenile detention facility, which Chief Richard talked about, as well as homelessness and trying to deal with that situation. I think Mr. Warner pointed it out very well, and I'll make it maybe just a little quicker here. What are we going to do with the large amount of those that aren't going to receive and accept these services? That's where the problem lies. It's where the problem lies today. I ride that bike trail usually every morning during the summertime for years. There isn't anybody on it anymore in the morning, maybe 2 or 3 people. Why? Because they're heavily impacted by what's been created up on Upper Broadway. My fear is that gets created here. Now with a properly run Navigation Center with the proper tools, that then lessens that possibility. But the mention was just about upper room, feeding. So does it become an attraction? I've seen it, I've witnessed it for my life here in Placerville and El Dorado County. I have grave concern as well about a public safety element, not only with CAL FIRE and their ability to be here, but also for our employees, court staff employees, and all of the citizens that come to the county facilities, including the library. I already know how impacted the library has become with homelessness and our situation that has gotten a little better now with that camp being removed from just to the east of us here. So I worry about those things because do we create more of a situation or are we actually going to solve some of these situations? John is an engineer. He understands and has already been alluding to where we need to maybe dot some I's and cross some T's. Great plan been pointed out. But I think because it's come together so quick and has the unanswered questions to it of cost, location of this and location of that, and then all the work that's been put into the juvenile detention facility, If we don't take care of those juveniles, what are they going to become? Potentially homeless. So we're just creating more of a problem. That's why the Boys and Girls Club is such a great concept. So without the ability to plan and take time to plan, plans can fail. I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks again this morning for the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Park, as well as the budget. I know there's a lot of work into that, so appreciate your time and your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Good afternoon, Chair Parlin and members of the board. Kara Taylor, Mayor of Placerville. I want to start my comments just by saying that I'm expressing my own opinion as an individual resident of Placerville and an individual council member. This item has not come before the council, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the city as a whole or the council as a whole or any other members. I want to thank you for regrouping so quickly after the August 23rd vote, which I think was disappointing and disheartening for many people. And I just want to say that I am thoroughly impressed with this plan. I have always been supportive and open to a wide range of possible solutions for the homelessness crisis that we're facing. And I was in favor of moving forward with Perks Court. I do recognize, however, that there were real challenges with that site and that there were legitimate concerns that came up during that process. And I think that the plan that is being presented today addresses those concerns from the community. It addresses the needs for the navigation center. And you have the bonus of adding efficiency to county facilities and addressing long-held needs in the county when it comes to mental health facilities and the court and elections and tying it all together. So I think that this is a great plan in terms of location. As you all know, there is no perfect location. I know that there's concerns about it being within the city limits, which Dave Warren has expressed, and staff has concerns. I think all things can be mitigated with coordination, and I look forward to that process and the city being part of that process. But this location is not in a neighborhood. It is not in a business district. It is under your watchful eye. So should things get out of control, you will be the first to know. And I appreciate that in this plan. I appreciate that it's in your backyard in terms of security for staff. That's a very valid concern. I can say right now, there's a lot of staff to private businesses that have no security downtown and adjacent to homeless encampments. So I think that the county is much better situated to address the safety concerns of the community around this facility. And I also truly believe that it will reduce the safety issues that just unmitigated encampments have. So I hope that you move forward with this plan. I hope that you can get to 4 votes. And I hope that should you move forward and direct staff to do this work, that you follow through with their direction, because there has been a lot of changes over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Good afternoon, Chair Parlin, supervisors. I have to say, I come back so differently than when I left on August 23rd. You have done an amazing job to put this together so quickly. I never dreamed that something would happen like this in 1 month. And I thank you sincerely. I do agree with Leo about a woman's plan with all of the pieces, because they are all such needed pieces, and you have put it together marvelously. So I am Maureen Dion Perry from Housing El Dorado, just for the record. And I am very happy with the plan. It meets a number of needs. I do have a few concerns that I'd just like to put out there, and I know we've all this has happened so quickly that everything cannot be addressed, and hopefully these things will be addressed over time. I'm concerned that you're saying that the only access to the navigation center will be through law enforcement. That has been repeated in numerous settings, and I feel that needs further consideration. Am I incorrect in hearing that?
We'll address it
Okay.
when you're done. Maureen. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so that's
Thank you
one.
for that.
I'm also concerned about the look and feel of the building. I think there needs to be some effort to get rid of some of the barbed wire and make it a more welcoming and supportive feeling about our navigation center and shelter. I do feel it's very important. Housing El Dorado and many other organizations serving homeless folks in our community are part of the COC. And I think it's really important for the COC, along with HHSA, to have a real seat at the table with VOA to collaborate in the design and operation of this navigation center. And maybe we can figure out a way to involve some homeless neighbors or recently homeless folks in giving us advice as we move forward to make this an attractive place. Last but not least, I do want to remind you that we had the winter lodging program on Main Street without any problems. We never had to call law enforcement once. Most people were completely unaware it was there. And, you know, I think that's going to be true of the new navigation center. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
My name is Mike Sproul. I listened to a lot today from many different people. And this is what I have to say. After considering it, we don't have the experience that you do. We don't have the knowledge that you do. Everybody has an idea. And I watch everybody protecting something or fighting for something that's good. But I ask you today, the people elected you guys. They said you're our leaders. Step up and vote for this. Step up and vote one way or another so we can see where you stand and we can move forward. Because I've watched this go on through the food bank for 25 years. And I've watched mistakes being made and tons of money being wasted on decisions that we made and decisions that we've changed. Step up and be the boss today. Step up and take it on and make a vote and stand for what you believe and let the rest go the way it needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Hi, I'm Margaret Lewis, co-chair Continuum of Care. And you know how much I want this, so I don't think I need to reiterate that. There was something said that I was concerned about, and I just want to clarify. I think I heard you say, Supervisor Thomas, that when the building, the permanent structure is to be built, that it will be a nav center and there will be no homeless people there. So is the emergency beds are part of that permanent structure? Okay, that concerned me and I thought, what? That's the point. Thank you.
I think we just hope someday we don't need them, but that's a big dream, Margaret. Okay.
We've been talking about it so long, we just assume navigation center with emergency shelter component. It's all just one.
Sorry
So,
about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, absolutely.
Come on up, Kirk.
Hi. Thank you, Chairman Power, and you just did a great job. Supervisor Thomas done tremendous work, and Don Ashton, all of you. So just echo that. What I learned at the last meeting that was news to me was when Sue Novostel reported about what happens in South Lake Tahoe, a tremendous success record. You've got homeless veterans off the street. So if you say that you support veterans, then you should make sure that we avoid the tragedy that we already have on the west slope by homeless veterans not being addressed. If you say that you're for law enforcement, you ought to pay attention to the Placerville police chief, who's told you they can't do anything. Untie their hands. Vote for this measure. If you say that you're concerned about fire, remember that since the last time we were here on this subject, we had a fire up on Broadway. There's fires that happen at campsites. The fire problem is getting worse. All the concerns that I heard from George Turnbull that are very appropriate and others can be addressed in the planning process. For example, on security, there are all kinds of high-powered lights, floodlights, all over the place. You have closed circuit television. And if you have a sheriff who can provide deputies down the street in Building C, can provide them on the other side of the freeway at the jail and wants to provide them at a facility over there, he can certainly provide whatever is needed here. You can also have fencing, as other people have talked about, security doors. Those kind of things can be addressed in the planning process. So I have faith in you. If you got this far, which is a tremendous leap, then you can do the rest. And also about the concerns about safety for children going to the library, which could be homeless too, need access to, email for looking for jobs and all the rest. If the sheriff wants a facility across the street, that's a 10-minute walk to the library. So you would have had the same problem. I think all these issues can be addressed, and you've got a great start, and you've addressed a number of other problems that are already out there. So bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Anyone else in the room? Can you tell I'm getting tired? Sorry, I'm fading. Come on, Jonathan, let's go. Come on down, Jonathan. Let's go, Jonathan. Anybody else want to speak after Jonathan? If you guys can be more ready to come up, it'd be great.
Jonathan Gainsborough. Good job, Lori and Wendy and John and Sue and you too, George. Two and a half years ago, we could look at the video. I brought up the juvenile detention center as a possible. 2 years ago, I brought up an emergency homeless housing emergency declaration, which would allow you to supersede the zoning. We finally implemented that. But for the last 3 years, over 100 to 150 of your meetings, I've been here pleading for the humanity of our county, and not just the homeless. I encourage you to go up on Broadway and see the burnout of Lori's tent. But Saturday night to the Horseshoe Chapel, where up to a dozen of the homeless have been coming for the last 8 weeks to hear the love of God and the fact that there is hope for the hopeless. George, your idea about the tiny houses, particularly for the tragedy of, what is it? Not Grizzly Flats, is it? Is that the name of it? It's a great idea and it needs to be implemented. Something for those citizens, and those houses can be used elsewhere another time. That's a great idea. But now people are dying, my friends and your friends, my brothers and your brothers in humanity. We're out in the rain last night. They're going to be out, maybe it's raining outside right now. It was a 30%, 50% chance for tomorrow. They're going to be in the rain tomorrow. I've brought up multiple times Matthew 25, where Jesus says, I was thirsty, I was hungry, I was a stranger. And some translations say, you took me in, but others say, I was homeless. Jesus says, I was homeless, and you put a roof over my head, you took me in. Now, none of you have been homeless, but I have been. And for us to remain one of 4 counties, disgracefully, that don't have a year-round shelter, we have an opportunity now to move ahead. Please work together. It would be great to have a unanimous vote on this. God bless you all. Remember who died for you on that cross. God bless.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yay, thank you for coming on up. Yay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul Godwin. I'm Placerville resident and nominee for City Council. I want to thank Supervisors Parlin and Thomas for this potential solution to a complex challenge. Wish to express my urgent support for voting yes on item 33 to proceed with the temporary short-term and long-term navigation center plans. The crisis with our local unhoused population is real and can become much worse. We all know someone who is just one critical illness away from being submerged by crippling debt and potential loss of their home. While many of those on the streets may not be seeking services, it is our duty as a humane and just society to provide services for those that do wish to receive them. The new location's proximity to the psychiatric health facility is a big benefit. We are only one of 4 counties in the state without a proper facility for the unhoused. Let's ensure our community's safety and address this problem so we can be proud of our response to a worsening crisis. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the room?
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390. Taking public comment.
Good afternoon, Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction 325. Actually, it's not a bad idea. We need to get off the dime and get something done. There is an opportunity to use the juvenile facility. Pretty dismal place. The only time I've ever been there was during a ride along with the sheriffs, and we booked this poor kid who did turn his life around, by the way. But I remember them taking his belt and thinking about Arlo Guthrie, Alice's restaurant. But anyway, it seems like a good use of facilities that exist. Yes, there are funding issues and such, as pointed out, but the direction here appear to not jeopardize most of that, but it does get off the dime and gets it working towards resolution. The fact that Department 8, as described by, I can't recall who, that it's crowded, you got defendants and accused sitting in the same waiting room. That's crazy. I testified, I broke up a rape many years ago and I lived in Monterey, and yes, I was in the same foyer with the accused and his family, but it was very uncomfortable as it was. I could only imagine closer quarters. Anyway, plus, kind of cool. It'll be in your backyard. And so you can keep an eye on this, if you will. Take care of the issues as they arise. And I guess the only thing we really need to do is put a cell tower up there and get the WTF going for you too in your own backyard. We should all have consequences related to our decisions, right? Anyway, but I will suggest that calling this a women's solution is almost non-PC, and despite the fact that it was brought up by 2 of our board members who happen to be women. Let's hope as leaders and decision makers that is
Thank you,
primary
Ken, for
motivation.
that.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I just want to say that I would, great ideas. I would throw in moving CAL FIRE into the Army. That would be a bonus and solve a lot of other issues. Elections to the Carlton building. You've just done that with the consent calendar. I mean, you've made it a possibility for that. Court to elections. And then you'd be able to use a juvenile hall for temporary shelter. These are all great ideas. Like I said, 20 years ago, I worked on the facility plan when I worked for facilities, and we pretty much took that project and threw it in the garbage. So, and it was because of so many interests wanting to profit off of the different ideas. So I think up until that point, I think those are great ideas that some of us would have liked to have done something like that 20 years ago. But I would stop there and I'd say the permanent center needs to be removed from the item. I think you need to get through all these processes and then make that decision after you can evaluate the success or failure of the temporary shelter. I also would focus on design and safety. As many have stated, unfortunately, many of these activities you're proposing in that area will create an unsafe element. Both suggest these projects would probably require the razor wire, which is already on the juvenile hall building around the structure. You just mentioned staff wants more security. That's what that means. Whenever you put it, whatever you put on the old sheriff's building property needs design review from outside the system. The system doesn't do very good of attractive, compatible buildings anymore. Specifically, this one being along the freeway, coming in the county core, which is so far, everything that's been done along there looks like scorched earth. If I had my wish, you have 10 acres that's on the other side of the freeway that you could put the PUF, the juvenile hall, navigation, all those things that could be near each other and close, if not walking distance, from Health and Human Services. And all of these could be secured for the protection of those within and without, rather than the type of activities that you're going to be putting next to the common county areas and the library. Those are things that I wish we were thought through just a little bit more. And lastly, the biggest argument from a lot that I talked to is in dealing with this is due to the funding being used to facilitate this low barrier housing rules, which do not require any sort of engagement in services and allow for drug, alcohol, and mental issues to control, to remain unchecked. So if the county would not use housing first funding in your proposition, you would probably get less opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good afternoon. I'm going to go quickly. So number one, the security issue, and also, sidebar, the security for shelters for fire victims, the church and the CSD. What do we have the sheriff's department for? Especially if this is a public building, why wouldn't we have sheriffs protecting it? We're not going to need a private security team when we have a whole sheriff's department. That's a public building if you build this, right? Or whatever you're doing. So that's what I have to say about the security issue. Volunteers of America it's very concerning to me that you're even entertaining working with them. There was a lawsuit filed in January. The basis was for failure to maintain accurate payroll records, failure to pay minimum wage, improper reimbursement, wage theft, and discrimination against promotion. Also, they had to pay out Volunteers of America, the San Diego office, $6.5 million to San Diego County for fraudulent billing and theft. So I think that organization, I just did your background check for you. You need to table that idea. Number three, I believe it was Del Monte. If I'm going to give you a good laugh for saying a good name or the wrong name, well. I don't like the coercive language and the manipulation that he does, saying how Volunteers of America is so successful. We don't do this. They won't want to work with us, blah, blah, blah. Who wants to work with these crooks anyway? I would like to see evidence of their 125 years in this business of success. They certainly haven't done anything in the counties I've looked at to improve anything. Number four, I guess I figured my own question out. The bids for the demolition that were done in January of 2021, that was because we're supposed to be building a new juvenile hall, so that's covered. I have great concerns about bringing these sex offenders, which we have many registered sex offenders who are homeless, into the library and into this area. So I think that you are attracting this element and putting it in a place and creating an unsafe place for a whole bunch of people. I don't like the way we operate, and this has gone on for over 2 years now, in the sense of urgency, creating emergencies. And then we get the coercion and the pressure from Health and Human Services to perform to what they think are the best ways to handle things. I don't like the low barrier model. I don't like the housing first because it's a low barrier model. I also wonder if any of you have bothered to reach out to Michael Schellenberg or Raynette Sinham. They might have some guidance for you. I've suggested that before, but I doubt any of you have bothered. So you're also wanting to spend all this money and focus for 40 to 60 people. We all know that when you declared the emergency, that there were the Health and Human Services were pretending we had over 600 homeless in the dirt I think they were including the fire victims from Grizzly Flats. So I just can't even believe we're still entertaining all of this at the level we're entertaining it. So, and also lastly, Lori, I think it's disgusting how you talk to Joe Harn.
Now taking public comment from Diane Murillo.
Good afternoon, board. Lori, this is not a time to say that you're fading. You're supposed to be up there doing a happy dance. This is about being 100% positive feedback to you for the idea. And recycling is in. So using all of the properties already owned, the buildings already owned, and refurbishing them to the better use is excellent, excellent. The Health and Human Services Department, Joe Harn said, has $15 million. That's a lot of bucks. They can provide that, some of that budget into all of the different facilities that you're trying to congregate together to get the help without adding a lot of extra money to the budget. Health and Human Services is exactly where this homeless issue needs to fall, and the Sheriff's Department. And if this is a success, and they're gonna come, you build it, they'll come, and it's a great success, George's idea of the pallet homes can always continue on over to the sheriff's property and do the pallet homes if you got such a big success out of this, okay? No permanent building needs to be thought of at this time till we see how this one works. Totally way out there. Let's try this for about 4 to 5 years and see how this works before you even talk about budgeting a permanent facility someplace. Maybe the pallet homes could even go on the old sheriff's building where they bulldozed it all. The upper room is serving their food. I believe the juvenile hall served food to the juveniles. There must be a kitchen in the building. Possibly the upper room people can come down and cook the food and serve it from the juvenile hall kitchen if there's one still in the building, or contract some food trucks. Don't worry about building anything for food. Either you got upper room delivering, or you got a juvenile hall in the kitchen that people can volunteer and cook out of like they do at upper room, or maybe contract some food trucks for the money that you'd be paying to feed these people. But when somebody stands up and says, Perks Corner was wonderful at that last meeting, and on and on and on and on, and you people tried to push it, never did any of you mention security for the neighbors, security for Missouri Flat Road, security for anything, or worry that it could become another Broadway, like has been mentioned today about putting it where it is. That is really sad that you don't care the same about neighbors as you do your employees for security. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Now taking public comment from Laurel.
Laurel Brent-Bum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. This is compared to where we were. This is a very happy day. Congratulations to Lori and to Wendy. We as a Chamber of Commerce totally support your efforts, and we're here to help and support in any way we can. So I hope that I'm hoping that you can get a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Did Mandy already speak? I can't remember.
No, Tracy.
No.
Thank you. Oh, she spoke earlier. That's right. Sorry about that, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey everybody. Yeah, this is great. I'm going to be selling t-shirts that say Sue Taylor was right, because she has been talking about this juvenile facility, and so is Jonathan. A lot of people have been talking about it, and I know myself as an artist, as much as I like to buy new material, sometimes my best pieces come out of things that I already have. So great job, but let's not leave out people that have been shouting the juvenile hall as a homeless facility for a long time. I'd like to just bring up the point. I hope that you guys don't aren't envisioning all those homeless from Broadway just like magically shifting over to that building, you're going to have to create a reason for them to come there, because nobody is voluntarily. Now, yeah, if you get weather and whatnot, yeah, people are going to want to come there, but it's going to be a carrot and a stick approach. There's going to have to be some motivation. Also, after an experience, I've been talking to Dawn Ashton a little bit. I had an experience with a mental health worker and a mentally ill patient on Main Street last week, where the mental health worker, actually a lady came up to a group of people because she was being followed by a kid who was harassing her and other people on Main Street. The county health worker took the side of the homeless guy and went and gave him a pep talk and sent him on his way. Well, he continued to harass people, and then he harassed me as I was walking. And I called the police. The police came, and immediately they put him in a marshal on a 5150. So it showed me that there is a crack in the system where mental health and the police department, and probably the sheriff's department as well, are not communicating. And I believe that there might be a culture of enabling from the mental health care workers. So it's something that needs to be thought about. But, if you think you're going to just go up to Broadway and say, hey guys, time's up, you need to go. The city has created a home for these people for the last 3+ years. So if you think you're going to just go pack it up, it's going to be a fight. And I still implore you guys to go up there and look with your own eyes and see what's happening up there. I hope you guys are realistic about what's going to happen. Start small, see if this works, and then do something more if you have success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. John's going to be our last online person. Then we have Janelle in the queue, and then hopefully that's it.
Now taking public comment from John Zavaris.
Service, yeah. So just Zavaris, he'll tell us.
Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
There you are, John.
Hey, sorry, and I'll be very brief in consideration of your time. Resident of Placerville, I was not supportive of Perk Court for a variety of reasons. However, after listening to the presentations here and echoing a lot of Brian Vanderkamp's concerns, I still think this is the best solution. I am supportive of it. And I do want to thank Supervisor Parlin and Thomas for working so hard to coming up with a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll get Janelle Horn. She's online.
Is he on there?
Okay.
Oh, service.
Janelle, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, members of the board. I apologize, I had to step out, but I just wanted to be a voice for the staff, and I thank you so much for addressing the concerns and the kind response back that I got in regards to my letter that I sent in last night. I just want to reiterate how important it is for our staff to be able to come and work in a safe facility, not being afraid or being intimidated when coming to do their jobs, as well as the members of our community who come in and receive services from our departments here in building A, B, and C, and also the library. So I just wanted to make sure that that is, again, a concern, as I know that you do know or are aware, but also just thank you for Supervisor Parlin for reiterating about the no camping ordinance that you put forward. That's very interesting. I hadn't heard of that before, so I would like to know more about that. But also thinking of an ordinance of a no loitering ordinance on our county property if they're not conducting business. I thought that might be an idea as well when you guys go forward and start making those decisions on how we're going to increase safety in the area. Thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you for that, Janelle. And that's our last comment. Now we get to deliberate, and this is going to be fun. I thought some of these are easier than others, and I thought maybe we'd start with easy, but maybe not. I think that the first thing I'd like help with, CAO, is creating a number 7 on how to word it to explore the security with this project. I don't know the right way to add that on as an item on.
Do we just
here.
say direct staff to address the security concerns
with
as part of
I would
this
suggest
process? Or-
direct staff to return to the board prior to the opening of the temporary navigation center with recommended options to address the security concerns. Is that?
I'm waiting to see if Kim got it. She's really good.
So you're saying prior to December 15th, is that what you're saying?
Prior to the opening of the, which would be probably January.
Yeah.
That's when it would
yeah.
open. CAL FIRE would be out by December 15th. The temporary navigation center would be open, hopefully mid-January into January. So
Okay.
before that opens. So it's around the same time, Supervisor Heidel, but
Okay.
So that's direction that will be part of this. Okay, very good. So first thing, I want to get that done because that's on everybody's mind. Absolutely.
So somebody just asked the question, there were several questions raised with false information. Are we going to ask staff to address those? Or are we just going to skip by them?
No, I think the only one that honestly I wrote down as a question that came up, false statements happen all the time during comments and we can't take the time to fix that. We understand that happens, but there was a question, Maureen, and she's right. In my mind, I misspoke when I said the referrals would come just from the sheriff. You're right. Thank you for pointing that out. But it is referrals to get to the navigation center. It's a referral system. People are not going to just be walking up. So thank you for that. Did I get that right, Daniel? You want to elaborate? Because that's an important bit. And I was being lazy when I said that.
Yeah, so just to be specific, there's social workers within Health and Human Services that would be paired up with law enforcement and engaging folks. And that would be the access point is through those social workers. And this is a model that exists in counties across California and in cities in responding to Martin v. Boise and having an MOU in place, roles and responsibilities, timeframes around the parameter of, for example, and I'm not an attorney, but 10 days of outreach and engagement before you can cite an encampment. And then they have 72 hours notice, and then you can enforce at that point in time. So this will take, a discussion with our county council, with law enforcement, and with the social worker, and with Health and Human Services to get those parameters in place. But again, this is how communities are addressing Martin v. Boise, ensuring access to pathways out of homelessness, while also ensuring that law enforcement has the tools to enforce no camping ordinances without violating the law. So in a nutshell, that encompasses that with the social workers being the access to services. So
that's an important point. It's
It
not
is.
just
Yeah,
law
it
enforcement.
is.
I think people were missing that.
Yep. Thank you very much for that. All right, so we have our direction for the security. I'm thinking, do you want to do the easy ones first, or do you want to tackle the elephant in the room? In my mind is that if we're going to put a temporary navigation center with temporary shelter, that's why it's so temporary, over there in the old juvenile hall, we have to have an exit strategy. We must, because we've already, we're planning on putting the puff over there. So that's the big one. And in my mind, that kind of relates to in here, number 5, and what to do with the new juvenile hall and the architectural drawings and all that. Do we want to pursue that? Do we want to?
I think we take these in order.
That's what we talked about.
Do you want to? Well, we were going to take them individually. I'm not really sure.
Usually in order.
Not necessarily in order, because in my mind, if we don't have an exit strategy, I'm concerned about putting the temporary shelter in there. See what I'm saying?
Well, let's start with the easy ones.
All right, let's
That
go
would be my
easy.
suggestion. Number one.
Number one, and I'm just gonna make the motions if you're okay with me, just so we can make this happen. Number 6, I think, is the easiest one.
Yep.
Direct staff to
Okay.
return to the board within 60 days with potential locations for the registrar of voters. That's a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That one passed unanimously. Good job.
You're moving, Bill. Yeah, you better get packing.
Thank you, thank you. And that was already in the works, so that one, that's why I think that was the easy one. I'm
I
thinking
thought number
that
7 was the easiest, but okay.
number 7, well, that, yeah, direction,
That one
that was
matters.
just direction.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah.
I recognize this direction, but for consistency purposes, I
Yeah.
would prefer that a motion and a vote be made on it, just because this item is so difficult.
Oh, right. Okay. I see what you're saying. So make it separate.
Yes.
Okay. So is it like number 7-ish or just direction or for direction? Yeah.
Direct staff to return to the board with security recommendations prior to opening the temporary navigation center.
I move that.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. I appreciate the way you put that. Okay, next one.
Number 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I'll move that we authorize the chief administrative officer to send a letter to CAL FIRE terminating facility use agreement 5070 with CAL FIRE for the use of the property at 299 Fair Lane, commonly known as Old Juvenile Hall, effective December 15th, 2022.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that one's done. Then here we go. I don't really think we should do number 2 if we don't have an exit strategy. What about, oh, number 3 though? That one we were looking at doing anyhow. So that's another easy one. So I'll move that we authorize staff to work with the Superior Court to relocate the juvenile court located under the Old Juvenile Hall located at 295 Fair Lane to 2850 Fair Lane Court, commonly known as Building C, which is currently occupied by the Register of Voters. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, that one passes unanimously.
Yep.
Then we've got. Okay, now we're getting to the tough ones. I really think we need to tackle number 5. The others follow it. And I hate to say that, but again, I know that, that this is a tough one, but I've said it before, so I'm being consistent. I really think that we should pursue taking that grant money to see if we can renovate the existing South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Hall instead of trying to build a new one down here somewhere, especially when we found out today that if we change to a different location, we are starting over. So in my mind, that's kind of where I think we should, is that a good way to frame that? I don't know how else to say it.
No, I think your logic in doing that one next makes sense.
It kind of does. It's the one that'll fall next. So
in my discussions with Chief Probation Officer Richard,
right,
it was implied that that's probably very low probability of getting approved. We don't have a lot of flexibility with these monies. Once we change the location, change the scope, it's probably all going to disappear from the standpoint of the state, because you're talking about 4 agencies.
Yeah.
So I don't see that one as a high probability. I see that as a very high risk. So I'm not sure the value of moving that direction right now until some of the other pieces are in place. Like, are we going to put the permanent facility in the old sheriff's office facility or not?
Well, that's will be determined. I mean,
right. I mean, that's one of the harder ones, right?
So if we go ahead and vote to put the permanent navigation center there, that kind of automatically takes care of number 5, then, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
But
so you'd like to do it in that order because one will determine the other.
Number 5 becomes moot if we decide to put the facility over there. And personally, I'm not in favor of that, but we need to have that.
Yeah. Well, I think the situation with the money, don't you think it give us a little bit of time to find out if we can do that or not? We can take that money and move it to the juvenile hall and
I would like to pursue that. I really would.
I mean, before we make a decision on that, see if it's capable. I hate to make a decision and then we lose that funding.
So we could just direct staff to pursue
Mhm.
funding for the Lake Tahoe JTC. In lieu of a further design review. And that's it. Just see what happens.
Yeah.
Because I think sinking more money in design doesn't make sense.
No,
If you're
no,
going
it
to change
doesn't.
things around. It's
Right,
just-
okay.
That's a loss leader. So.
So you're thinking you still want to do number 4 first then to see what?
I thought I had a
the board-
motion on number 5.
Oh, was that your
My
motion?
motion.
Okay.
Say it again.
Yeah.
So I direct staff to pursue funding for South Lake Tahoe JTC and rather than not complete the design architectural drawings at this time.
Okay.
Can I
For the classroom.
clarify that I'm assuming the funding you're referring to is a $9.6 million grant.
The existing.
Yeah, see if that's.
See if that's possible.
That's the intent.
To
Okay.
direct staff to see if it's possible.
Instead of doing continuing on the architectural. Got it.
That's liable to be the long process, as I understand it, but so just recognize it could be 6 months to a year, whatever, but
Okay.
yeah, I think it's worth doing it that way.
I do too. I really do. So I will second that then. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, that one passed unanimously. Then that makes sense to move on to number 4, right?
Number 2?
Do 2?
Oh, I see 4. You have to do 4. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have to have that,
Exit
we have to have an
strategy.
exit strategy.
Yeah, okay.
So on 2 and 4 both,
Mhm.
I'm going to make the recommendation that we continue that to allow us to get a schedule of what the opportunities are here and critical milestones associated with that schedule, because there's some dominoes that fall out of all this. We've given some direction on some of it, that's going to be fixed, but the others are going to be somewhat variable based upon that. The others cost estimates. I'm not willing to commit a lot of general fund monies at this point beyond what we have available to us for a homeless shelter, if not knowing that, right? Because that's kind of what we're
Right,
doing.
we
here.
don't-
We're
we don't
committing
know what the
resources.
cost is gonna be.
Here's
so.
where my mind is going on this. We can get folks into the temporary navigation center with emergency shelter component.
Right.
Pretty quickly, looking at probably January 2023. So that's an easy one. Concurrently, we can start working on what a potential facility would what a permanent facility would look like next door. And that's going to be a fluid process. That will be a lot of exploration. It will be bringing back.
Well, where's the exit strategy? That's what I'm asking.
Well, that's our exit strategy is from the old juvenile court. We need to be able to move so the PUF can move into there in the 12 to 18 month period. And that's what we're looking at. So the exit strategy is our exit strategy out of 299 Fairlane.
What I'm talking about is the timing for the exit strategy. Okay, when do we move the temporary shelter out to allow the PUF to move over?
When this is built. So when we can move folks
I'm
over
not sure
there.
we're going to build it. So that's my dilemma.
That's why we need to do number 4 first.
Okay.
Honestly,
let's do
because
4.
we must have an exit strategy to do all of this. And then remember too, Supervisor Heidel, that you had mentioned using a lot of general fund money. In our minds. We have money allocated from the COC. Remember, we already
I
have.
understand.
how
COC
many-
funds are different than what I would consider general fund.
Correct.
monies,
Right.
Right. So
And so.
discretionary general fund. monies.
Right, and my initial conversations, just when we've been brainstorming, with putting a permanent building next door, I mean, I feel strongly that it needs to look like the
Right.
rest of the government center. It should not look like a sprung shelter at all.
Mhm.
But it needs to look like the rest of the government center, and it can be a very simple building on the inside,
Flexible on the inside.
because that allows the most flexibility. And if you remember, the VOA said, when they were talking, they actually don't like having people in separate tiny little places. They're harder to monitor. The homeless folks that are placed in there, they said that they actually like to have that line of sight so they can see folks. Remember, ideally, people are not supposed to be staying in there very long. We're supposed to be
I understand.
navigating them
Understand
somewhere
that, yeah.
else. And I know that's, wishful thinking, it's gonna work that way for everyone. But that's how it's supposed to
Thinking
work.
the shelter looks more like a sprung structure
No.
inside a nice looking building?
Oh,
Is that? is that
I don't care
is?
what it looks like.
Inside.
It's gonna be very
It is a
boring and
congregate-
plain
it is a
inside.
Congregate setting without separate living quarters.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I think those details will yet to be determined as we move through the process, recognizing that space needs to be flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what's included in here is bringing back
You
the
can't get cost
architectural
estimates if the
design.
Space is flexible. You
Let's
have
let
to have a
our
concept.
staff and our Health and Human Services and Volunteers of America flesh out all those details.
Mhm,
We're
absolutely.
not the experts on that.
Understand.
So
And I
that's
think
what
we
this,
need some time to do that. That's all I'm saying.
well, that's what this process is for, is the permission to proceed with all of those collaborative, sessions to see what we need.
You're
in that.
talking 2 and not 4 then.
No, I'm talking 4. 2's already done.
There are architectural and design drawings. That's a conceptual, we're gonna have flexible stuff. That's not what that is, right?
Well, there's a process that needs to go on
It's a
before that.
process, but architectural and design drawings are specific deliverable. Is that really what we want here?
Yes.
'Cause I don't think we're ready yet.
So if we aren't ready with a permanent location for the navigation center, staff is not comfortable with putting the temporary navigation center in the old juvenile hall because we want the puff in there within a year or so, 18 months.
And it's much more costly.
The
to build
exit
a lock
strategy is to move the navigation center to a permanent location, not a temporary one. So the old
Puff-
juvenile hall is temporary.
Puff has to be in there by January 2024. That's the critical milestone date I was looking for that I didn't get before.
Yes,
What we're saying?
12 to 18 months is what we were told.
2024,
Would-
January through June.
And CAO wants to fix this
12
because we've been
12
talking in circles.
12 to 18 months from the time we open the temporary navigation center.
Okay.
So
Right.
you're looking
That's
probably
into January,
July,
whatever.
July 2024.
Right.
Okay,
Would be the
12 to
goal.
18 months.
Right.
And I also think it's important in this discussion to understand that, because I originally thought, well, why don't we just build another puff? It's much more costly to build a locked facility, and that would greatly impact our general fund. So it's important that we utilize the old juvenile site for the puff unit, and that negates that an additional use for that.
Right.
So we have to find an additional place for the navigation center.
The thing I want to say on this navigation center, because in San Francisco, they've closed several navigation centers up because they don't work. All right. Sacramento County closed theirs up and they went to the tiny homes, the pallet homes, because that's more feasible. They're going up all over the place as using them to house the homeless. I feel that if we build this big building, we're going to be just like the CSD. When everybody is on these cots in this, are you going to have them all sectioned off? So there is some kind of privacy? I mean, that's some of the concerns that I have. Why is it that they're closing these navigation centers off and going to the pallet homes? There's got to be a reason for it because they work. That's why. And I've checked into a lot of it and it's going up all over the state of California and in the United States too, these tiny homes. It's a big thing right now. So, I mean, to spend that kind of money on a facility when we can purchase these tiny homes, we could build this facility for less than $1 million where the jail is. We could go with the temporary facility here at the juvenile hall and then put the tiny homes up there next to the jail. They've already have the infrastructure, everything's there. It would be more cost effective to this county than it would be building a state-of-the-art building.
So, and I understand what you're saying, but then we cannot use the money that we have from the COC, number one, we can't do that. And I believe that the VOA will not agree to be our, what's the right word, our consultant or management of this facility. So we would be doing that with all general fund. I don't disagree with you that I think that's a neat idea. I really do. I just don't think that we want to do all of this out of our general fund when we have money dedicated to do this. There isn't anything that says we can't perhaps look into the tiny homes to supplement it in the future. I just don't think we have that wherewithal right now.
Have we even reached out to any of the other supervisors in other county and find out how they did this?
Have you?
Well, I've talked to Sue Frost. That was one of the biggest issues that she had in Sacramento, and that's the reason why they went to the tiny homes. And they took it out of CARES Act money.
The tiny homes.
Tiny homes.
And then, okay. I think there's more to it than that.
Well, anyway, that's where they got it, the funding from.
And I hesitate to compare us to San Francisco or Sacramento County.
Yeah.
But because I think our problem is much more manageable in my mind, but I could be wrong. So again, Supervisor Heidel, the VOA would be part of helping us design this because that's what they do. They were going to originally, well, I think they were part of the design of the sprung structure and all that too, because that's what they do. So in this case, they would also be consulting with us on what to put inside our permanent navigation center location.
And the thought is that the permanent facility next door would be funded through the money that we already have allocated through the COC to build that. So we're not looking at potentially general fund dollars. And we've been talking about this for so long that I think that I understand what you're saying, but I think all those details will be flushed out in this process. And we're giving staff the direction to proceed with that process.
So the real critical point, we're saying that is the site, the juvenile hall will not go there, and we're just letting that discussion go to something else. We're obviously looking at exploring, using the grant monies we have
Right.
to improve the South Lake Tahoe facility.
Mhm.
But we're really saying that is the site. We're going to go forward with it. In December 2024 is when all those architectural and design drawings have to be complete.
No, that it's built by 2024, July 2024.
It's built.
And I think that this is not a new conversation.
So-
We've been exploring sites for the last 2 years.
Okay, so break this down for me, because I'm having a tough time figuring out architectural design drawing and construction happening before December 2024. How long is the design drawings, architectural design drawings period? Is that 6 months roughly? Is that
Here comes our,
8 months?
here comes Laura.
Because we're talking about a group process and
Yes.
done design by group.
Yes,
And
obviously.
it's a cluster, let me tell you. It doesn't work quickly.
We're not going to ask you then. No, I'm kidding. I was
So I want to hear
teasing.
the estimate.
Okay, so there are a couple of things. The ability to sole source will obviously help us quickly get into this process. And so we would work with Volunteers of America and HHSA to start that programming, get our architect on board. We are envisioning a fairly simplistic building, about maybe 5,000 square feet. We do think that we could probably, within the next 6 months, have a design back to the board.
So 6 months for the design, and then the actual construction period would be year and a half?
If even that. I mean, it's really dependent on supply chain issues and how we design the inside of that building. We know we want the outside to match kind of what we have here, but we have some options on the interior. So the more simple that we can make it, the quicker we're going to get that constructed.
And the ability to sole source with local folks will help streamline this process and allow us to move forward with behavioral health facilities that are critically needed.
So just help me understand who the stakeholders are in this. This is COC. Is that correct or not correct in designing this? No?
Not necessarily in
All right.
designing it.
So it's
no.
Volunteers of America. Tell me who they are. I just want to know, because to me, the bigger that group, the tougher it becomes. And I've heard a lot of people express interest. So I'm just trying to understand what we anticipate.
Yeah. So what I would do with staff at HHSA is we'd look at other counties' facilities for context on our end, and we would engage with other health and human service agencies to get their feedback. But a lot of the direction would come from VOA, who has direct experience administering programs within these types of facilities. In navigation centers across many counties. And so they'd be working with the architectural designer. We would be reviewing it as well to make sure that we're considering other factors that other counties have in this process. This wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. It'd be looking to the folks who do this work professionally to give that guidance on what that looks like. And as Laura mentioned really well, it wouldn't need a lot of bells and whistles. It's essentially looking at kind of what are the basic needs that could accommodate these facilities. And so
the interior, I agree. The exterior has got to be compatible, obviously, with the existing architectural themes and stuff, or we're creating something that becomes an eyesore. So the external features would all be compatible from an aesthetic perspective, because there's cost in that too.
Sure.
Yes, and that's the piece we would work with the architect on. I think that's less of HHSA and more on facilities to take
It all adds
care
to
of that
cost. I'm
piece.
just, you can make a really simple building, but it doesn't look very good.
Right. And
Or
we
you
want
can-
this to be attractive.
Yes, I think we want to be consistent with what we have
Right.
in the county building. So,
Maybe
okay.
even elevate it a little bit.
So VOA would be the primary participant in determining the internal design of the facility, right? And the sizing, and whether it would be a large congregate area versus some independence or none, or.
So in general, what you should imagine is, and starting with, again, not following, the board hasn't given direction yet. So I haven't engaged deeply into these conversations to what their role and how deep of what their role would be in those discussions. But what you should imagine is the footprint of Perks Court essentially being at this location, but now a brick and mortar facility that it sounds like mirroring county facilities. And then in terms of the service provision, that's where HHSA would be involved. And what makes sense in the internal design to best serve folks in need of these programs, with the VOA affirming and saying, what we've seen to be more successful is this type of an approach, kind of tweaking it. But so does that make sense?
It does. The only other consideration I would want to make sure we look at is there a possibility of putting these pallet homes around the perimeter? Should we determine that some of the sheltering needs need to be private quarters? and we didn't anticipate as much of that as possible. Is there flexibility on the site to add some of those low-cost features later, recognizing we got a central facility with a lot of the resources necessary, the bathrooms, the toilets, the showers, the laundry facilities, all those things are there.
So square footage allowing, I think your board can consider any types of, policy decisions around other types of facilities or buildings or small homes on that site if you so chose down the road.
Okay, so it's a large enough site
Yeah, so
based
design the
upon my
site
estimates to accommodate that.
that
So
might allow. us
I'm
to
looking at some
expand that.
flexibility. If we decide that pallet homes really work a whole lot better for certain types of homeless.
Let's just make a motion that allows for flexibility.
Yeah, can I say something? We're going through all this design, building this fancy building and everything like
It's
that.
not fancy.
Well, whatever it's going to be.
It's a very boring building.
Listen here. You could put these pallet homes in less than one and assemble it in less than 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes, these pallet homes could be assembled. One. I mean, wouldn't it be more feasible? I mean, here we're getting into the winter months, which is real critical. This is going to take this design and to assemble this building is going to take time. If we purchase these tiny homes, we could put them up right next to the jail. Pretty quick.
George, you're not
I
understanding. the whole-
understand,
You need
but-
someone to manage those. You can't just put a bunch of homes somewhere and let chaos happen.
We will have a temporary
And
navigation
VOA
center up in
won't
January.
work with that model. They
There
won't.
is other agencies, nonprofits that would probably be willing to work. We can check into it with other supervisors. It's like, I was just talking about that
We've
one.
been at this for how long and we
I
haven't come up with
understand that,
anything
but it's
different.
just, it's gonna take
Island-
time to build this facility. That's all I'm
Yes,
And that's
concerned
why
about.
Well,
we have a temporary navigation
we have-
center opening in January across the.
All right,
Temporary
okay,
there.
all right.
Permits there.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, I know, let's try number 4, kind of as is, we'll try it. Direct staff to prepare architectural and design drawings. I'm gonna add in there that looks similar to what we have. As well as cost estimates to construct a permanent navigation center at 300 Fair Lane, where the sheriff's headquarters were previously located, through a sole, and I want to add the word local,
Oh, yep.
local source process as permitted by the Homeless Crisis Declaration, and return to the board for approval with the goal of having the facility constructed no later than December 2024. That's a motion.
Can I just ask for clarity? When would it approximately be returning to the board? Is that the 6 months we talked about?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Laura said yes.
She's
We'd be returning to the board in about 6 months
with those drawings.
with
and
the
all that.
design documents for approval to begin construction.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with that then. Thank you.
Okay.
Understand now.
So that's the motion.
You want to second that, John?
I will second.
Okay.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay, so that passes 4-1.
I just think we need to get it done quicker. That's all. Not wait 2 years.
And then we're going to move on to the last item, number 2. I move that we direct staff to implement a temporary navigation center at 299 Fair Lane as quickly as possible after December 15th, 2022.
I will second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is that a 5-0?
Yes.
Oh my, we got a 5-0.
Thank you.
My bad. I
I
should
just
have.
didn't like the permanent issue, so.
All right, and I get that. So that was super duper long. We still have more agenda items to do, you guys, just so you know, but I think we all need a 5-minute break. And thank you for the great conversation. It's not over, but we're on our way. So thank you, everyone.
Bless you, George.
Well, congratulations.
Very good. I'm going to turn to our CAO right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 28 is a recognition of excellence for an award that was given to our procurement staff. It's 5 o'clock. They are off work.
Oh.
So I'm going to ask that be continued to October 11th. That's the.
They're gone at 5 o'clock. What the what?
Some of them get
Okay.
here at 7. So,
No, we get that. October
Laurel will
11th.
be on vacation next week, and I want her here for that as well. So.
Yeah, got to. All right, so we'll continue that one. So we're going to move on to number 29, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 29 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Facilities Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign the purchase and sale agreement and joint escrow instructions with the owners of Barton Healthcare. 2, authorize an escrow deposit. 3, authorize the Facilities Division Manager to sign any subsequent escrow and related documents. 4, authorize the chair to sign the attached budget transfer. And 5, find that the proposed property acquisition of 1111 and 1119 Emerald Bay Road in South Lake Tahoe is categorically exempt from review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Guideline.
I'm so excited.
See, this, I know.
Is that a motion?
We kind of don't.
Yeah, really.
Second, George.
How? Easiest agenda item.
Gotta get some public comment first.
Comment.
Where's the protocols?
Do you want to just cover this in like 2 minutes?
Sure.
We've been talking about this, I think, right?
That's
Yeah.
okay. So this is just where we're bringing back the actual purchase and sales agreement for the properties located on Emerald Bay. This will allow us, as we know, we've been talking for several years about how to get out of our El Dorado Center. That's an end of life building. We, looked at possibly trying to rebuild that building. The costs were significantly higher to rebuild. And so at this point, we're getting about 17,000 square feet of space versus about 8,500 is what the new build would have been. So over double the square footage, we're going to be able to move HHSA folks into those buildings, as well as getting out of our leased space for the Department of Transportation and Planning and Building, potential space for the supervisor, recorder clerk, assessor, facilities. So we have quite a few options, which will also free up space in the Johnson Center because we have our public safety groups in there that are bursting at the seams. So we're also trying to give them potentially a little space as well. So all the pieces really work very well with this purchase, as well as the most important part, it has parking. So that's what has been so difficult to find.
It's a huge deal for Tahoe.
Yes. So we are looking at potentially probably closing around November 15th. This will start our due diligence process. And we've already started parts of it, but we hope to complete that within the next 60 days.
Very good. And Supervisor Novosel,
Thank you. And I just want to say how pleased I am and thank you, Lauren, and all staff for doing this, because this is really, really long time coming. And, it just puts a cherry on the cake for my term. I'm so excited because, this is HHSA going in literally a block and a half from the hospital. So, it's right there. It's walking distance to the hospital. That all makes sense. And then to pull in some of our electeds or our directors, their offices all together into this, including the supervisors, have us all together in an area. It just makes so much sense. And then the big cherry on the top is the parking.
Yeah.
You never get
the bonus. Yeah.
You never get this much parking. So it's very exciting. I'm very thrilled. And thank you all for doing this. Really.
I think it's a great thing because especially when we lease so many buildings, it costs this county so much money.
So much.
And I'm glad that we found this facility to be able to accommodate the HHSA.
Russ Frackel did an incredible job. He was a hawk.
Always looking.
Up there. The 8 years that I've been up in the South.
I thought that we had that other one too, remember?
We kept looking and things would fall through or get sold or whatever. So, it's a long time coming. So very, very excited. Thank you.
Very good. And then the idea is to sell the El Dorado Center property or building, whatever, once we're moved out, and that could potentially recoup the general capital improvement funding part, whatever. So really, this is great.
I do have a question. Does that have to be surplus in our normal surplus property? So other agencies would have the first right to bid on
Yes.
something, so we really don't know how that's all gonna go, right? It's just.
We
a-
don't, and there's the whole process with the Housing Community Economic Development, HCED, where we go through, and if there are developers that are on a list for affordable housing, they get the first rights to these types of properties. So there's a process that we have to go through with that first as well, before we even offer to other jurisdictions.
Do they
So-
still pay market value
I was just
though,
gonna-
or do they
Yes,
get?
I believe they typically
fair
do
market.
pay
Well, it's
fair market.
Cool.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, it's a
yay.
great spot
Yeah,
there.
yes,
so.
but it
Yeah.
could be an 18-month process. I mean, quite
Okay.
honestly,
Yeah, okay,
it
that's
takes
what
a
I
while.
wanted. I
That's
expect it to
fine.
be extended. Yes, okay.
I would honestly
And-
love to see the Conservancy buy some of it, because it's, the reason we've had so many issues there is from runoff. Because it runs, the El Dorado Center runs into the lake right there. And they've bought a lot of area around there to try to mitigate those issues. So, I would hope that would happen.
So it's multiple parcels?
No, this is just one parcel.
Okay.
We're keeping our Sandy Way facility. So just to be clear, that facility will stay as is with social services in that facility.
So if there are any more questions, I'd like to make a motion to.
You gotta do public comment.
comment still.
Nobody
You come
here,
forward.
and if we go fast, there's nobody online.
So excited.
Go fast, Kim, there's nobody online.
Sorry, Kim.
Okay,
Now
she
taking
already made a
public comment
motion.
on item
and I
number
seconded it,
29.
so.
Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have
You
30
got a public
seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, sorry, I was trying to write my comments, so it's not clear because you said, just go fast. But anyway, initially my radar went back up. It's just because when you buy buildings, who's its benefit? But reading through the text, I feel a lot better. But I just had a couple questions. I mean, this is a great option from rebuilding. And you just said that there was only one parcel, but on the item, it talks about 2 parcels, that you're only buying 1 or 2. So if you could clarify that. And then again, I think you've asked the question, probably may have kind of answered this, but apparently you will be selling the other building to make up for the cost savings. And then I'm guessing I'll go back into the capital funding. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Sue. And then one more.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Having Ken Greenwood, former El Dorado County employee up in Lake Tahoe many years ago. Yes, anything to improve the workability of some of the situations that were there back in the day and still exist to this day. So finally, a feather in our cap, if you will. Hopefully it'll work out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. And then Laura has the responses for Sue Taylor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Supervisor Heidel, I probably misunderstood what you were asking. I thought you were talking about our current El Dorado Center is only 1 parcel. The parcels that we are purchasing, there are 2 parcels. So there's there's 3 buildings on 1 parcel, and then the 4th building on the 2nd parcel. So
Okay.
1119 is just 1 parcel in and of itself, and the other parcel has all 3 buildings.
I was actually referring to the old El Dorado Center in terms of surplusing it, and is there opportunity for different people to bid on it? It's just 1 parcel, so it goes as 1 unit. So,
Okay.
yeah,
And,
okay.
and whatever we recoup from that sale will go back into our
Right.
capital outlay fund.
So thank you for that.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Novsel, go.
Make a motion to approve items 1 through 5, which will be the acquisition of properties 111 and 119 Emerald Bay Road, and authorizing the chair to sign the attached budget transfer, and authorizing escrow of 200,000 and deposit, and authorize facilities directors to sign in the subsequent escrow and related documents, and finally we would authorize the chair to sign the purchase and sale agreement and escrow, joint escrow instructions 694.
I'll second it.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes unanimously. Thank you. That was a great one.
That's
Okay,
easy.
with that, we have some closed session items. County Council will we be coming back out with a report out, do you think?
No, I don't expect a report out today.
You guys want to do some to and froms? Like, do you have any highlights? I mean, or can it wait? Anything can
Let's
wait?
do quick groundbreaking yesterday for the San Bernardino Bridge out in Myers, which is very exciting for us. It's a bridge going to go across the Upper Truckee River, which will literally bridge two neighborhoods plus our park out in Myers, our only park out there. Very exciting. So I want to thank Donaldo. I can never say Donaldo's last name. Donaldo and Brendan and the whole crew for working on this so hard and getting this where we're at. And then we had our mini stand down in South Lake Tahoe for our veterans last Saturday.
Yes, those are
And I
great.
participated in that. It was a busy week last week. We did TRPA Conservancy, all that, but I'll save the rest for later.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I can go very quickly too. I attended the RCRC annual meeting. Unfortunately, our chair was not able to make it, but I know our CAO was there for part of it as well. Went very well. A lot of good presentations. I'm not going to elaborate on a lot of stuff, but good discussions. It's a great organization and it's got some great leadership is what I'll say. So only other things, two other things. Thursday of that week, Pioneer Community Energy had their monthly meeting. I attended that as well. And I'm pleased to say we're now able to move out and really get active with bringing Nevada County into Pioneer Community Energy. All the groundwork has been done and they're at this phase now where we were, what, a year and a half ago or 2 years ago or so, starting that process, going to the CPUC, making all the applications. Feasibility studies were all done, but it looks very, very positive. And I think growing that organization is going to reduce our net costs, right? Because there's economies of scale and that'll give us some of that. And it also gives us additional service level. And so I was very pleased to welcome that activity and hopefully Nevada County follows through with it and we get them on board. And their start date would be January 2024, as I understand it. So it takes a while to get the processing as we know. The only other thing, last night we held the final mental health forum for the El Dorado Community Council. This is the third in the sequence we've done within the year. We had participation from not only our El Dorado County Behavioral Health, but we also had it from the Tribes Community Center, Health Center, and then also from the El Dorado County Community Health Center. So a lot of good discussion, a lot of good presentations, and it also included a discussion of the clubhouse activity that's being promoted with El Dorado County, and there was a lot of positive reception to that as well. So those three presentations were made, and that's available from a video, and we're also putting out minutes. So if anybody's interested in some of the specifics of that with that mental health form, it's available in written form and then also the videotape. So that's it.
Very good. Supervisor Thomas?
Very briefly, I appreciated being with the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Coalition last week. With packed house at the Motherlode Lions Club and really enjoyed being with them and having a direct dialogue with the community about some of their concerns with projects and just philosophies in general, as well as some of the challenges we face in terms of housing in El Dorado County. So I truly appreciate our staff for joining me. I've had 3 people from DOT as well as Rob Peters from Long Range Planning. And they were just really instrumental in making sure that the community's questions got answered and that, factual information was relayed on some of these projects that are moving, through the process. So enjoyed being with them. Also got to attend a ribbon cutting at the Seventh-day Adventist Church here. They are reopening their food bank, and they're working with Mike Sproul at the El Dorado.
Yeah, I was
Food
supposed
Bank.
to attend, but I was at a different.
They announced you, yeah.
Yeah.
And so just wanted to let the community know that they are going to be having food distribution every other Wednesday, and the community, anyone is welcome to come through. There has to be an income, threshold, but they're just really excited about serving the community. Again, they've been doing this for the last 60 years. So it's a really amazing service on this part of, in our county. So privileged to be with them. So lots more, but that's all.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Turnbull.
All right. So anyway,
Keep it short.
well, hang on. Anyway, I attended all the pastors of El Dorado County. We had a dinner down at Cold Springs Golf Course and the meet with all the pastors and the concerns and stuff that's going on in our county. But it was a great thing is what it was. Also, I wrote a letter to all the state senators and also the 53 assembly members and stuff about the individual assistance, because Feinstein and Badia wrote a letter. So I submitted that letter along with my letter. I gave a copy to Sue. If you guys would want one, I can give you one, because we already voted on that.
Yeah.
To do
Yep.
that anyway. So I can give you guys a copy. That was, it went out. Hopefully we can get some, all it's going to take is one senator to go up to Biden and a friend or whatever. And if this can happen, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Especially for
Absolutely.
all of El Dorado County, not just for Grizzly Flat, but also the residents, along Highway 50 that lost their cabins and also impacted by, the businesses in Tahoe. So that would be a great thing if it does happen. So also, I went to a car show, took the Chevelle, and it was New Beginnings is what it was. They had a car show down at Parkland Church, I guess is what it's called.
Park Community Church.
Park Community Church. So it was a great event. A lot of people there. It was a good thing. And then we had the water agency meeting the other day. Yeah, so that was good too. So that's it.
Good. RCRC, I zoomed into the board meeting because I came down with a cold, didn't think I should go down there. It wasn't COVID. But I was the only supervisor that zoomed in, so I was kind of sad. I was sad to miss that meeting, that annual event. So thank you, Supervisor Heidel, for representing the county for me and networking with everyone. But the thing in my mind of significance during that meeting was that we went into closed session and discussed that existing litigation with the Board of Forestry on that road restriction and all that stuff. It's an item of concern for a lot of communities that you would have to improve existing roads and existing subdivisions, bring them up to current standards to build a house. Very concerning. So anyway, so it's ongoing and it's closed session. That's all I can say. And then I thought about it and really just thank you everyone for all the support. I know the mosquito fire came on fast and furious, and then the rain put it out really fast too, which was amazing. Yes. So many people, were praying for rain, and we lucked out. And I have to say, it was a great rainstorm too. Even that was a great rainstorm. It didn't cause a lot of erosion. It was perfect. And trying to thank everyone. I'm going to try really fast. But our first responders, Chief Brown in Georgetown was great at giving me updates on who lost homes, who didn't. Carla Haas, and Dawn puts her in that EOC and stuff, and she was giving me updates. I tell her what people needed to know, and she was updating websites, and we were sending messages, and it was just all this communication all over. And you don't realize the things that people want to know during an emergency or don't know what to do in an emergency. So that was quite the learning experience that I really didn't want to have, but I did. Thank you, Dawn, for all that communication. All the first responders out there. CAL FIRE was amazing. I watched all of those collaborator calls and incident command things. I'm leaving out some people. Kimberly Pruitt, McClintock's office, was awesome at getting in touch with me and just with these updates on how they were attacking the fire. So I know I'm leaving out people. I didn't make a list, I'm sorry. And then the community, honestly, for being patient and understanding that you have to be evacuated during an emergency like that, even though your home really isn't directly threatened. You've got to get out of the way for those first responders, and that's hard for folks. And I think that that's something I'd like to work on in the future is, they need to prepare for a couple weeks just for any event. I'm learning that Snowmageddon, 2 weeks, a fire,
Yeah, exactly.
2 weeks at minimum. We've got to learn how to prepare for that because I think these disasters are going to keep happening. So anyway, just super thankful. No loss of life either, and that was amazing.
That's totally awesome.
Especially when it crossed the river and went up the
Scary.
canyon. It was terrifying. So anyway, just thank you for all that support and good thoughts on that. It was great. Knowing that everybody was out there rooting for it. And CAO, anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder to the board that tomorrow we open the Local Assistance Center for the mosquito fire victims. It runs from Wednesday through Saturday. We really don't know how many people to anticipate simply because they are back home now, but conversations with all the people involved in it, they felt it was important to have this as well. So you may see a little more traffic around here the next few days, people who aren't usually here, but we're here to help them and appreciate all the departments who are willing to, who are assigning staff to support those efforts.
Yeah, And then will I get messaging on that? Is that something that's public messaging or you do contact people directly?
They're contacting people directly.
That's what I thought.
right.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that
Yep.
clarification. Yes, I that's been difficult, I have to say, because this is a 2-county fire, so a lot of statistics and the incident community, was in Placer County, but I texted Carla and she got the exact number. So for El Dorado County, we had 39 homes destroyed, 1 damaged, 1 minor, and 5 affected. There's these percentages. So 39 were destroyed. We lost 39 homes. Volcanoeville, primarily.
Volcanoeville Road area.
But yeah,
Even one is devastating.
it is. And so those folks are, and it's really sad to say, but we already just had a recent experience with the fire. So our staff is already on top of it. And what's really interesting, I got an email from a person that lost their home, and she went and looked at the Caldor fire recovery page and already has all her documents ready to go for the ROE process. So even our community, it's sad that we've got that recent experience, but we're going to benefit from it and get these things done faster. So
Any sense of how many were insured in the 39 home losses?
that I haven't heard yet.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Carla just texted, maybe there's a miscommunication between you and her. What you said, it was
Oh, did I miss that?
22 homes,
39 structures.
See, I
39
told you.
structures.
Yeah.
See, you guys, the
22
data has been
single-family
rough
homes.
on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your structure and you think home. and-
Right.
Yes. Thank you, Dawn. So anyway, I messed that up too, but yeah, 22.
Single family homes.
Okay, because I went on the map and I tried to count them and that was difficult too. There's a map out there that you can
If
count
this
them.
fire is really being controlled, though, unlikely that we'll see individual assistance from FEMA, from federal government,
Yeah,
correct?
The request has been made, but I think it's going to be I don't have high expectations.
Even with the 2 counties together, huh? Even with the 2 counties together, it wasn't, the magnitude needed to, but we'll see what happens. So be ready for that. And then, so we still have some closed session to do. So you guys ready over there?
Oh, one more thing, just a reminder of the board, I won't be here next week, so.
Oh, right.
So carry on without me.
We'll do all kind of shenanigans.
So you're going to Europe, aren't you?
She's not telling us where she's going.
Yeah, she's not.
No, she's not telling.
I know. It's gonna be fun. I want some souvenirs.
Well, good
All
for
right, you
you to
guys
get
ready?
away.
Ready? The board will now recess in a closed session to hear items 34 through 36 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 34 through 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name from the record. There's no participation from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, with that, we're going to go into closed session. Thank you, everyone. It was actually quite a great day. So
It was.
it really was. Historic is right.